And welcome back. We are here once more with the Warrior Gamer Rocket League Veterans Day Invitational back here on the desk on this rather brisk Sunday morning. I'm Ryan Blankenhorn. Joining me on the desk once again is the wonderful, the amazing Daniel Saligman. Daniel, how are you feeling tonight, my
I'm feeling stoked. Let's be real, Ryan. I am feeling absolutely stoked. It's a brisk morning, but that doesn't stop us. That doesn't stop anybody, any of these players. Based off of what we saw yesterday, I know we'll get into that more a little later, but today is going to be phenomenal.
Today is going to be phenomenal, like you said, Danny. And of course, one big shout out. We said it a lot yesterday, but I do want to just give one quick thank you because we've got a lot to cover here before games start. A big thank you to Horizon AVL for making this amazing space, the broadcast, and everything here possible, for making us look beautiful, for making the game look beautiful, all of it. A big thank you to Horizon. And now we get into the meat here, Daniel.
Oh, yeah.
We got a lot going on. I mean, yesterday, in and of itself, like you were saying, was just crazy, right?
Yesterday was absolutely electric, and of course, remember, we have these two brackets. We have Group A, which is our military bracket, and that's what we'll be doing first, and then later in the day, we'll be doing Group B, which will be the collegiate bracket. But right now on screen, we have our first look at the military bracket. The first match is going to be Army versus Navy. That's coming up to us now, and then after that will be Air Force versus Space Force. Ryan, what are you looking to see in this Army-Navy matchup?
Well, we get the Battle of the Skies, and then we get a rematch with the Battle on Land and the Battle on Sea. So with this first one, right, Army-Navy, that's the first match we see today. It's going to be interesting, but before we get into that, just a quick reminder to everyone how today is going to work. Same deal, Group A, our military bracket, and Group B, our collegiate bracket. But with how today is going to work, these are all going to be best of 5s except for that final game, which will be a best of 7. And that means for best of 5s, first to 3 wins, and best of 7, first to 4 will win. And on top of that, with the bracket, right, this is now also a single elimination bracket. So with that, that means you get one shot, get it, or go home.
Yep.
Basically what it comes down to, right?
So, sink or swim.
Today, I get it. See,
yeah, exactly. See, like Navy,
nice little joke
swim.
there. We're already starting. Already starting with that.
Bang.
But right today, this is where things are on the line. Yesterday, you weren't going home. You were just playing for seeding. Today, however, today you're playing.
Today the stakes go up, and I'm excited to see how these teams change and adapt with these heightened stakes. I mean, yesterday we saw Army versus Navy, and it was pretty one-sided. Army played very well. I mean, these players on Army, Aoka, Slick Mike, Kublu, I mean, they're all gamers, but I don't think you can count Navy out because they did show some flashes yesterday and today with all on the line. It's almost a different beast. They know that if they want to keep playing later in the day, they got to come out.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing with the Army, right? We were talking about it yesterday is they are a very aggressive team.
Yeah.
They are always going at it. Players like Kublu, who has 0 boost and is still on the other side of the field, right? Very, very aggressive team, but one of the things that comes with the downside of that is we see a lot of those double commits, right?
Yeah.
A lot of these times, if you are faster than the Army, you can take advantage. And we saw the Air Force yesterday, I believe you were on desk with that one, they were able to, right? They were able to take that one off really, really fast, and it comes down to you got to be faster than the Army, but you also still have to stay collected the whole way through, and that's the hard part, right?
Yeah.
Is you can't just be fast, you also have to be still playing as a team to get that goal.
You have to make sure, as we take a wonderful fly through the beautiful Champions field, you got to make sure that your rotations are on point, because Army is a team that can just beat you down relentlessly because their rotations are going to be on.
Yeah.
Army is going to be in the right spot. Army is going to have boost. So if you're not always ready, if you're not prepared to kind of pick up some of the pieces, if maybe one of your teammates misses a touch, or something or other, if you're not ready against a team like Army, they can exploit that very, very easily.
Absolutely, right? I mean, you have to be prepared because this Army team, they're going to do anything and everything. They're never going to let up.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that you can capitalize on, but also be scared of, right? A little bit.
Yeah.
Also, we saw some great team play coming out from the Army yesterday. So look for those demos, look for the disruption type of plays. But as we get ready for this match to start here any second, I do just want to let everyone know how all those teams actually ended up playing yesterday. Just a reminder.
Yep.
So your seed number 1 will be Army, going 4-0 yesterday.
Impressive.
Right? Number 2 is the Air Force at 3-1. 3 is the Space Force at 2-2. And 4 is the Navy at 1-3. So we got seed 1 and seed 4, a rematch game, a first match of the game, twice in a row here. And we're going to see that as the kickoff starts. Army's in orange here, Navy's in blue. The land and the sea find it out once more, Danny.
Top side trying to start this game off, bringing the ball into Army territory, but no, Kublu's there with the boost off the ceiling. That's going to be a nice touch for Sparrow to try and get that ball out of the defensive zone of Navy. Aoka, though, on that good touch. Flux is there waiting. Again, these rotations are going to be the story of pretty much every single match today.
Absolutely, right? Looking for these rotations, looking for the value that can be made through both of these rosters today. And with the Army, right, starting off strong, goal is open, and just like that, Kublu will capitalize off of that and will find that first goal relatively simply, right off the back. Aoka centers it, and Kublu, this team play that we were talking about, right? Not even that aggressive right now, just simply playing as a team. One of the things that Army was very, very strong at yesterday. Yeah,
right there, just taking advantage of a mistake from Flux. Flux just went up to meet Kublu and frankly just missed. There's not much to it when that happens. Aoka, good pass, and that's what's important in this game, right? People are going to make mistakes, so it's all about setting up scoring opportunities. It's kind of like hockey in a sense of like, you almost have to take advantage of a mistake to score. Rarely are you ever going to score just off of good play yourself, right? That's not really how this game works. So good job from Army, being able to capitalize, just put themselves in a position to try and get something done.
Yeah, Aoka will throw that up to the ceiling, looks to hit it again, but will be contested right off the side of the Navy here. And now, as we approach 3:30, Army goes in for a shot, but will be defended out by Sparrow. But here's the aggression that we were talking about. They never back up. Aoka's ready in a good position, plays off the midfield, just like this as we see. Ready sees the ball coming back, a great side, and will send it into the bottom right of that goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that unrelenting pressure. Whenever you get a save, whenever you get a stop, people have to be there because you're going to get so many more just to keep Army out of the goal. And they're showing right off the bat, though, as I see that top side finds himself an opportunity off the kickoff. It seems like a bounce off the wall. Slick Mike with a bit of a weird touch, and topside was just able to clean it up.
Yeah, and you know, those are one of those kickoffs. There's a couple kickoffs that you always have to be aware of. It's either straight to the goal or right on that corner of the field. The ball will have a direct line of sight towards the goal, and you have to find a good defense. But the Navy was there, ready for the defense there, and got it in. Kublu goes for something, doesn't have the double tap, balls back to the Army to be able to touch it in return as that team play goes. All three of these players looking good on the boost as Aoka sends it over. Sparrow finds a nice touch, but off the corner will be the Army again, looking for something, but no one is there to recover, and Flux will begin to be start this offensive pressure from Navy.
Yeah, get the ball back into Army's defensive end. Flux is able to pick up that mega boost, so 100 boost for Flux. Topside, full boost as well. Sparrow, Empty, Ioka, Kublu, and Slick Mike all sit with reasonable levels of the boost product. The shot up top of the cage. Ioka looking for the tap in. Can't quite find it as now Kublu tries to reset, passes it over to his teammate, hits it back down into the Navy end. Flux the demo on a Kublu.
Yeah, and we saw a good bump, which is why the Army was able to capitalize off of that first goal. Once again, the demo going to stop the Army on the offensive push, something I was mentioning before we started here, right? Put the Army in this weird position where they can't play with each other as a team, find the demos, find the bumps, and prevent the Army from actually being able to play this team play. Slick Mike gonna have 0 boost, but Ioka will bump it again. No midfield boost, meaning Army will actually have to back off for the first time in potentially 5 games.
This is a break in the action the Navy needs to take advantage of if they want to get back in this game. A bounce towards the goal. Kublu finds the opening off of another defensive miscue from Navy.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it just happens, right? Flux just not able to get that bump. Top side a little bit too high on the goal and completely left open for the Army. You got to be aware of that, right? I mean, we've seen the Army multiple times. These midfield plays, they are happy to take them, and they can easily find these goals individually, every one of them. And we see that double tap not going to connect as the Navy goes in, prevents an extra touch coming in from the Army. Everyone in the Army going to be able to get their boost back up here, takes the corners, looks for a bump, will be taken out by Ioka.
Yeah, good positioning there from Ioka in the goal. Finds the right position to block that ball in its tracks. Don't even allow a scoring opportunity to come through. Kublu waiting for that ball to fall down from the ceiling, but when you're doing that, when you're standing still, you just set yourself up to be demoed. Top side now. A nice center all up off the top, but Ioka is there. Sparrow flies up to meet it. Can he get control of the ball? Taps it back towards, but Slick Mike O's up. Flux get the second tat. Ioka now, the demo onto Sparrow. Top side. Still trying to look for an offensive opportunity as we approach 4 minutes through this game 1.
Yeah, great demo as the Army was able to prevent that push from the Navy, and now they're going to look for one of their own here. Boost on their side. Ioka needs to fall back and find some of their own boost to go in. And just like this is where you need to be scared of the Army. Every one of these players above 50 in that boost. Sparrow going to try to send it, but Slick Mike is there. The pass off the corner of the wall. Ioka goes there. Slick Mike can't quite find the connect, but Kublu is there. No one on the Army is ready for a midfield return, and they're once again playing the defense.
Ioka, nice backflip. Flux, though, up with the tap. Slick Mike is going to be in the goal. The proper positioning there to net him that save. Now, ups to fly it in the ball, passes it to Ioka with full boost, is able to go up there and find it. The shot on goal, blocked by Flux. Anybody going to pick up the rebound? Sparrow able to come in with a defensive stop.
Yeah, we're seeing some really good plays from the Navy here as they're just able to prevent these full engages from the Army, but they aren't able to fully capitalize on their own offensive pressure. The rotates from the Army really, really good this game. That's what's prevented the Navy from really being able to find their way back into this game. 2-goal deficit. It's still possible here, Danny. Last-second goals, we saw a few of them yesterday, but with that, the ball is going to touch the ground at some point here, as there it goes. And now the Army takes game number 1, but this is not sudden death yet. Remember, it's a best-of-5, which means the Army needs 3 to win this.
Yeah, and right off the bat, already better play from Navy than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, I don't know if you have the scores, or actually I have the scores. The Navy lost 2-0.
Yes.
The first game was 5-1 in favor of Army. The second game was 7-0 in favor of Army. So Navy already coming out looking much, much better than they did yesterday.
Yeah, and I think one of the things to complement that is because the Navy is playing this defense a lot better, right? Previously, we were seeing that they left the goal open a lot, or they weren't disrupting the plays from the Army, but now this time they are, right? We're seeing a lot of good plays coming out from the Navy, specifically on preventing a lot of these midfield attacks. A couple of them did fly through, which is why we see that score going to the Army's favor, but as a whole, a lot of the times we were seeing some demos, even just a couple bumps to really mess with those rotations of the Army, and that only put them 3-1, a lot of more of a closer game.
Yeah, it was, and I think that the goals that went in against Navy 2 aren't like indicative of some grand failing from either the skill or game plan of Navy. I remember there was that one where it seemed like 2 out of the 3 goals that Army scored were just off the back of either one person missing a touch, right? I think it actually might have been Flux both times, just didn't quite hit the touch quite like as he might have wanted to, and that's what netted those goals as we work back into game 2 as Navy try and put more of the pieces together.
Yeah, and obviously, like you were saying, it's a lot closer here, right? The Navy now going to look to capitalize on some of this good defense and look to play more on this offensive side. As they do so, though, the Army is going to look for a very aggressive kickoff. Slick Mike sends it, but no one is there from the Army to fully get it into the goal. Now with the Army still here, still aggressive, the Navy, though, does want to punish this aggression as they do so, but just like that, Kublu is ready for it at midfield, but won't find the connection.
Good attempt there from Kublu trying to get it on goal. Aoka now flying in. Flux sends it back, but these rotations from Army, someone is always there. Topside flies up, tries to clear out the ball. Seems like gonna do a little bit of a pass situation. Back to Sparrow. Down in Army's end, off the goal. Sparrow looking for the tap with 0 boost though. Topside and Flux have the boost. If they're gonna make something happen here, they gotta be the ones to do it. As I say that, Aoka and Slick Mike now have the boost. The shot coming in off the top of the corner. Just a nice, solid dribble, ball control from Aoka to put that. Look at this.
Yeah,
I mean,
nice little bump.
Nice.
And Kublu was also there that scared Topside off of that defense, right? And that was some really well play coming out from Kublu. It doesn't really count as an assist, but we can see it, right? Kublu scaring off Topside a little bit. Army was able to capitalize, and just like that, the team play from the Army, we're seeing it shine once more. And this Navy team, they're still struggling to find the offensive value. We're seeing some decent defense, but we can't seem to find the offensive capitalization. And this is where the Navy needs to find some more value when you have players like Flux and Topside who are able to get it to the other side of the field.
Yeah, right there we see a tricky situation for Navy. No boost. Kublu, the shot, bounces just a little wide of the cage, and now Sparrow's looking to take this in, but Aoka flies, meets him in the air with that boost, is able to send that ball away. A lot of boost for Army and for Navy each. The save in from Topside. Sparrow looks to fly up, meet that ball, hit it back in. Looks like Navy opt to kind of reset, take some boost, and hopefully put something together.
Yeah, it does look like Slick Mike won't be able to find that goal, but Aoka is there and is playing a little bit close to the Navy side of the field, but will be forced back as this ball begins to go. The pinch comes forward and Sparrow can't find the connect. Now, Army's going to look for something here, but Aoka's not going to be able to find the ball. Kublu now sends it off, finds another one. The demo goes in. This could be the Army, but they're not going to be able to find it as Kublu is going to try to touch that ball, but won't be able to.
Good touch there from Sparrow, able to get the ball back out of their own end. Slick Mike, though, does find the second touch, sends it back towards Navy's end. Now Topside has to be the one to answer the call to hit the ball away. Kublu flies up, meets him, takes it. The shot in from Flux, met by Slick Mike. That shot goes nowhere. Aoka now flies up, hits the ball over, doing a little self-dribbling. Topside, though, meets it back to Slick Mike, throws it back up front to Aoka. Sparrow picks up that mega boost. Flux now on the corner, but Aoka's right there. The shot in on cage, Topside. Able to get the tap away as the ball flows back into our zone.
Yeah, we are going to see, I believe that was Topside, excuse me, who tried to go in there. A nice off the ground. Sparrow sends it in.
Yeah, really beautiful stuff here from Sparrow. Just watch this replay. I mean, off the ceiling to the top, hits it down and in. Aoka has the boost, but doesn't really matter if you have the boost if you're not in the net, if you're not in cage waiting to hit that ball out. Great play from Sparrow, able to find that goal.
Yeah, and you can kind of see a little bit of the Army, right? They kind of just assumed that wasn't going to go in, right? No one was really defending it, and then Navy was able to find that, right? You can't let up any of this gas pedal if you are the Army, right? You've got to keep this pressure on. As I say that, a demo goes in, and now the ball in the favor of the Army. Aoka sends it. Kublu not going to be able to find the pinch in their favor, but we'll be able to stop Flux from being able to find anything as now Kublu sends it off, tries to give it to Aoka, who's just being contested on the wall over here. No boost, won't be able to find the corner either, and this is the Army struggling to find the value on the offensive side.
Kublu looking for the tap in. Aoka with the rebound, able to get the ball in right again. As we see here, Kublu finds the tap, it goes off the side. Flux misses that kind of, it's almost like Flux was trying to set up to save.
Yeah.
But then Kublu, do you think that was purposeful? Hits it off the side to set up for the rebound rather than just trying to put the shot in at first.
I mean, with the way the Army's been playing, right, with this team play, it's very, very much possible, right? Just sort of looking for a bait there. Not gonna find that, but looking for the bait and then sending it off for someone like Aoka to find the goal. Very well played from the Army. I'd say that's very much something they were trying to do there.
Yeah. Good play from the Army to get that goal in. Ioka comes out, is able to find that touch right there, something that Flux just struggled with on that last point. Kublu now bounce it off the wall to himself again. Oh, off the side and in. Anybody there for the rebound? Ioka has the boost. Kublu almost just put Navy on a highlight reel.
Absolutely right. Army going to try to stop this. Sparrow not going to continue the air dribble. We'll send it down. Flux finds a good defense as Kublu's not able to find the value there on that bullet shot. Now Navy going to look for more of an aggressive push. Slick Mike not going to be able to find the ball. This could be Navy's opening to find another goal to even the series.
They got to find it fast. 20 seconds before Army takes game 2. Put them on match point for, again, this best of 5 single elimination series. We are in the playoff stage. Sparrow finds the demo onto Aoka. The time is now for Navy. You have the demo, you have the boost, you have the numbers. You have to find something. The ball back towards the net. Slick Mike with the boost hits it right back towards Navy's goal. A full court empty net shot for Slick Mike inserts the dagger into the hearts of Navy.
Yeah, and that will be it. Army will take game 2 off of that shot. I mean, that's impressive right off the bat. Sometimes you just have a really good play there, and not much you could do from that, right? The Navy had to full invest, look to try to find something with the few seconds they had left, and weren't able to quite find that there. Remember, ball is still alive until it touches the ground here. Army might look to get greedy here. Still has the boost, still has the availability, but it will touch the ground. And Army will take game 2 here, Danny, and that means they are 1 away from sending the Navy back home.
They are 1 away from sending the Navy back home. But Navy has the pieces to the puzzle, right? They just gotta put it together. I really did I liked the offensive work from Navy there a little bit better. I liked the defense from Navy a little bit better too. There, though, it did seem like Army was able to kind of lock in, find their fundamentals, and get goals themselves, rather than in the first game where it was kind of capitalizing off of Navy's defensive miscues. It really felt like their Army was in control the whole time.
Yeah, it really did, right? And the Army's able to just control that tempo the whole way through, right? I mean, Navy, like you said, they have the pieces to the puzzle. Now they've just got to put them in the right spots, right? You have the edges. You always start with the edges on a puzzle, and now they've just got to try to find those few missing pieces. And
yeah,
they're almost there. They really are, right? I mean, some of these situations are just sort of letting up too soon. Like we were saying, the Army, they will continue to go for it, right? And I think what's been interesting is the way that the Navy has forced out the Army in some of these situations, and so I think they assume that the Army is going to play further back on some of these maybe situations where they don't have the boost, but they're not. They're still going in, right? One member gets a midfield full boost, goes in all the way, and finds a goal, and I think those are the situations that the Navy needs to be aware of the entire time, not just for part of the time.
Army does seem to operate off of the notion that the best defense is a good offense, and that is the style they're going to try and take into Game 3. Army looks to complete the sweep. Navy tries to keep their series and their tournament dreams alive. Aoka hits a shot off the side, sent out of the way by Sparrow.
Army going to start off here on this offensive side. Kublu begins, but a bump will go in. A great play from the Navy disrupting this. Now the Army is going to try to find something back, but the corner boost taken on their side. A good hit will send it to the middle, and now the Army has a chance here, but we do see Sparrow is going to send that back down to the ground, not let the Army play in the skies.
Yeah, I like that demo coming in from Navy. If you're Navy, you have to try and disrupt Army, make Army take this kind of full screen walk all the way across the pitch to have to get back to the ball into the field of action.
Yeah, with this now, we are going to see the ball is close on to the side of the Navy. A hit goes on to the corner here, but a good save comes in. And now, Sparrow's not able to find the connect, unfortunately. And now the Army can look for one of their own plays, but a good pinch comes in as Flux will send it over. Looks for a goal, but the save is there just in time.
Yeah, they don't want to let up. Navy with their first good set of real offensive pressure, feels like this entire series, but the ball goes back into Navy's end. Aoka now trying flying around. Slick Mike hits it back. Navy now have the opportunity to push this ball back towards Army side, maybe get a goal, but no. Slick Mike is there for the stop.
Yeah, and now they're going to go forward with it here. Still 0-0. This game keeps getting closer and closer, right? I mean, it really, really is. So now, as we reach this situation, you start to you start to feel, I mean, we're only about 3 minutes, so there's a lot of goals that can be made still here, Danny. But as the game gets closer, the pressure is on. I mean, especially when the Navy is on match point, not just for this match here, but for their entire tournament. They will be sent home if the Army is able to find even one goal here.
Navy is, you can kind of tell that they feel that they are having a lot of good offensive pressure, but Army, all you need is one shot. Slick Mike tries to go the top down. Aoka finds the touch, flies up, picks up the rebound of Slick Mike, who sent it up top. This is perfect teamwork. This is a nice set play that Army has going on in topside Sparrow, as you see on the left side of your screen. 0 boost on either of them.
I mean, it's like you said, right? It's a set play. It's textbook for the Army at this rate, right? I mean, we're seeing a lot of the situations. You know, I know you and I are both begging to see a double tap go in, right? But the Army's not playing for that. They're playing for this fake out on the double tap, and then you have players like Aoka or Slick Mike, if it's in reverse, right? Sitting there, ready to go in. Kublu also faking out the double taps a lot, and then someone's waiting to just go in on their own shot when it's centered on the goal, right? So the Army is just playing textbook against the Navy, and they're just struggling to stay up the entire way. Flux will send it, and will send Slick Mike out of this for a little bit of time. But double demo onto Kublu and top side, and now both teams gonna have to play a little bit safe here. Sparrow sends it off, and Kublu will just touch it out of the way.
Yeah, good boost here for Army as they try and flip the tide. Sparrow, a little strategic retreat, trying to take the ball back into their own end so that they can get some boost and reset and hopefully get a good offensive possession going in here. Kublu waits at midfield, is able to find the tap, but now topside with the dribble is trying to find something of his own. Aoka's there to meet, sends it back, but the touch in from Flux, the ball off the ceiling. Flux trying to get the pass down to Sparrow, dribbling it. Oh my God, put the moves on it! Sparrow locks it in! Finds the finish. Sparrow, that is the Rocket League version of breaking someone's ankles.
Yeah, the wheels sent in reverse on that one as the Navy will even up this series here. 1:34 here, Danny. So we are getting a very, very close game. The Army no longer going to be in the lead. They've had the lead for the past 2 games, but now, the flip reset, the flip reset.
Slick Mike answers back, the flip reset, top down. Oh my Lord, Flux gets the touch, but Slick Mike is there for the rebound.
Look, I mean, Army, they were like, all right, you know, we don't have the lead anymore, and they immediately wanted it back. And of course, you go with a flashy play. Who else other than Slick Mike, right?
Yeah, that's Slick. That's Slick.
And it's going to be sent in. Not again!
Slick Mike did not like the fact that we said that Army is not in the lead. Taking matters into his own hands.
Oh, wow.
Another top-down beauty from Slick Mike, 2 in the span of 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Navy, you've got to lock it back in, right?
Yeah.
You've got to sort of reset, understand the Army, they got a good flip reset goal, but that last one that Slick Mike just found, you can't be falling back on this defense, right? But once again, the ball is over on the side of the Navy's field, and the Army is just going to capitalize. They're going to be aggressive again. They look for something, but Kublu has no boost to do so. Now going to send it off. Watch for Aoka!
Oh, just barely. Navy, if they want a chance in this game, the time is now. The time is now, and you can't keep allowing Army to get these chances. Again, they're setting themselves up very well with these touches. Aoka off the corner, top side though, is able to send it back out. 40 seconds left for Navy to score 2 goals to keep their dreams alive.
Yeah, we see the Navy tries to go for a fake out as well to try to mirror the Army there, but the Army invented the strategy and the Navy cannot copy it. And right now we're going to see Aoka finds one, but won't be able to find the second touch. Kublu going to get demoed midair, but the ball is still on the side of the Navy. They need to find something, and they need to find it fast here, Danny, if they want to even have a chance of not only making it even with the Army, but staying in this tournament.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. Army knows that all they have to do is lock in, keep the ball away from Navy. If the clock strikes 0 and this ball touches the floor, Army will be in the grand finals of the Veterans Day Invitational.
And this will be it as the Army will take that, sweeping the Navy 3-0. They were looking for a change of tide, but at the end of the day, the Navy will be sent home swimming for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was a good try from Navy. It really was, and I don't say that to be like facetious in any point. Like Navy played so much better than they did yesterday.
Absolutely.
They were able to kind of find good touches, find good spots, but again, Army was just putting Navy in these situations with those like double taps, right? You could double tap and go for the goal, or you could double tap and leave it for your teammate. It introduces a really tricky 50-50 if you're the person in goal defending that. Do you defend against just the raw double tap in, or do you watch and have to wait for the teammate who would be there to pick up the rebound if you don't go for the straight up double tap?
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The Army is forcing you to, you have to defend the double tap, right? You don't want them to get it in. But then you also have to defend someone like Aoka, who is just sitting, waiting for the ball to be in a good position. You have to have two members ready to defend that, potentially a third, because you never really know where Kublu is until out in midfield.
Yeah. Right. Kublu kind of just shows up. Slick Mike decides to take matters into his own hands. 2 really clean goals back-to-back, the flip reset. It was crazy. It was impressive. I also do want to shout out Sparrow.
Oh,
that
absolutely.
one goal, breaking the guy's ankles, that was pretty dope. But Army, take it 3-0. And they're moving on as we take a look at some of these replays.
Yeah, exactly, right? And as we get ready for those, just to think about this, right? Army, yes, the Navy is unfortunately going home, but not after showing the weaknesses of the Army, right?
Yeah.
And that is something to be aware of, because now Army's going to go forward and potentially go up against either the Space Force or the Air Force. The Air Force favored in that matchup, but it is a battle of the skies, so you never really know what happens. But, I mean, whether you're the Space Force or the Air Force here, right, you now know that the Army has weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
And you can capitalize on them. We obviously have seen Navy went back, VODed some of these replays, right? And now you get to go back on your own side of Space Force or Air Force. Obviously, you got one more game to play if you are the Battle of the Skies here, but you also want to be sure that you're prepared for this, right? You've seen that you know how the Army must play. They like this textbook double tap fake. So maybe this time, right, you prepare for that, right? You don't let players like Aoka sit around that midfield area to find the value. You don't let them go for those double tap fakes, and you watch for the flashy plays.
Yeah, exactly. It does provide a blueprint of how to kind of get in Army's way as we kind of take a look at some of these replays, some of these highlight goals. I mean, Aoka was on top of things. Flux was playing really good in goal, but as we see, I mean, just look at something like this, right? Aoka finding that tap. It's these individual moments too where you can really see the individual skill from these players. I mean, Rocket League is such a deep game, and it's so clear. Like, look, that's what we're talking about. That play right there, it's not a double tap off the top, but it off the side, it's the same kind of
same concept. Yeah.
It's the same concept in action.
Oh,
I mean, this is exactly what we're referring to. Sparrow just isn't there in time because, this deadly 50-50.
Oh. Yeah, and like, that's just dirty. I mean, you have one dirty play after another.
Oh, this is the flip reset. Flip reset. Watch that.
Oh, this is just disgusting. Like, you have players like Slick Mike who are just walking around on this 2 in a row off the back and goes in. I mean, just I don't know. I don't know. Like, this is the thing here, Danny, as we look at some of the stats as well, right? Sparrow 2 goals, 1 assist, 3 saves there. Flux, 6 saves. But then we look at players from the Army, right? 4 goals for Slick Mike and Aoka, 2 for Kublu. The assist, 3, 1, and 2. The saves, Slick Mike's always on the offense. But, I mean, look at this, right? It's not, you can tell it's a pure team game between these 3. 3, 1, 2, that's 3, 4, 5, 6 assists. I mean, it proves that they play as this team, and though they have the individual skill, 4 goals for 2 of those players, they play for each other.
Yeah, and I think that those stats are just indicative of the control that Army was able to have through this game, right? You saw, obviously, the team with more saves. Yeah, you could say they're a defensive team, but you could also just say that Army was able to take control of the ball, get a lot more shots on the cage. It is a game of, scoring opportunities will net you goals eventually. The more opportunities you get, the more goals you're going to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's just back to that thing that we were saying yesterday, right? If you pepper it enough, eventually one is going to find its way in. And, I mean, with the Army, though they don't pepper it very much, they're consistent in their flashy plays, right? They'll sit back sometimes, and then all 3 will full invest, right? And they go in, they look for something, and since it's so fast, it feels like it's peppering, but you're not wasting your boost, right? We saw that a few times in the collegiate games yesterday, right? Players would keep just battling out right on a goalpost, just waiting for something to go in, while we see the Army, they'll go in, but they know whether or not they want to continue that, right? They're like, I don't want to continue, and they back up, and those are the rotates you have to be aware of.
Yeah. Look, I very much enjoyed that set. I think both of these teams played very well.
Absolutely.
Shouts out to Army, who is going to go to Grand Finals. But first, we have another match to go to. We have the Air Force taking on the Space Force, the battle of the skies and the stars. Ryan, I'm looking forward to that.
I am too. Definitely a game to stick around for as we get ready for this break here. The Navy will go home, but not after a valiant effort of this past few days. A big thank you for them to show up here and play and compete in this invitational. They will go home, but going up next, the Battle of the Stars, the Battle of the Skies, as Danny just said. The Space Force and the Air Force are coming back at you right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rocket League Veterans Day Invitational. I am Danny Salads, joined by Carson Cass. Carson, how are you doing?
I'm really good. I'm really glad to be back, and I'm really looking forward to Troposphere, Stratosphere matchups tonight.
Yep.
We've got some high-flying action between two high-flying teams, and I am, for one, very, very excited after what was an amazing showing from Army-Navy earlier.
Yeah, it was a good showing from Army-Navy. You teased it, Air Force, Space Force, the stars and the skies. But first, we have to give a big shout-out to Horizon AVL. Horizon AVL made this whole Shine Space, this broadcast possible. We look good. This place looks good. The stream looks good. Shine looks sleek. The gaming center of dreams. And that is all thanks to Horizon AVL. And if you want to follow up with any of the Syracuse esports coverage, you can find us on Instagram, Twitter/X, and Twitch at Cuse_esports, or on YouTube. Look up Syracuse Esports.
Absolutely. Go check out our socials. They're a little place to keep up to date with the matchups if you missed any. And if you missed any beforehand, it's also a place to match up. We've got clips there, highlights there. We've got plenty of clips, highlights coming up soon. Space Force, Air Force yesterday was played 2-1 to the Air Force's favor. They did a really good job. Space Force, though, did take a chunk out of them, and that was an interesting one to see because Air Force put up a good fight to Army. So this is going to be one of those games where I think the Army's challenger in the grand final might be either team, and I think either team could take a serious chunk out of Army.
Yeah, this definitely could go either way. I am really excited for this. Obviously, on the side of Air Force, we have Chowder, Buck, and Crow. And then on Space Force, we have Hoosh, Evan, and Orion. I do want to say, we were saying it yesterday, but Buck on Air Force, the only mouse and keyboard player in the venue from the military bracket side. Obviously, in the collegiate bracket, there is a keyboard-only player. I'm sure we touched on it yesterday.
We did.
But it poses, because yes, they're all playing the same game, but these mouse and keyboard players do approach it a little bit differently just as a result of the input method, which I think is interesting as we take a wonderful fly-through of Champions Arena as both of these teams have to kind of rethink their strategy. They're probably doing some VOD review as we go into this other match of Group A.
Yeah, Champions Field, packed house in game, packed house out of game.
That's
this
right.
place is full. Real excited for this matchup, as we mentioned. But I'm gonna leave it to you. Who do you think you've got tonight?
I think I do have Space Force. Or no, Air Force in this one, excuse me. I mean, they're both flying, they're both in the stars, but we saw yesterday the dominant aerial game from Air Force. Unfortunately, in the world of Rocket League, gravity still applies at a rate of 9.81 meters per second squared.
Absolutely.
And that favors the people who are used to gravity, the Air Force. But that's not to say that the Space Force can't do anything here. Hoosh, Evan, and Orion, we saw yesterday, really solid teamwork coming out from them. And I think that if they want to try and put this together, they have to get up in the air, meet the Air Force there, and disrupt them as much as they can.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they approach this. You go Stratosphere, obviously, up to the top of Sphere. Many spheres. Space Force has had this game in the air and had this game pretty locked down on the ground, actually. And Air Force has been dominant mainly through the low half of the air. Top half of the air has been Space Force, though. But round one, Space Force Gaming, Air Force Gaming. Let's get right into it.
The action kicks off. The ball now starts in Air Force's end. The tap, almost a fast start, but Orion, named after the star constellation. You have to wonder if that is a nod to the old space up there itself. Buck finds the touch at half. Chowder now taking that ball again. Air Force playing in the air so much, trying to get the center. Buck gets the tap off the right side of the goal.
Yeah, real close there for a Air Force goal. Space Force, obviously the team in orange, as we've seen. Crow, whoa, that is a really good demo on Evan. This could be bad news for Space Force. Buck on the other end, going to get that rebound off the wall. Noosh puts it back up for Orion to clear it. Chowder and Crow there in the back to keep it away from a goal. But really excellent stuff by Air Force initially. You want to see that peppering on the goal, but this is what we've seen with Space Force. On the ground, they've been dominant. They don't need the air game to win the games. And they did a great job against SUROTC yesterday to get their one win.
So we see Air Force in blue, Space Force in orange. The tap, the ball sits in front of the cage. shipped out by Crowder. Noosh now takes the ball back into his own end. The Space Force now look to transition this into an offensive push. Evan is able to find the tap, flying up in the air off the wall. Buck flies up and meets it, but now Crow takes it. Looks like this could be an opportunity in transition for the Air Force. Evan, though, able to pick up that boost, get a shot back in on goal. Buck flies in, stops a wide open net.
Real good defensive play early from both sides. We've had 2 almost goals, but here comes another chance. Chowder misses it off the wall. Buck has an opportunity. That's a mouse and keyboard player. He'll put it towards the Space Force end. Crow, annihilation of Orion in the air. A pinch gets it back to Crow. Buck in the air, has a shot. Evan and Orion team up on a double commit to get that ball away. Noosh puts it the other way. Buck has not much of any boost, neither does really anybody else. This is one of those moments where everybody feels like they're on the ground with not much to do, but Chowder, the only one with boost, goes tie, rebound, leaves it in front. Evan clears it. That is a surefire goal for Air Force if they have backup there.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscue from Chowder there. Just not able to find the double tap to get that ball in the net. Space Force able to equalize and get that scoring opportunity, out of their hair. Ball back at midfield. Both teams resetting, trying to find boost. Space Force is looking better in the boost department than Air Force is. The shot, Evan almost was able to get that in. Just a little off cage, though. Orion now flies up, meets it in the air. Finds a member of Air Force there. The ball stalls at midfield. Noosh flies up, but Crow's there first. Sends it back towards the end of Space Force as both teams try and jockey for a nice offensive chance.
Yeah, they're both playing pretty midfield conservatively here, trying their best. Chowder with a great clear to keep that ball in the Air Force end. Buck with an opportunity, had nobody to beat, but couldn't put it the right way. Noosh gonna clear it out of the Space Force zone, back over to Buck. Buck puts it on net. It's up top, rebound, scores from Chowder.
So we take a look at this replay here. Buck shoots it off the top, and Orion tried to meet the ball up before it even had the chance to get the double tap, to get the rebound, but wasn't able to find it. And then it was an easy cleanup for Air Force to take the first lead of the game.
Yeah, it's tough. Orion made the right call there, but just unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time. Evan had that ball perfectly beat, but Chowder got there first, and he'll get there again. Chowder, his second goal of the game in just 10 seconds. This game's gone from 0-0 to Air Force dominating the Space Force.
Yeah, if we look at these taps, Air Force was just on with their rotations in a way that Space Force wasn't. Space Force kind of caught out. The 2 players left on defense were stuck without boost. Air Force had that extra person come in at the end to find that tap off the rebound to pretty much just, get that goal in. 2-0 now.
Yeah, it's
Space
just
Force.
Great stuff here in Chowder with another freestyle in the other end. Orion puts it wide. Just excellent air offense from Air Force. Back on the wall, Crow stuffed at the net. Buck with one more opportunity, keeps the ball in the zone. Air Force will rotate back and wait for a Space Force chance. Intercepted at the middle. Chowder off the wall, intercepted by Noosh down low. Crow puts it towards the net, stays in the offensive end for Air Force. Just kidding. Oh, yeah, not just kidding. Here comes Chowder back on the other end.
Full boost for Air Force as they try and continue their offensive. 1 minute and 5 seconds left for Space Force to have to notch 2 to at least put this game into overtime. With the way we've seen scoring going, that is not a far-flung possibility. But if they want to do something, they're going to have to do it now. It should start on this offensive push. The ball in front of the net. Chowder able to go up there and find the tap away back into Space Force's zone.
Back-breaking save from the Air Force there to keep Space Force out of this. And this should be a heartbreaker if it goes in, but Evan able to handle it and dribble it wide on the other end. Air Force still putting pressure on. That's a rebound. Buck tries to go for it. Orion bumps him away and bumps the ball out of the zone. Evan trying to do the best, but stuffed by Chowder up top. It's another just Armada barrage down on goal for Air Force.
Oh, Crow with the moves. Buck tries to fly in from the side to help put that away for his teammate. 15 seconds left. All Air Force has to do is buckle in. They have this game in their pocket. They got to keep the ball away from Space Force. On the offensive, Space Force goes, leaving their net wide open. Buck with the dagger takes advantage of that desperation attempt from Space Force.
Yeah, it's like an empty net goal there. Buck with a long shot from the other side of the ice, or the field rather.
The ice.
And that's going to be 3-0 Space Force, 3-0 Air Force against Space Force real quick. And That's a backbreaker. That's a backbreaker.
That's a backbreaker.
From, did we call him yesterday LeBrocket James?
Yeah, LeBrocket League.
LeBrocket League.
LeBrocket League. Game 1, going to go the way of Air Force again. This is a best-of-5 series. First to win 3 games is going to be the winner. Loser goes home. Winner faces Army in the grand finals. On the tail end of Game 1, Air Force comes out looking pretty strong.
Well, loser actually goes to play third place Navy in the third place game, but we'll have to see how that shapes out. They don't get to go home, but obviously they want that top trophy. No bronze for them. That was a really, really good game from Air Force. They were conservative when they needed to be. In the air, they dominated, and they knew on the ground that they weren't as good, so they kept the ball up and kept it away from Space Force's hands down low.
Yeah, Crow was just able to find those 2 goals back-to-back to pretty much open this game wide up, and that's just indicative of the swings that this game can be, right? These games are 5 minutes long, so it's not much time, and these goals can come in a flurry of action aside from pretty much those 10 seconds, obviously ignoring that kind of extra dagger goal at the end of the game. The game was pretty much decided in a 10-second span, so that just lets you know how focused you have to be the entire time. If you're Air Force, if you're Space Force, you cannot give the other team anything.
Yeah, Space Force was excellent for 4 minutes and 50 seconds in that game, and they lost by 3 goals. It's one of those situations where it's really tough to deal with as Space Force, but you just gotta put yourself back together, put the offense back together, and get a chance like this. Buck's dangling it up top, but here comes an opportunity with Space Force having 2 in the rotate. They miss 1 rotate, a whiff, leaves it a 2-on-1, odd man rush, down goes Crow, and a miss leaves it open in the other end if Orion can put it in.
Yeah, Crow, though, able to back up on that defense, stop that goal in transition. Could have spelled bad news for Air Force. Space Force, though, Evan now finds and meets that ball, picks up that mega boost as Orion sends it over into the offensive zone of Air Force. Now Evan trying to look and find something, but Buck is there with full boost, sends it back as Air Force look to get a possession going off the back of the demolition.
Just great stuff earlier, off the crossbar, and another save, keeps it. A 0-0 back in the middle. One more opportunity from Buck as he passes it over to Chowder, rather back to Crow, intercepted. Up top, crossbar, Buck with a rebound, doesn't go for it. Goes for the bump, miscue. Chowder never went for it, so that's not going to be a goal. But a good idea by Buck to try and put that the right way. Orion is boosting, the rest of Space Force doesn't really. I'm not sure how confident I am in this offensive chance here.
Yeah, Air Force back with 100 boosts, pretty much a piece. Evan flies up, uses a lot of boost to meet that ball in the air, and now it is Evan on Crow. Evan looks to try and put the moves on, though. Nothing's going to happen. Orion hits it back into Crow's face, sends it over towards the goal of Space Force. Now doing some freestyling in the air. Buck unable to find it, unable to get the ball in the net. Crow now up top, the save from Evan.
Space Force with some amazing goal line defense. We've seen 2 almost go in, but not good enough. Chowder gets their 3rd goal of the series. It's a hat trick in the 2nd game already overall. Air Force has just done an excellent job on offense. Space Force really good on defense, but not good enough.
Yeah, as we saw there, Evan and Orion with enough boost to get that, but the way that Chowder was able to put that in, just a nice solid tap, a lot of velocity, unable to get there fast enough to find the save.
Yeah, we'll have to see just kind of how it goes against Army for either of these teams, because this is a completely different offense than Army runs, and one that they struggled against with Air Force, but they look really similar. In front, Space Force able to put that chance wide, but can't find any way to get back on the offense, and this is what we're seeing. Chowder trying to get the squeeze with Buck in front, back out to Noosh. Noosh puts it right in the middle. He's got an opportunity, freestyling a bit, but he's demoed by Crow as Chowder goes for another chance in the offensive end. Jukes 1, he's got moves. Going with 1 more, he hands it to Buck. Buck jukes 1 more, but nobody there to reinforce that chance.
Buck now off the wall, trying to get the ball back into your zone, stabilize, grab some boost, and then send it back the other way. Orion tries to meet it, sends it up towards the net. Chowder is there to find it. Evan in with the full boost, trying to turn this into a meaningful chance. Orion from the side, off the top, crossbar, and down.
Those are the chances that you think about when you lose these types of games. And Danny, that is going to be one, if they lose tonight, they'll be thinking about for quite some time. That is an opportunity you have to score on. Noosh back the other way. Chowder intercepts it kind of right at the middle there. Evan going back with Noosh. It's 2-on-2, just kind of flying around, tipping the ball from each other down the middle. A rebound chance for Evan, but he's demoed before he can do much with it. Just trying to go for a freestyle opportunity. Was maybe hoping for a one-timer type there from his teammate. Evan looking back now on the defensive end as Noosh clears it for Space Force. Right now on the other side, this is an interesting chance, but I think Air Force can put it wide with just how much more boost they have.
Minute 40 left on the clock. Air Force looks to keep this lead, take a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 series. First to 3 game wins is going to be your champion. Noosh, the demo on to Buck. Crow now bounces it off the corner. Chowder, no one's in on net. Unable to find the right bounce, though. It goes back towards the side of Air Force. Noosh sends it in towards the net. Crow, though, with full boost, sends it back to the other side, up in the air by Evan.
Space Force is not getting enough offensive chances overall, and it's one of those things where you kind of have to put it together as a team. And the rotates aren't going well offensively. But a shot in front saved by Buck. It was a long shot from Evan as another rebound puts it in Crow's hands. Crow for Air Force jukes it wide back to Noosh. Real close of an opportunity, but Buck puts it towards the goal. It'll be a good rebound chance. Orion clears it wide. One more from Crow. Crow poked out by Noosh. That ball is going to be loose in the other end. Crow, demo on Evan. A chance for Buck in front. He won't need a second tap. Crow with the assist. Buck with the goal.
Yeah, as we see here, just no boost. Some more defensive miscues from Space Force. Buck is able to pretty much find the first tap and just follow that ball into the net.
Yeah, that was a thing of beauty. And you're now 2-0
nice.
again, and this one's been a little bit more. Air Force has just played better. Whoa. Buck with a freestyle face-off chance. His second goal.
Yeah, as we look in here and try and see what went wrong. Yeah, so Evan and Chowder hit the ball at the same time. Just if you hit it just right, you can just pop it up. It will have no momentum. Buck able to come in on the pickup, put that one away. A pretty easy goal. Now Space Force looking down the barrel of quite the comeback if they were to at least send this game to overtime.
Yeah, they really needed to get something right here, but about 35 seconds to go. It's unlikely, but it's done. It's been done before. I have to imagine that it's not going to do too well on the other end. Evan, cut out in front. Chowder off the wall, tries to serve it up to a teammate. It's a dish served to nobody, unfortunately, as Crow has to go back out, has no boost to capitalize on that opportunity. Chowder clears another chance from Space Force. 10 seconds to go. Seems like this one's going to be put away real quick as Buck off the wall to himself.
No, not another.
Oh, no. Won't be good enough for Buck. That just goes wide. His teammates on a conservative look. Not looking to score again. Looking to end. But as Buck taps it up one more time, he does have one more opportunity. Hands it to Chowder. Chowder, though, puts it away. And that will be Game 2, 2-0 Space Force. 3-0 Game 1, 3-0 Game 2. Maybe 3-0 by the end of Game 3.
So again, when these two teams played yesterday, Air Force did beat Space Force, but Space Force was able to take a game yesterday, of course, was all just best of 3, so a 2-1 victory yesterday for Space Force now, or for Air Force, excuse me, now Air Force up 2-0. I want to see Space Force get more aggressive. I want to see Space Force meet Air Force in the air, try and disrupt some of their timing, disrupt some of the aerial freestyle moves that people like Buck and Crow and Chowder just love to do.
I really need to see Space Force just have those better, more consistent offensive chances like you mentioned, and I need them to do a better job in the offensive end, just putting it together as a team. They've been very good, but very disorganized previously throughout the nights. They're the newest kid on the block in terms of the armed forces, and they just looked inexperienced out there as a team together. The rotates are coming together on the defensive end, but when they try to move in transition, that transition offense isn't good enough. They just can't get it together on the offensive end when they have the talent to score.
Yeah, and it's the type of thing where it rains, it pours. Space Force has to do a better job because you're going to let in a goal, right? It's unrealistic to expect to go into these games and win them 1-0, 2-0. Air Force is going to score. We know this. We've seen this in every single game. Space Force has to do a better job of when Air Force scores, limiting the damage. They have to lock in, and I mean, on that game, they let in a goal just right off the faceoff. That can't happen if you want to try and bring this series back.
Absolutely, and Space Force will look for their first goal of the series here, but Buck in the offensive end, what you're noticing is Space Force isn't that, Air Force isn't that aggressive in the other end. He steals it and scores. Chowder punches it away. I say they're not that aggressive, but here's what I'm talking about. These chances, they see one mistake, they capitalize with everything and make you pay. Orion wasn't ready, didn't see him in the middle there. It's 1-0 Air Force 9 seconds into this game as Space Force still trailing already without their first goal of the series.
Yeah, these are just the type of things that Space Force can't let happen. That's just a goal that comes off of Orion maybe trying to do a little bit too much with no boost. And I mean, look, the demo comes through onto Noosh. Another chance there for Air Force. Orion able to find the save, but still, Space Force has got to turn something around, got to find momentum to bring them back in the series.
One thing I'd like to see Space Force do is use their boost more conservatively. I think Noosh has been using specifically what you saw right there as an example, a lot of boost trying to make those saves when you don't really need to. You can play conservatively more in front of the net. Sure, it's higher risk, but it's higher reward. You can't get into transition offense if you don't have enough boost, and that's what I'm seeing here. Chowder up top, not a lot of boost, but still an opportunity. Puts it off the wall, no teammate there to collect that shot as Buck bumped the wrong way, but that shot is saved by Crow. Space Force still can't get back into this. Orion, though, has this ball up top with a chance. He bumps it the wrong way. It's going towards his own net. Bumps it off the wall. Crow with a chance. Noosh there, here to save it.
Yeah, nice tap out for Orion. Defends the goal from the incoming Air Force. The missed tap off the side. The ball, there was a chance there for Air Force, but the rotations weren't quite there. Space Force now trying to get the ball back into the other end. Evan flies up, meets it. The double tap off the wall in. Chowder there to stop it. Good attempt from Evan.
That's that more conservative offense coming, and you're seeing that with just them waiting. And you see Noosh is out there, and that's why they aren't aggressive. And they don't think they need to be aggressive, but at a point like this, you have to be as aggressive as ever when that ball's in the offensive zone. You know Air Force has the ability to take control of the offense and keep that ball away from their goal. So you just have to try and get the best once you're on offense, because the Air Force's defense has been just time of possession and not giving Space Force enough chances.
Yeah, and the boost here, too, from Space Force. They never are in a position to capitalize on that counterattack with that offensive push. With boost, it seems like whenever the ball goes towards the other side, Air Force is just able to regroup, collect boost, and reset. This is something we need to see here with the boost from Space Force. They have to try and turn this around. Noosh is able to let to stop the goal, but still, halfway through Game 3, Air Force has got to just keep their foot on the gas, keep finding these pressure, keep finding these spots, and don't give Space Force anything.
This is an opportunity here, but they don't have any boost. Space Force back on the defense once again. They've been excellent in the last 2 minutes, but Chowder has another chance in front. Saved by Evan, stuffed in front. Back one more. Crow away as that shot gets put wide by Orion. Noosh can't challenge it properly in the middle. Bit of an off-rotation moment here for Space Force unless they can get that ball on the other end, and they can't. Crow takes it back. Freestyling, bumps Orion back to Buck, off the crossbar. No can do for Air Force. It remains 1-0 as Space Force transitions into the offensive zone. Stuffed by Buck in front. Ball's dangling in front of the goal. Noosh going for once more. Evan misses to the right. Puts that ball the right way, but it's not good enough.
Not enough boost there for Space Force to be able to capitalize on that kind of ball sitting in front of the net of Air Force. Good defense, too, from Buck. Great job, great car control, able to kind of keep that ball sandwiched in between the wall and the car, not let it roll off. Do not give Space Force any of these rebounds. The shot in, Buck's there. I mean, look, boost is key. Rotations are key. 75 seconds left in this game. The demo comes through. Evan tries to get one towards the net. Buck's there.
Noosh goes into the goal there on accident, and that's one of those key moments. You just see the offense come together. That's a great demo, and they can't capitalize. Chowder over the right side. Evan with a good save. You're seeing how good the Space Force defense can be. They remind me a lot of Syracuse, which we saw in the second half of yesterday. There's just so much defensive prowess of this team, but they need to get back on offense. They have a really tough time playing from behind, and they haven't put one even on goal yet as Buck shoots and scores 2-0 Air Force with 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, we see a beautiful display of teamwork coming in. Orion is the one responsible for saving that ball, and Chowder comes flying in from the left with the demo. Get rid of the defender, an easy tap in for Buck as Space Force now really must be sweating.
Yeah, and this is a tough situation, but this is one of the best spots to get a goal. Orion off the face-off. Can't do much with that. Noosh coming down up top. Crow, though, takes it away from him. Orion puts it back towards the offensive zone for Space Force, but it's just brought away by Buck. Air Force has been doing a great job in that midfield, and you're seeing it right here.
20 seconds left. Crow throws it back up. Space Force still sitting in their own defensive end. It feels like we've been here for 5 minutes. Space Force just can't get any consistent, meaningful offensive opportunities. And Crow, the dagger again with 13 seconds left, finds the tap from Chowder. The nice assist off the wall. No one is there to pick up the rotation, and it seems like Space Force will be heading to the third place match, and Air Force will take on Army in the grand finals. But there is still 13 seconds left to play. Space Force trying to get something, maybe bring this back just a little bit. The clock ticks down. It doesn't seem like they're going to do it. Air Force, pretty dominant showing here.
They will win Game 1 3-0, Game 2 3-0, and Game 3 3-0 to advance 3-0 to the final against Army. The grand final will be played Army versus Air Force. Third place game, Navy versus Space Force. Army Air Force will be an interesting matchup, but let's talk a little bit about what we just saw. That was a midfield domination from Air Force. Every time Space Force tried to get that offense transitioned through the other side of the zone, Air Force was there. Great on the blocks, great on the clears, great on everything you need to be great at to prevent offensive chances from happening. They didn't even let them get into their zone that much, and when they did, they didn't crumble. They were great on rotations. They didn't play that rotation that much. They knew exactly when to switch, and Air Force is going to win that game 10 times out of 10. Space Force goes home without a goal, and Air Force goes home with 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's just suffocating offensive pressure. Some people say that the best defense is a good offense. Air Force really proving that maxim to be true. I want to shout out Buck. I want to shout out Chowder. It seems like they were so good at kind of using this team play, using each other to always be able to get that last touch, to take advantage of the rotations, to keep the ball in Space Force's end. When the time of possession is that skewed, the chances are going to come in, and the goals are pretty much all but inevitable.
And that's credit to Space Force, too. You have 4 minutes defending. That's absurd in Rocket League, and they did a great job only letting up 3 goals every time.
Yep.
I think there's teams out there that would have let up 7 or 8 with how much pressure Air Force is putting on that team. That is a tough matchup to go against and a tough one to deal with when you can't get that ball out of their zone. Their defensive strategy was immaculate tonight, and I think brief lapses of focus, brief lapses of moments, that's what really got them there. But Space Force, again, just was excellent. They were excellent, but Air Force, it just seems, was better.
Yeah, Air Force was a little better. As we take a look at some of these replays, we can see these spots where Air Force was just able to kind of take advantage of this sustained offensive pressure and get a few good ones, as we see Crow right there. But look, Chowder able to come in from the side and pick that up, right? The demos, something that they were doing as well that worked out very well. A lot of disruption Air Force was able to do just by getting those demos, bumping Space Force out of the way. These goals from a far way out. I mean, Air Force was just on with their offensive game.
And what you see there is you see saves being attempted with no boost after long 3-minute, 2-minute, 1-minute periods, almost of just all trying to be on defense. Not enough time to rotate, have to keep diving at the goal because there's a sustained pressure that Air Force is leaving on them. Chowder, one of the best players for Air Force there as they move on to the final. But what you're going to notice is Buck and Chowder great on the offensive end. Crow is in that midfield doing amazing work from above. And what you've been seeing all tournament is just that.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at that. Buck coming in, finding that second shot. It's almost good. Take a step back, right? People at home, take a step back and watch the way that Air Force is able to kind of almost, it seems like, have this sixth sense where they know where the ball is going to be. As we take a look at some of the stats here, I mean, 0 goals, 0 assists. Obviously, Space Force is going to rack up those saves because, they kind of didn't have an opportunity to rack up any shots.
I mean, that's 17 saves. No, it's not. It's 15 saves. That's 15 saves. Wait, no, it is 17. God, I was right the first time.
Nice one.
17 saves for Space Force, and that's just that defense. That is a great job. And no goals, no assists, obviously, through that entire matchup. You see Chowder and Buck primarily on that offensive end, assisting each other mainly. But Air Force, amazing job on the offensive, and just were peppering the goal. Domination on the offensive front. Space Force defensive front was doing great, but just couldn't get them out of the defense.
Yeah, 9 goals for Air Force, 0 goals for Space Force. If you're looking for something that can describe how that game went, that's pretty much it right there. Unrelenting pressure from Air Force. Space Force wasn't able to find anything on offense. But the day is not done for Space Force. They will go on to face Navy in third place match. Air Force will now go and take on Army in the grand finals, which we will have for you very, very soon. So do not go anywhere. It is the Rocket League Veterans Day Invitational.
I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
And we are back with arguably the best game of a tournament. Grand Finals, always the best to go. We'll talk about that here in a second. Of course, you see we had a little bit of a switch up on the desk here. Not only switch up, but positional switch up. I'm on the left this side. Carson, you're on the right. I think it's the first time you and I have been like this before.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right. It feels a little bit different.
Feels weird. I see it a different angle now, but you know.
Yeah.
As a whole, right, we got Grand Finals coming up for us. The Army against the Air Force. Something we've already seen once beforehand, and it's going to be good. Just one quick second to shout out the amazing people over at Horizon AVL to make Shine look like this, the broadcast look like this, us look like this. It's truly amazing for everything they've done. This amazing event is powered by them. So one amazing thank you over to the folks over at Horizon AVL.
Yeah, they've been great. Looks sleek, looks just absolutely wonderful in this space. We look absolutely wonderful. Attributed to them. Thank you very much to them. They've been a great help this entire weekend. But I think we're going to need some teams that I don't think need much help at all. They have got it all together. It's Army, Air Force, one of the best rivalries in the country in any sport. And today we've got Rocket League, obviously, and then we have got some high-flying offenses, specifically Air Force, I want to talk about. Look at how high that pace was last game, 3-0, and we'll have to see. They just dominated Space Force on the other end, and they just took them 3-0 every single game to get a 3-0. It's very interesting how that's going to shape out in third-place game for Space Force, though.
Yeah, it's been good, and of course we can take a look at that bracket, of course, to remind everyone where we are at. Army in the, I believe, going to be going up against that Air Force here. It's going to be good. It's going to be a very, very good matchup here. Obviously, this is how it started earlier here, was the Army and the Navy and the Air Force and the Space Force. And now we've got our Grand Finals game. Carson, you just mentioned it as well. For that third place match off stream will be the Space Force and the Navy. Both these teams have played up against each other before, right? In I think the same exact positions they were in yesterday, actually. I believe the Air Force and the Army were the final match of the military branch, and then the Space Force and the Navy also were somewhere in that line too, as I look through my notes here. So it's going to be good, right? Both these teams get to go back at it and see exactly how they want to win this matchup for either side. So it's gonna be very, very good to see. One other thing to mention: both of these matches are best of 7s.
We have got the original format, the original true playoff format that I believe is the best amount of games. I'm very big on that. No more, no less. Best of 7 is the absolute final, ultimate be-all. Can you do it? And Air Force and Army have two high-flying offenses that have just come off domination of other teams. Army a little bit less so. We saw those cracks against the Navy as they sunk the ship, but Air Force did a great job. Didn't concede a goal yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's scary to think about, right? And another thing you got to remember is sort of the Army's played, right? And you played them yesterday. Air Force, the only team in the entire tournament so far. Army is 5-0 if we count yesterday, who has taken a map off of them, right? So Air Force already found some of those cracks yesterday in the Army play style, and of course the Navy putting up a really, really good fight earlier this morning against them. So Army, you know, they looked like a very, very unbeatable team yesterday. Going into today, they still look very strong, don't get me wrong, but the cracks are there for the Air Force to take.
And obviously, I think losing is much more important. If you want to know the most about your team, you lose the game, and that's what happened yesterday. Air Force took a game off of them, but they lost the series. If Army doesn't change up the way they play against Air Force will be ready for that and ready to beat them. And Navy, we saw, had made those adjustments, put up a fight against Navy, and had a great, great job, but I'm not sure who's going to win today.
Well, Carson, I think we got to talk about who we think is going to win, though, right? You know, going into this, obviously, I think we talked a little bit prior. I got Army taking this one. I got Army taking this 4-1. So I give Air Force a map here in regulation time. I think if we go OT, though, Army might struggle a little bit against the Air Force, and I think any OT the Air Force gets, they take. But at the end of the day, I think Army takes this 4-1.
Yeah, well, I might have said I'm not sure that was a complete lie. I think Air Force has it in 7, and that's exactly the reason. OT is going to come into a massive factor here. We had Air Force take 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. They didn't concede a goal. They will to Army. So that defense was great. That transition game was great. And if you can keep Army out of the offensive zone, I mean, they're going to score a few times, but they can't score as much as they have been. And if the Air Force can keep that offense as fast flying as it does, they're going to win. They will win this game if they keep that pace up, and they will outpace Army tonight in 7 games.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Another thing to think about, right, is, you know, I obviously have Army taking this one relatively soon in 5 games, but as a whole, right, 7 games, if we go the distance, it comes down a lot to, can you handle it? Can you handle the pressure of playing in? And here we go, here are the grand finals of this military group, the Air Force and the Army, flying high in the skies, and the boots on the ground as our match begins.
It's Air Force versus land here, Rayquaza and Groudon. Ioka off the wall instantly. He's got one more chance. It's going to go over back in the other end. A great clear from the Air Force side. Army in orange, Air Force in blue, a bit truer to their colors. Slick Mike puts it the other way. Buck has a chance to squeeze it. That pinch will go the way of the Army, though. Crow in the defensive zone, trying to get that ball away. Has a bit of a juke in front, but it's going to lead to a centering shot. That Buck puts wide. Kublu with a great demo on Chowder. Here's a chance. Crow puts it wide. One more from Ioka, who is doing a great job peppering the goal, but Kublu put wide by Crow.
And just like this, you see the Air Force finding good defense, but the Army not holding back, going full aggression against this team, right? We see a lot of fake outs coming from this roster, but the ball's going to go in, but the save is there by Slick Mike. Not quite will there be a goal as we approach 1 minute in here. Just a reminder to everyone in our grand finals, we do have a mouse and keyboard player in here. Buck in the lobby, gonna look for the best that they can do against all these controllers.
Yeah, and they've been obviously holding up their own so far. The leading scorer on Air Force, he's going to get a chance. Kublu puts it up towards the top, trying the rest to get it out of the zone. Army will, but they can't get it, or rather, Air Force can't get that ball intercepted in the middle, but this is what we're seeing again. Look at Air Force in the middle. They're doing great. Our Army on the offensive, though, will have a great chance in front. Crow able to put it wide, back on the other end. What you're noticing here is this middle game is going to be everything tonight.
Absolutely right. It is just back and forth between these two teams. The Army can't set up this double tap fake out that we saw against the Navy earlier, and the Air Force knows that, right? You cannot let the Army look for these setups. It's a lot of play in this midfield right now between these two rosters, and both of them looking for something, but also both these teams, the boost is just even on either side. It's getting difficult for any offensive play, and that's why this ball really hasn't gone anywhere near either of the goals.
Yeah, you're obviously going to have those close chances that they saved in the previous games and were really good with. Kublu, a good job up top to prevent a goal, but you're seeing it's just rebounding back and forth at the midfield. One or two shots going, but Kublu, one of the great defensive players in front. Air Force exposes that defensive rotation hole. Crow, shot and score. What a job from Air Force.
Yeah, Kublu sends it off, but Buck is there, sets it up for Crow, and like you said, taking advantage of that defense rotation, and just like that, Air Force able to find that first goal here as we approach about 10 seconds before the halfway mark. Slick Mike sends it forward, but Buck is there for the defense. We're going to make sure no kickoff goes off, but Kublu runs it back down with the Alpine and finds a nice score.
What a job in front by Slick Mike for that demo. Watch what he does here. Kublu gets it, blocks the only man able to defend it, and Buck just can't get there in time. What a job from Army. What a response. It's going to be sudden death, I think, at the end of this one with how close they're playing. Ioka, great demo initially. We'll see what Army can do with this. Crow, or rather, Crow can't get it. It's up to Slick Mike. Slick Mike taps it in the air. Buck intercepts it. Kublu puts it back in the zone. Missed by Crow. This is dangerous. Kublu puts it to the front. Slick Mike off the crossbar. Not good enough.
Yeah, just like that. You see the Army was there, but Aoka didn't quite have the position to find that shot. But the pinch goes in the back left of the side of the Air Force's field. Buck is there, and Slick Mike wants to match it. Will find it, hits it back off. But a good demo. No one's there for the defense, but Kublu, a great rotation from the Army, will come back in, not letting the Air Force capitalize on that demo.
Yeah, that's just another opportunity that's excellent and just put away. I mean, you have to understand how good that has to be to put those chances away. Slick Mike with another stuffed up top. That's another great aerial play by Air Force. Sticking to their name, off the wall, no rebound score available. Slick Michael put it back in the Air Force defensive zone. Ioka puts it to the front, Buck able to clear it. That's 3 Air Force defenders in the right spot. These rotations have been great. This defense, even better than yesterday for those aerial things. That's a double demo, 2-on-2. I got 2 penalties there like in hockey, 2 minutes for each. Chowder back in the other end, off the wall. Army has a chance. Kublu puts it up. And there's not going to be much of any rotation to there, but a missed shot. What's going on in this end? Chowder puts it the other way. Kublu has no boost. Neither does Chowder. Chowder blocked by Kublu.
Just in time as well. The Army is there. 1 minute left. 1-1 here. I wasn't expecting we see it overtime this early, but Carson, it's possible, right, man? We have Aoka sets it up, but no boost is there. I mean, the Air Force is putting this stop straight to the Army offense, and you can see it, right? They're prepared. They're not letting them do these setups. Right in the air, we see some good air dribbles come out from Slick Mike, but he's not able to find the value because Air Force is willing to contest that and willing to fly up into the air. I mean, what else do you expect from the guys who fly planes?
Absolutely. I mean, that's just in the name at a point. Buck with a great chance. Put away by Ioka. Crow keeps in the offensive zone for Air Force, but they need a rotation here. Ioka putting pressure on the other side. Slick Mike has a chance for Army. Ioka taps it the right way. Chowder's the right way to stuff it partially, and Ioka can't put it wide. Kublu up top. That ball is in a dangerous spot for Air Force, and a miss. That's going to be a goal. Nobody touches it for Air Force, and Army capitalizes. That's
right
all
there.
the touch he needs.
It's such a slow one, too. 12 miles an hour, and it bounces in. The Air Force not able to find the defense. That first one goes off. That's what happens when you play this fast game, right? Sometimes things go slow, and you go so fast you're not ready for it. Air Force needs to find their way back into this if they want to bring it. The goal's open, but they're not able to find it. Crow now going to send it off. The boost is there, but not for Crow. Send it to the ground. The Army wants to take this first match, but as you all remember, as the ball is in the air, it's still possible. It's up next to the Army goal. They're going to go for it, but they can't quite find it. And the Army, just in time, will be able to send that to the ground and will take match number 1 of this best-of-7 series.
Well, that's exactly what I expected. High-flying offense and unbelievable stuff from everybody there. I have no idea how Army kept that ball out at the end. That was incredible stuff, and I think we're going to see more. It's a best-of-7. Game 1 isn't everything, but if I see a team win 2 games in a row, I think that's going to be enough momentum to keep them out of this series.
Wow. I mean, earlier, Carson, before we got on desk, I mean, this morning, right, we were talking, like, if we see an Air Force Army game again, I told you, I think Army takes game 1, I think Air Force takes game 2, and I think game 3 comes down to whether or not we go into overtime. So, I mean, if you're the Air Force, something we've seen from them a lot more than any other team in this military group is they adapt. They change their play style drastically to go up against their opponent, and I think now Air Force, right, one unfortunate loss there on that goal, and now they get to go back into this here. Remember, 1st to 4 will take this grand finals.
Look, Air Force played that game better, and I'm going to just say that. I feel like, Ryan, they had so many more chances that was barely put wide. You saw that pinch keep Army alive right there at the end. 3 seconds to go. Air Force should have scored that goal, and they couldn't. They couldn't put it back. They didn't have boost at the right time. Off the face-off, you left too much time, and that should have been a goal. One slip-up just lost Air Force game 1. We'll see what they can do in game 2. Best-of-7, 3 more for Army to win. Air Force need to find their first, but they've conceded their first goals of the night.
Yeah, and now with this, Army going to start off strong, like you said, in this best-of-7, and they're already going to go aggressive here. But Air Force not going to let them take any early pressure, as we are going to see. They're going to start fighting back really hard here. The boost in their favor as well. Going to just send it to the ground, but Slick Mike is there. A little bit low on the boost for the side of Air Force, as they're going to have to retreat just a little bit here to come back in the game.
Ioka has that ball in the defensive zone, but Buck has it there. This is an interesting chance because they've got no boost, but Chowder does. Chowder on the back, rotate. They're going for more defensive look. In front of Stuff helps them, but it's not enough. Kublu is there to put the rebound in.
Just barely not able to find that defense in time, right? We see Aoka goes, Chowder can't quite clear it, and Kublu takes full advantage only 40 seconds into this round, and the Army starting to take it off strong here. The Air Force needs to make some adaptations, needs to try to a little bit go more aggressive, try to look for these demos again. That's what played really well for them in the original game number 1 here. They need to continue that again in game 2.
Yeah, and that's what went well originally for Air Force. Chowder gets another demo there. You're seeing that. Buck has an opportunity, but Slick Mike has been great in that midfield turnover defense spot. You have to see just how they play the midfield, and that's who's going to win this game. Air Force was great, but right there, massive slip-up. Buck had no boost, but he's got some here. Move on the other end. Chowder tries to put it towards him in front. Crow keeps it in the offensive zone, but Kublu has an opportunity to clear this. Buck, though, with a great stuff right in front there, and that would have been a great chance if anybody was ready for it. Crow puts it the right way, trying to get it once more. Chowder with another chance off the wall. Dangerous spot. Nobody there to get it. Ioka demos Crow, and they needed the most. Ioka off the wall again. Once more, hits it. Crow intercepts it right in that zone, but Kublu puts it forward towards the net. Nobody with boost on the Air Force side. They have to get this boost momentum going back in their side. Army not using much and still dominating time of possession.
Yeah, we're going to see this now. The Army looks to bring this back down on the ground. They don't want to let the plane flyers play in the sky. It gets a little scary, right? A good demo will go in for the Army, though, as they're going to send that back to midfield here. Kublu going to take control. The boost. Aoka fully charged, ready for this. We've seen them able to come in out of nowhere and find some good scores. You got to be aware of that as Aoka is ready. Buck sends it over to Crow, who doesn't have the boost to continue that pressure. Chowder, though, sends it down, looks for a pinch, can't quite find it. Kublu will instead, as Buck sends it off to the left side here. But now the goal's open, but Chowder finds it.
Yeah, that's just why Army's been so good. They've been great in the transition game, moving back and forth from offense to defense almost seamlessly. Their rotation works both ways. Going on the other way, Crow trying their best to get back on the other end. They will. Army's letting them have a chance here as they redo their whole rotation on this end. 3 in the defensive zone. A bump in front was good, but they needed Crow to go out and try and score there. 2 minutes, 14 seconds remaining, and it's 1-0 Army, and we're seeing a low-scoring game, and one that I expected to see even with such high-flying offenses.
Yeah, and you know, the Air Force here, as we approach 2 minutes left, look for something. 2 members go up, and you're not going to have that because of that double commit. Now, though, Buck will send it back, but there's no boost for the side of the Air Force here. Crow just looking to defend it so that you can't let it into the Army's hands. A good demo, though, could give them something here. Aoka 0 boost just wants to make this ball a little bit more difficult for the Air Force to capitalize on. Kublu here in the midfield as Chowder finds it in return. Buck able to have some good boost to come back into this fight here. But the ball is on the side of the Air Force, and they're just struggling to find any offensive pressure again.
Yeah, Air Force used almost all their boost right there trying to get the ball out of the zone, but they've got some more, and they've got it in a dangerous spot. Ball goes off the rebound. Buck goes for it. Shot put wide by somebody on the Army end. I think it was a group effort. One more on the other end. Ball clears entirely, and that's what we're seeing from Army. The ability to change it. But Chowder can change this game, but it's put wide by Slick Mike, the defensive MVP for Army. Crow with another chance. Ball's in a dangerous spot. Buck stuffed by Aoka in front. Chowder still going with a minute remaining. Back to Crow in the midfield. Another dangerous chance in front. Buck. Oh no, it's put down for Buck, and he can't do anything with it. Kublu with a chance, but no boost for Army.
45 seconds left here as well. The Air Force needs to make something happen if they don't want to let this Army have the 2 wins here. And now the Air Force going to leave the goal open. Chowder needs to get there. It's going to be wide though, and now boost in the favor of the Air Force except for Chowder here. Now the ball sends over the side of the Army's field. It's open. Crow ready to set up, but not going to go in. The goal is still wide open for the side of the Air Force to find something here, but they let the rotation come in, and now the pinch sends it back to the Air Force.
That hesitation by Crow may have just lost them the game, but it's not over yet, and that will put the nail in the coffin. Army 2-0 over Air Force with 12 seconds to go.
Oh, the Army right off the kickoff. You see the Air Force, they had to go fast to try to find any value against the Army, but they weren't able to do so. The kickoff, though, you only have to make a goal in 11 seconds. It's possible the kickoff could go in your favor, but the demo on the Buck will send the Army probably winning the second game here. And now the Army, with this continued pressure, with this continued game, will make it difficult as the Air Force is facing an uphill battle.
What a job from Army there. Did everything right, capitalized on every mistake Air Force made that they could have.
Yep.
That's how you win a game right there. I don't know what more to say than that.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, the Air Force kind of owned in game number 1, just a couple, that one goal, not really in their favor. But in game 2 there, I'm going to say the Army really controlled that. I mean, Air Force just had no ability on that offensive side. I mean, every single time you saw them going in, there was either a bump or a demo or someone on the side of the Army. Something we've been talking about consistently the past weekend here, Carson, is it doesn't matter if they have 0 boost or 100 boost, they're going to go for the contest. And they always have. They're always positioned on that side wall. Even if Air Force is up in the skies where they like to be, you have players like Aoka at 0 boost ready to bounce off that wall.
Yeah, you just have great opportunities for Army all the time with how good that rotation's been. They are solid, they are great, and they have just been unbelievable at stopping those chances. Killer Mike right in front.
Slick Mike,
Slick Mike out in front. That is just an excellent job defensively. I'd give them that MVP for the game and the game beforehand, even though they didn't put that away. And that's what Army's been all about. Finding those chances, even when you played way worse than the other team, shooting when you need to, and winning when you are playing that conservatively. It's 2-0 Army. 2 wins for them to the bat to the finals. Air Force needs to complete 4 games to yet once more. They have the chance. They have been playing well, but they just haven't taken a game yet.
Yeah, but we are going to see some fast aggression coming in from the Air Force. The goal's open! And the Air Force is ready, but not ready to give up against the Army. 1 goal will send them up only 14 seconds in. The Air Force is not out of this yet, Carson.
They've got 14 seconds, 1 goal. That's a good start in a low-scoring matchup, it seems. We'll see if this is a bit more aggressive from the Air Force side. We've seen them do change so well on a fly. They'll have to change here. Aoka with a slam down. Buck has the boost, is good enough. And that's mouse and keyboard looking the right way there.
Yeah, Crow going to look for an early demo there. Buck going to take it out of Slick Mike's hands. Now, going to look for the wall. Bumps out Kublu. This is the aggression from the Air Force. We wanted to see the change up in their play style to prevent the Army from being able to stop them on their own aggression. One thing I like from the Air Force here that is really boding well for them is they're not playing passive. They know the Army wants to play aggressive, and they're going to match that.
Yeah, especially in the midfield. You're seeing them go for that strategy once again where they own the midfield and off the wall. It's a great rebound. Slick Mike takes the ball and just does it himself. Watch this. Off the wall. Gets it over to Slick Mike. An excellent pass for the Army. And Slick Mike beats 2 defenders. Chowder and Buck can do nothing but watch as he ties the game. In only 53 seconds, we're back to 0-0.
We are back to 0-0 here, Carson, and I was a little worried there. Slick Mike had a flip reset ready to go. Didn't have to use it, though, off the double tap, but instead, Crow looks for a redirectional, but won't be able to give it to Chowder. He's go for the shot here. Now, Army and Air Force still continuing to just battle it out here. A lot more back and forth in the fields, though, right? Rather than this midfield that we saw in game 1, it's just a lot back and forth here. The goal is open. Aoka has to go for the defense off the side, but Kublu won't let him find it.
Not enough momentum from Crow there, and that's what's going to cost them that goal. One more time in front, they've got another chance. Army squeezes it away. Chowder was on the defensive already. They knew that that chance wasn't going to go their way. One more time, Chowder to the teammate Buck. Misses it. It almost jukes out 2 Army players, but there's one more there to put that ball back in the offensive end. Kublu off the wall, back to themselves. Kublu centering pass. No good. It's over to Slick Mike, who is not looking the right way. Has to get a bump and get that ball away. Back in the Air Force offensive zone. Crow, what did they just do? Crow on the other end. I don't even know how they lost that ball. 3 Army on offense, and they lose it the other way, and it's going to work the other way. Chowder and Buck back end. What a rotation.
I mean, we're seeing some double commits from the Air Force, and that's when we get these scary situations. But now they're going to go in again. Aoka, though, just going to be annoying. Prevent anything from the Air Force to try and find this goal. A good demo is going to come out, though, and the Air Force can capitalize. But Aoka is just dribbling this ball, the great control. But then Buck sends it down. A good pinch will send it out to the midfield here. Buck now going to look for something in return, but Kublu comes out of nowhere and once again prevents the Air Force's push.
Chowder's doing great here, understanding when that ball is about to go the other way and if they can do anything about it or not. See, Chowder running away, getting boost, making sure Army struggling on that defensive end. Buck with no boost, stuffs a full boost Army team. Going the other way, they'll have to waste some in front. Top left corner, doesn't need to put it wide, it goes wide itself. A demo for Army, but that ball's in the wrong end. It won't come to cost too much for them. Air Force Chowder, one more chance in front. Crow has that ball, hands it to Buck. A great aerial offensive so far. Puts it wide, over to Chowder. Chowder has that ball in front, centering pass. Nobody there to capitalize.
Oh, you hate to see it. No one was there, and now Crow's at the midfield, has to go for a defense. The ball goes in, though, and no one's there for the defense. And Army will take this lead as we approach just barely under 2 minutes. The Army, they want to win this, and they want to clean sweep this grand finals. They gave one map to Air Force yesterday. They don't want to do it again.
Watch this momentum swing. Wow. That was 1-0 Air Force to 2-1 Army real quick. And what you noticed there, that ball was in the Army end. 3 seconds before that goal was scored, and it just went the other way entirely, and Slick Mike is great at doing it. Watch what he does here. That's exactly what he was going for again.
Oh, no.
Kublu, ball in midfield, over to a cherry-picking Slick Mike on the other end, just waiting on the defensive end. That could have been a dangerous rotation, but Army is smart enough to know when they can get that ball, how talented their players are, and are counting on nobody to make a mistake.
Buck now gonna hit it with the back of the car, look for something, but Aoka is there for the contest again. These players are just watching the ball. The great rotates coming out from the Army, and it's just so difficult. A good dodge will go in for Crow, passes it over to Chowder, and now back to Crow as it's defended. Aoka always in a great spot. Buck will send it off. Boost is there for the Air Force, but no longer for Chowder. A great demo comes in. This could be it. The goal's open. That's just like that. Crow will even the series up as we approach 1 minute and 3 seconds, Carson.
Watch this aggression swing. Ball in front. Great demo. And Crow and Aoka going for it. Aoka doesn't have the boost. Loses that. And just an inch too slow for Aoka, who can't get there in time. That's the difference between 0 boost and 3 boost, man.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The Air Force, they were careful that time on their aggression. They all had about 50 boost and were able to play that. A great demo goes in as well, and then you were able to just go in. The goal is open once more. Slick Mike, though, is going to send it back around. Chowder looks for up. No one is there, though, as Aoka's ready for the defense. Very well played from the Air Force. You don't want to give any more double commits than you already have. Play back, play safe, get back to your boost advantage.
Buck is doing the thing that first basemen often do that you can kind of tell keeps him out of the other end, but he does it the right way on the other way. He's committing to things too early before they're even shot at him, and that's been a dangerous thing for Air Force all night. But on this end, Chowder in front, put away by Slick Mike. Buck back on the offensive zone. It's off the wall. Dangerous centering pass. Chowder not on the right spot to capitalize, but they're just going to try and waste the time here. They don't want to give Army another chance. They're going to give it some seconds, and they're going to go on the offense here. Prevent Army from getting a chance. 10 seconds. Remember, if this time doesn't go out to the ball's on the ground, doesn't go in. Ioka stuffs it at the line. 5 seconds remaining. The ball's in the air, though. Buck over to Crow.
Oh, it's open,
off
it's
the
open,
wall.
it's open.
It's another centering pass. Dangerous spot. Still in the air. Looking for it. Crow off the wall. Back towards the middle. Army puts it on the ground, and we are in overtime. What a quick swing. Let's get going.
You got the first overtime of the grand finals. Who else than the Air Force and the Army? The high flyers and the boots on the ground as they both go in. Remember, folks, just a reminder from yesterday, right? This is golden goal situation. That timer can go on for hours until someone makes a goal. That is when it is over. The Air Force going to have to play a little bit of defense here off the back. Crow is going to find it, though. The boost not in the favor of the Air Force. They need to get this ball out of their field if they want to find anything against the Army.
And that's going to be a dangerous chance in front. Slick Mike puts it wide, but it's still in a dangerous spot. Ball goes back towards the middle. Dangling away right in that other end. Buck puts it towards the center. Crow! It's off the wall! It's gone away, but Chowder! Another chance off the crossbar! Oh my goodness! 2 surefire chances for Air Force, and they can't put it away. But it's not over yet. Crow still going for a chance. Stuffed in the middle. Chowder, another squeeze in front, leaves it to Buck, and Slick Mike on the wall there. Buck over back. Gets it no clear for him. Ball's in the other end now. Almost 2 goals. Should have scored there for Chowder. Went too wide. In front, there's another dangerous chance. Chowder has this ball. Back in the air. Over to Buck. This is a chance. Dangerous play in front, but nobody's there to block Kublu.
Yeah, and now you got to reset there, right? I know it was close, but you can't let that get too much in your head, as now they're going to play aggressive again. The boost is in their favor, but it's relatively even with the Army, a minute 20 in counting as the clock continues to go. Kublu going to send it up. Chowder can't find the redirection, and now Crow is going to have to find it. The boost looking even on either side, but a little bit depleted on the side of the Air Force. They're going in, and just like that, but no, Ioka comes out of the right field again.
Oh my goodness, what a save from Ioka to keep this game alive. Ball in front, Crow puts it away. 2 minutes into overtime. We've got 7 minutes already through this. Buck, chance in the middle, squeezed up top. Crow has a chance to clear this ball, but it's in a dangerous spot. Ioka chasing Buck for that ball. Chowder whiffs on the other end. Ioka stopped by Buck at the crossbar. Slick Mike back on the other end, and Chowder has a clear.
And now, once again, Chowder going to send it up. Kublu ready, though. It's open, it's out, but it's going to go wide. And now the ball sends across. The double commit might punish them, but the boost is back, and now Air Force can play offensive again. The Army is back in this here as we approach 2.5 minutes into overtime. The players need to stay locked in the whole way through. This is where things start to get messy, but the pinch will go to the left side just in time for the Air Force.
Stuffed in front. Here's a dangerous chance. Odd man rush. Can't beat Ioka. Great job there. In front. Chowder no boost, but it doesn't matter. Still able to put it wide. They accidentally center it the other way, though. Kublu has to keep Crow away. Crow pinches it the wrong way. Teammates not there. Chowder just following that ball along the wall.
And now with this, the Air Force going to look again. The boost still in their favor here. They can play aggressive, but that ball going to be centered back over to Crow, and now Chowder going to miss it just by a little bit. And now Buck, the pinch goes for it, but Kublu is there. The Army is not going to let a mistaken goal cost them a game.
Air Force doesn't want to have to complete a reverse sweep. They need this goal. Kublu up top. Slick Mike for the rebound. Put wide by Chowder. Chowder on the other end. He has a chance. Puts it up. It's a great shoot. Kublu there. Good spot for him. Chowder puts it towards the goal. Off the rebound. Great defensive rotation. Keeps Army in it. They have an odd man rush. 2 against Buck. Buck puts it away. No boost required for Air Force, it feels. Slick Mike gives it to the teammate. One more chance in front. Crow trying to put it the right way. Nobody's on that side. Bit of a reset. Some boost for both teams. Chowder in the defensive end. Clears it the other way. Here comes a chance for Air Force. Kublu back up top. Intercepted by Chowder. Dangerous spot for that ball. Squeezed away. Buck to Crow. Left side of the goal. No, can't do.
It's completely open right now for the Air Force. The boost was in their favor. We are 4 minutes in. Almost a full regulation game has been played in this overtime here. And now Air Force going to be a little bit low on this boost. The Army going to look for something as well. But in the mid will be Crow looking to match it. Sends it up, and Buck will put a denial to the Army offense. And now going to look for something in their own terms here. 4 minutes and 15 seconds. It's open, but just like that, Slick Mike won't let it slide.
Beautiful challenge from Crow to keep that ball in the right zone there. There's just such smart play happening here. Crow has this ball. Interesting opportunity. It's on the ground. Buck Over on the right side, it's Buck and Chowder. Chowder has to retreat for some boost, and everybody else will. Maybe not. That ball heads it towards the goal. Ioka enough boost to put it wide. They squeeze it the other way. Buck in front, trying to waste some time for his team to get there. Crow puts it in a dangerous pass. That's a dangerous spot. Chowder can't capitalize. Buck, great challenge to keep it away from a Slick Mike Grohl.
Oh, you hate to see it, right? You don't have the boost to capitalize. Kublu, though, not going to find it. Crow is open. It's passed. It can go in, and it doesn't. It's right there, Carson.
That's stuffed at the last moment. Ioka has a chance. Not enough boost, though. Gets it to his teammate. Up top. Great challenge by Crow. That ball's going the other way. Buck has it. Going to maybe get some boost here. Going to wait on the other end. Chowder, that's smart enough to know where that defense is going to go and to not challenge that ball in the midfield. Buck has no boost, gets it away to the other side. A great clear. Some reinforcements for Air Force rather on that just side of boost. Crow in front is going to miss. Army in an extra game in 25 seconds does it and beats Air Force in that game 3. It's up 3-0 for Air Force after theatrics. Absolute cinema.
5.5 minutes. The Air Force did not want to give that one up, Carson, and I mean, I'm shaking. I don't know how they're feeling. I mean, this isn't even the final game here, Carson. Yes, the Army is one away from sweeping this grand finals, but the Air Force does not want to give that up. But we've kind of already played 5 games here.
That is a back-breaking goal. That is a one that you cannot believe. Right now, I don't know if Air Force can recover from that one.
That's
hard. When you have to sit in front of the computer, put your head down, and you have to pretend that we just saw for the last 5.5 minutes did not happen.
Yeah.
After trying to get that ball back, scoring once more, barely keeping this game alive, and they die at the last second with 5 minutes 25 and an amazing pinch and clear that led Mike to get down the other side and just stuff it home.
Yeah, and it's not even the fact that they played for 5.5 minutes there, Carson, but the fact that the Air Force had 2 goals literally in, but not quite far enough for it to count as a goal. And I mean, it's just, it hurts me to watch that. I mean, twice, once at 1.5 minutes and once at about 4:16, and just like that. So the Air Force has to clear their minds here, right? It's potentially here that we can see the Air Force to win this match, but they have to win everything and clean sweep the Army, but the Army's looking to send this one home.
Yeah, they're going to need a reverse sweep here to do anything they want. Buck trying their best, just not being enough, though. That's a bad rotation, and Army already scoring. Slick Mike with a great assist there. Ioka on that end.
Yeah, and with this now, already Army going to start off strong here. Chowder's just not there for the defense, and it comes into these situations here where what can you do, right? Now with the Army at 4:40 here, a 19-second goal, the Air Force needs to reset if they want to find this.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one in front. Ioka puts it wide for Army. That's a good challenge. Chowder there has another chance to get it in front, but a demo is going to make that tough. Buck going to retreat, the smart thing to do. You don't want to be stuck 2-0 in the offensive and defensive zone. Chowder intercepts it to the middle, gives it back to Chowder, rather. That was Crow. Ioka in the defensive end, trying to clear it. Buck stops him right in the middle. That ball's going to be in a dangerous spot if Crow can do something with it. Off the wall, back to Buck. Buck with a rebound opportunity to Crow, and Crow isn't there in time. That ball's going the other way, and Chowder leaves a dangerous spot in front, but a great job dribbling it in the air away.
Yeah, good air dribble there. We'll send it all the way over to Army's side. Not going to find it. Will be Crow there. A very good attempt, but not there, and just bumps all over. But Ioka will go wide as well. Here is now the Army just trying to get a comfort goal to put themselves up, not just 1, but 2. But in return, Crow is going to try to find something. No boost, though, when you're in the Air Force field. You have to find this value if you are the Air Force. Chowder, though, playing a very aggressive game and not going to get punished. And now the Air Force, they're not out yet. They want to even this series.
One-timer score for Chowder. Watch this pass. Ioka loses it on the wall. Crow gets it right to his teammate. Slap shot. And that is a fast 75-mile-an-hour goal. Some of the fastest you'll see. And that is already back to 0-0. We have just got an unbelievable game again, I think, here.
Yeah, really they have, and Chowder gonna get immediately demoed, and in the midfield will go a pinch in the favor of the Air Force here. Chowder now gonna look for something in return, sends it off the side wall. Ayoka, as usual, in the best spot possible, and will be able to find a good defense here. Army boost is in their favor, but the demos are going to go out the side of the Air Force, which is going to push the Army back just a little bit here now. With the Air Force looking for something, the boost is in their favor. We've seen them do a good job, but they have about 50 boost on the other side of the field. But Army going to be there, going to send it back. Crow sends it up. Slick Mike, the only defender, and it goes in right on top as Chowder will be the member who brings the Air Force in the lead.
Chowder has taken this game over. Watch this. Crow in front. Great setup. Chowder from absolutely nowhere. Too fast for Slick Mike. Not enough momentum to beat that. 2-1 Air Force.
It goes right on top of Slick Mike. Air Force, you know, we were talking about how you have to clear your mindset going into this, and they did so, right? And now we see that with the Air Force going 2-1. Army, you cannot let up if you want to clean sweep this grand finals. The Air Force is not ready to give up, and that means you can't either.
Look at this. I mean, it's one of those things. You're now playing overtime, it feels like, the entire time, because every goal could be your last, and they're going for one more. A great demo in front. Chowder, hat trick, not even halfway through the game.
Not even halfway. The Air Force is not ready to give up. A good change in play style. These players are going for one demo into a goal. A demo into a goal. A demo into a goal. 3 times in a row we see it. And Air Force now a 2-goal lead here against the Army. This is a great change up in play for the Air Force, like you were saying earlier here.
Stuffed in front. Oh my goodness. Chowder and Crow have looked like LeBron and Wade. 3 assists for Crow. 3 goals for Chowder. Here maybe be another one. Crowd dangerous place in front. There's the demo, but nobody there to capitalize off of it. Chowder falls away in front. A whiff, and he stuffs it. Ayoka brings this game within the 1.
Oh, if you're the Air Force there, I think a little bit of miscommunication came in, right? Chowder misses. Buck not going to be able to find it, and Crow not able to find the full clear, and now the Army only 1 goal away. This game's a little bit more intense here, Carson, as the teams are back and forth here. But the Air Force, they want to stay with this aggressive play. Crow goes for a shot, but it won't be able to go in.
Look, you have to understand how much pressure's on it right now. Army is feeling great. Air Force not so much. That's going to come into the play to this. If they're going to lose only 1 game, it'll be here for Army, because this is where you feel the most comfortable. Air Force looking to get that seat a bit hotter. Crow, good shot. It could be a good application for both teams. Chowder in front, though. That's a smart rotation not to go anywhere, knowing your team isn't ready to go on the offense. A whip from Ayoka. This is dangerous. Buck stuffed by Kublu. That could have been a 2-goal lead.
Could have been, and the Air Force wants it. You can tell they want it. They are going so fast, but it's also something to be aware of, right? We've seen 2 goals lost for the Air Force because they are going very, very fast and going with this hard aggression, and it's punished them twice. Yes, they've gotten 3 goals because of it, but you don't want to triple or double commit here.
You have to understand, if you're Air Force, what is causing the problem? If you're double committing and it's working, why is that the problem? Because one of those goals was just a miss. Kublu, ooh, that's not a great clear. Gonna be another chance for Air Force in front. Chowder can't stuff it home. 2 up front, that was a double commit. Could be dangerous, but can't capitalize. 1 minute remaining. Air Force up 1. Crow demoed, but he gets that ball in a safe spot for Air Force to recover. Buck, the other end, full boost, catches that ball. Ayoka, too much of a commit. That ball's in a dangerous spot in front. 1 man to beat. That ball's lofting towards the goal. On the other side, Chowder can't put it the right way.
40 seconds here left. The Air Force just wants to keep this lead and go in. Look for a reverse sweep. Oh, the flip reset is there, though. The tap goes in, but Chowder, just in time, will pinch it out of the goal.
Chowder has taken over this game, stopping everything they need to. Just getting all the goals they need to as well. This has been a domination front in this game. Buck leaves that ball up for Crow. Chowder, though, going to take it. Knocks it the other way. Rotation for Air Force will be interesting. Let's see what they come up with here. It's going to be a defensive opportunity with 10 seconds. Ball put wide. Here is Ayoka with another centering pass. Kublu stuffed by Crow at the net. One more time. One more opportunity with a ball in the air with a second to go, but it looks like it may not be enough. Ball off the wall. Army trying to keep it up. Crow puts it on the ground.
And just as they should there, Army, we saw it yesterday, right? I think it was the Navy who kept the ball up a little bit too long, and the Army was like, okay, I'll make another goal for a last second. Great play coming out from the Air Force there. The aggression helped them a lot, and now they're still in this. Now, keep in mind, on sudden death if you are the side of the Air Force. One more game and you are sent home and you do not take this grand finals win. However, great change of play style for the Air Force, Carson.
Yeah, I mean, you almost get into double overtime. And you come back and do that after such a crushing goal. That is when you lose your breath over, and that is one that you have to take a second and stop playing for 2 hours. And they came back, kept that aggression up from that overtime, and just did an excellent job getting back in this game, keeping themselves alive. But they've got 3 more games to win. This Army only needs 1. They've got to be almost perfect. And what we saw, 3-2, could have been 3-0 if they were.
Yeah, and speaking of perfect, while we've been completely losing it here behind the desk, the Space Force takes 3rd place with a 4-0 victory over the Navy. So, very well played over there for the Space Force and the Navy off stream, taking that 3rd place victory. And that means all you Space Force and Navy fans get to now watch the battle of the skies and the battle on the ground between the Army and the Air Force. The Air Force not wanting to give this one up yet, still staying strong, still going in for this aggressive play. We saw that it worked well for them, but one of the biggest things to be aware of is if you go too fast, if you go overcommit this, the Army will capitalize.
It's like Mike has that ball on a good chance in front. Kublu tries to capitalize, centers it for Ioka, but it's a great job from Buck to make sure that ball isn't in the right spot for them to score. Crow puts back to Buck. One more opportunity in front for Army. That's a good interception at midfield. One more pinch will keep it in the Air Force defensive end, but the aggression kept up. It's tough to get that ball away. Nearly a high-flying goal for Air Force, but it's not going to be that. No, still, after 2 great chances, here's another one. Ioka puts it wide after a chance, top left of the net.
Yeah, with this now, a minute going in, neither team a goal quite yet, but the Air Force is looking, Ioka is there. A great rotation coming out from the Army. Good aggression, though, from the Air Force. And also, Boost, not looking too great, though, for the Air Force, however, as they're looking for something here. The Army now can play on the aggressive side, going to look for something, but can't quite find the ball on the ground. Crow, only 14 boosts to their name, don't really want to invest too much. Kublu will send it down, great for Chowder, but can't quite find the redirectional in midfield. Buck, though, a great demo, will put them in a good spot to go in and go fast once more. But Air Force needs to try and prevent Kublu and players, basically anyone on the Army, from stopping this rotation.
This is another dangerous chance in front, but Army's able to put this away. I'm at the edge of my seat that I'm standing right now. Chowder has another opportunity. Puts that ball wide, though, tries to put that ball wide after he's bumped. Buck, good job here. Can have an opportunity, but that's a long shot.
Oh, no.
Crow blocks it in front, but Kublu is another trying chance. Ball still in a dangerous spot. Army can't capitalize just yet, but Slick Mike off the rebound, off the crossbar. 1-0 Army.
And now, Army going to find that through the chaos. Back and forth, Crow wasn't able to go in, and the Army up 1-0 right now against the Air Force. 3 minutes left, the Air Force can find their way back, but once again, the Army, for the first time, or not for the first time, for another time, going to be in this lead. Air Force wants to try to find that back. Once again, the aggression is good, but they've got to work on this communication on these overcommits. We saw that on the defense even.
Yeah, those overcommits cost them, but, I mean, that's 3 chances in a row, and just the rotation wasn't quick enough. Maybe that's that. Maybe that's just getting beat. You have to forget about that. Remember it later when you're on the defensive end. Here in the offensive end, Buck putting that towards the center. It's stuffed in front. Here comes the ball. Dangerous chance after a pinch. One more chance in front is no opportunity. Chowder, though, really good job getting that ball in the right area, but Kublu going to clear it partially for Army.
Yeah, good patience coming out from Chowder. Buck going to send it. Kublu goes over, but Ioka is there to send it back over to midfield as we approach just under halfway through regulation time. Army 1 up here, going to look for an aggressive play as well. Buck goes for a defense, does find it, will send it out. Kublu, no boost. No boost really for anyone on the Army, but they both get the corners, and now the Army, once again, great rotation, is going to come back in on this attack. The Air Force going to look once more as it goes center. Buck can't quite find the pinch.
Buck looking for another goal here with his team. Air Force has been excellent all night, but they need one more opportunity. Slick Mike looking to stuff it. Perfect placement for Air Force. Nobody there to capitalize again for Army on what would have been a surefire goal with a double commit. One more chance in front. Air Force has swung the momentum, it feels. Ioka on the other side. Chowder dealing with 2 on their own, but that's a good juke. They beat 1, not 2. Buck there to pinch it. Ball, dangerous spot for Army.
Sets it
Air
down.
Force Chowder, no good. Ball stuffed. Crow in the area, dealing with 2 now. This is a quick swap. On the other end, Ioka puts that ball the right way. He'll leave it to centering Bass. Dangerous for Air Force, but they are able to get rid of it.
Yeah, Slick Mike.
Whoa.
The goal's open,
Maybe
but
not.
just in time. Crow will find it, though, but no boost for the side of the Air Force. Army going to be able to go on their attack now. Chowder wants to contest this, sends it up, go to the ground. The goal's open, but Crow, a demo finds, but the goal won't be able to go in now as Slick Mike now going to look for something. Crow gets the corner boost instead of Chowder. Good bump will go in from the side of the Army. 1 minute left. The goal is open as well as a demo. The Army needs to play defense, but they want to get one more. They want to secure this grand finals, Carson.
1 minute to try and keep yourself alive for Air Force. A good demo from Crow. Buck stuffed in the defensive end. Chowder able to take that ball. Ioka a bit conservative, just gets beat, goes for the rotation. One more chance for Army here as they get the ball on the other end. Air Force can't seem to keep it on the other side. That offense we saw last time has crumbled. Still just as aggressive. Army made the adjustment. Those balls are nowhere near the goal. Crow trying in front, really doing anything but Buck. Chance in the middle. This is going to be a rebound shot. Top down. He can't do it. Not enough. Mike with a save. 20 seconds.
No one's there for the pass either here. 13 seconds left. The Army, they want to take this victory 4-1 here. Buck and the rest of the Air Force have the boost. Slick Mike now going to go off the top here. Passes it across. So Buck can't get it. Chowder, though, 0-second rule here. It's going to touch the ground. Last second, Carson. The Air Force isn't out of it yet.
Oh my God, no time on the clock. I cannot believe it. Buck squeezes it. That was inches from the game ending. The time was up. Last second goal. We have overtime. Air Force is still alive.
Still alive, still well, and now both teams need to reset, but Army gonna go fast, gonna try to make this one go long. Air Force, however, they don't want to have another 5.5-minute game. They want to capitalize on those goals they didn't get in the first OT. Army, they want to just end this grand finals, but the Air Force is not willing to fly down yet.
Slick Mike, another chance out in the other end as he's got this ball in the air. He was dangerous all tournament with those kind of opportunities, but Air Force puts it wide. Chowder has that ball over to Kublu now after the interception in the other zone. Buck tapping it in the air. This is a dangerous spot for Air Force. Ball in front. Chowder can keep it away from centering, but Kublu puts it back in that area. Buck keeps it away. Ioka not ready to let this chance go. Crow clears it to his teammate. He's actually going to take it himself. No boost. Can't keep it away from Slick Mike. Mike back over to the middle. Chowder keeps it going the other way.
Chowder sends it up now. Army down on Kublu's boost. Chowder even as well. 1 minute into OT here. The goal on the side of the Air Force. And now Buck found a good demo. This could be it, but no one's there to capitalize. Chowder now sends it back over to the back left. Gonna go for the goal. And it's open, but once again, going to go short. And the Air Force is still fighting.
Not enough, Buck. No boost. Crow, no boost. Nobody has much of anything except Chowder in the defensive zone. This is a challenge. Ball's in a dangerous spot. Crow keeps them alive. The Air Force has another chance. Fast-moving chance on the wall. How will Mike play this? He plays it better. Chowder puts it towards Crow. Crow has boost. Chowder on his own. On the other end, what a move. Needs an Air Force member to capitalize. They will. Ball off the wall. Dangerous spot here for Army, but it's going to go the other way.
It's back in the middle here. A good defense comes in. Crow now going to send it back over to midfield as we approach 2 minutes. Now Buck sends it off to the corner, looks for a redirect. The pass is there, and the Air Force will take it, and we go 2-3.
Air Force stays alive. What a goal. Watch this. Buck off the wall, goes for the double tap themselves, but Chowder there to collect. 2-1. Air Force, I can't even believe it.
Carson. Buddy, we may be looking at the potentiality of not just a 3-3, but a reverse sweep. The Air Force still has 2 more games to play and win, potentially another 30 minutes if we go into OT again. But this is what we were talking about earlier, right? I said, I think if we stay in regulation, Army wins this, right? That's another game in OT that Air Force gets sent into and they capitalize, they win. I'm at a loss for words.
I mean, Army played that great, and that was like game 1, but the other way. Air Force just made so many mistakes, and Army couldn't capitalize on the ones they needed to and lose 2-1 there. I have no idea how that first goal didn't go in, first off. The ball has to cross the line, by the way, entirely. It's like hockey or soccer, if you're familiar, or car, as this is. I do not believe that ball did not go in. We need a review. We need something, but
replay.
Air Force found it anyway later on. I think Army, if they're going to do it here, they need to do it here. There's no way they can win a Game 7. I don't see it. It's no Edmonton, Florida Panthers situation. You can't get that reverse sweep. The momentum will be entirely in Air Force's favor if they find it here. Looks like it's still. They've won 2 in a row. 3-0 Army, now 3-2 Army.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like you were saying, the momentum of winning 2 games. Army, they're down in momentum. They've lost 2 in a row here, one of them being in overtime as well, right? So now these players have played a lot of Rocket League already. In total, they played 5 games, which is equivalates to about 25 minutes on top of a 30 minutes for the 5-minute overtime and about another 2.5-minute overtime. They have played easily 7 games already, and these teams are just going back and forth. But the Air Force wants to win it. Just barely. The Army won't find it, but in return, Kublu is there, and they're gonna start off the Army strong here, only 39 seconds in.
That is a very, very well played opportunity in front. Just textbook, what they needed, everything they needed. I cannot believe it. Air Force is in the same position they were earlier. Playing from behind, they're going to need to find a comeback. Swing this the right way. Crow doesn't go for that chance. Goes rather for Ioka on the other end. Really doing everything they can. Ball's back up for Kublu. Kublu over to Buck. On that interception, Kublu has no boost. Not much of an offensive chance there. As I said, they get 100 boost, but...
Yeah, and Air Force, you played really, really well so far. A good demo will go out, sends it off to the side so no defenders from the Army can find it. The boost is not quite there for a full engage from the side of the Air Force, and intelligently, they're going to back off, right? They don't want to give too much to them here. Goes right over the top of that goal, and now Air Force wants to try to just bait out all the boosts from the side of the Army. The ball is sent over to the Army side of the field. Air Force has to continue that aggressive play, and Crow will even the series 3 minutes and 33 seconds here.
Yeah, watch this. This is just, I mean, you get that clear in the other end, you're always going to have a chance to score when you're in that other team's end. Crow, right there, right at the perfect moment, can stuff it home after a pass over the goal line. You're not supposed to do that, but with Rocket League, there's not that much space, so you kind of have to. Chowder, wait, here we go. Chance up top, squeezes it off the wall, has a teammate there. No good. Kublu puts it wide, but it's not out of danger yet for Army. Kublu needs to get this ball away, and they will demo it in the process, or gets a demo in the process. Chowder on the other end, able to survive. Kublu can't put it the right way. Crow can't get it, and that's Ioka. Wide open net, 1-2 Army.
Air Force not able to find the defense here. I mean, we see it, right? Kublu goes across, but Crow goes wide. And because of that, Ioka, the player that was going ham yesterday, is going to find another goal for the Army to go up in the lead here. Higher scoring game once more here, Carson. And I mean, last time we saw this, the Air Force comes out on top, and they're going to look for something. The demo reset comes in, and now the Air Force not a lot of boost to work with here, but they want to stay in. Buck now going to look for something, but Kublu sends it off now. Back to the left corner. Chowder going to grab the full corner boost, sends it back over the boost in the favor of the Air Force, looking for something. The flip reset, not going to connect, and the Army is going to go back on the aggressive side.
Still a defensive chance here. High shot. Good split away by Ioka. That is a smart job to stay in goal. I would have thought that offensive chance was over. Chowder going up top. Has a shot for his teammate. Crow can't put it through. Buck has the best boost here. He's going to get the next chance. Over in front. Centering pass. No good. Chowder keeps it in the offensive end. But Slick Mike brings it the other way.
That commit could have been very bad for the Air Force, right? That was really aggressive here, but I mean, the Air Force, they're taking a page out of the Army's battle book here, and they're playing just like them. They're going aggressive even if they have no boost. You have to be aware of it, though. Crow sends it off into the ceiling. Buck, nothing to work with. Chowder and Ioka in the mid. Chowder gives it over to Ioka to keep some boost. Buck going to come back now, and we'll send it over. Chowder going to bump Ioka, not let them have the ability as we approach just under 2 minutes here, Carson. Air Force looking to make this even, but to do so, they need to get the ball back over to the Army side of the field.
Slick Mike had a goal there, but just Both teams kind of whiffed, expecting the other one to do the other thing. In front, dangerous pass, missed from the first shot. Chowder can't connect either. That is a dangerous chance that Army is lucky to not have. It goes the other way. Crow keeps it around. Oh my goodness, that should have been a goal for Army and Air Force.
Yeah, but neither one able to find the connect. However, Air Force has good boost, but it's over on their side now. Army gonna look for something. Everyone on the Air Force on the left side of the field, they're gonna go fast, and they're looking for something here. Sends it over. Slick Mike, however, gonna be there. We'll find the connect. We'll send it over. Crow tries to find it, but in the favor of the Army now. The pinch sent straight up, and the Army looking for something. The goal is open, but it's not gonna go in. The Air Force isn't done yet.
A double whiff. This is dangerous. Odd man rush over to Buck.
It's open. It's open.
It's blocked in front by Slick Mike. Ball's back in front. Slick Mike again. That is on. Oh my gosh, Slick Mike on their head in the other zone. That's another dangerous shot.
Chowder
in a poor rotation after what was surely 2 goals. Cost Air Force a 2-goal lead with 50 seconds to go.
Chowder has the boost, but can't quite get there in time. And just like that, the Army at a 2-goal lead here, and we've seen it very difficult for teams to find 2 goals in quick succession between these two teams. The Army could be at the final chances. They're looking for something off the back, but Aoka won't be able to find it. Kublu now sends it forward. Crow wants to look for a defense, can't quite find it, but a good hit will come in from Buck.
Chowder has a wide open net, stuffed by Slick Mike. Been the offensive and defensive MVP it feels here so far. Kublu over to the other end. Army has another chance to send this game over. Nail in the coffin, and Central New York is here. Stays on the line, can't be done yet. Crow, 24 seconds, wide open net, not enough boost to do anything with it. Chowder in the middle, ball contested. Army wasting time, trying their best here in the other end. Buck up top, over to Crow. You've got 3 Army defensive side, 10 seconds remaining. They need a goal now. Buck over the other end, balls in the air, 3, 2, and that won't be enough. It'll hit the ground, and Army takes Air Force to 6 games and wins in Central New York, the Rocket League's Veterans Day Invitational.
Army will take that win, and 4-2, your Army will be the champions of this Veterans Day International Grand Finals. And Carson, I need a drink. I need a drink of water. I mean, I need some hydration.
I need to sit down and just look at the ceiling, the new beautiful ceiling.
Wow.
Powered by Horizon AVL. New ceiling here. Beautiful stuff. Place looks great. I cannot believe what happened in Game 3. I cannot believe what happened to bring that game all the way back to Game 6. Air Force dragged it nearly to Game 7, but we will not see you tomorrow night. That is the game, and that is the series. Army. Wow. Wow.
I mean, 4-2 series. Just sometimes in these best of 7s, you see 4-1 or 4-2, and you don't fully realize how close it actually is. Like, on paper, yeah, Army wins that 4-2, right? But you didn't watch an hour and a half of Rocket League that these two teams just played. I mean, it was incredible. I mean, a lot of goals, right? If you're the Air Force, you're that close. You just can't quite find the value to get it in. And sometimes that happens. But, I mean, major credit to the Air Force there for getting so close. But at the end of the day, they will be your runner-ups, your second-place team. Your third place is Space Force, Navy falling down to 4th. But your champions of the military bracket will be the United States Army.
And that's not all that we have today. We've got an entire bracket more of 5 more teams gunning for the championship later on. So I don't even know how I'm going to do that after such like this, but all we can hope is it's just as good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? At the end of the day, I just want to talk a little bit more on these military teams. Just a major thank you, right? For not just for the service to our country, but to take time to bring yourself here, right? And we get to see some of these replays of how good these players actually are from this grand finals. I mean, just incredible plays. And you got to think, they are matching service to our country with playing Rocket League, and it's just incredible, right? I mean, I'm speechless.
This is just one of those things you look at and you're watching these replays and you can tell how good both these teams are. Almost every goal could have gone either way.
Wow.
And you see Kublu there just capitalizing on opportunities. Army did that just a little bit better than Air Force, as Air Force struggled to even get those opportunities. Army dominated on time of possession, but it didn't matter all too much for Air Force, who did do a great job, put up those goals when they needed to. Slick Mike, one of those players who was great defensively and offensively. Watch this save in front to squeeze it, but it won't be enough. Those rotations were everything for both sides, and any hole kept them out of the game.
You watch some of these replays here, Carson, and obviously you and I are jumping up and down on the desk, so you don't fully realize, oh, that's just hard to watch. It's such a good save, but you're so close, and it happens so many times, too. It's so painful to see, but, like, I mean, it proves not only that, but also the mental of these players. I mean, able to play 5 minutes of OT, another full regulation game, after 2 goals that should have gone in but didn't. I mean, there's the second one, right? And you still come back the next 2 games and win both of them.
It's a tough thing, obviously, mental, and then you see that's the goal you give up. A wrong rotation, just an inch too late. I'm watching the Air Force guys leave right now. They should be proud of the fight they put up.
Oh, absolutely.
They did an amazing job, and just unfortunately, Army had the better capitalization on the chances. Air Force should look at this, be very happy they did it, because I'm sure they could take Army to 7 and beat them any other time of the week. I think this is one that goes 5 either way if you play it 10 times.
Absolutely, right? And if it doesn't go 5, it's going 7, right? Like you were saying. I mean, these players are incredible. These individuals are incredible in so many different ways, and Rocket League is just one of them, right? And I mean, just seeing them compete in person, right, in this LAN, that's one of the things that you can really appreciate, right, is these different branches of the military able to come in and play against each other, play against people that, you know, maybe they don't interact with on an everyday basis, but maybe online, right? And now you get to sort of meet them in person, talk to them, and it's great when these players actually get to have that opportunity. Taking a look at the Army and the Air Force here, 17 saves from Slick Mike. 4 goals for both Kublu and Slick Mike, 5 for Aoka, 5 for Chowder. I mean, this game as a whole, you can tell, went the distance.
I mean, Slick Mike, Kublu, and Aoka, you have to look at the difference in saves there. Yep. That are 3 players that were on their head. Not a single one of Army had less saves than anyone on Air Force, and that goes to chances. Air Force playing their defense mainly in the middle, and Army having that ball stuck in their end for a lot of this game. And it's unbelievable that they only allowed 2 to 3 goals at most any game.
Yep.
I mean, Slick Mike, we saw at the end there, 2 saves on their head. Just last-ditch efforts, anything you can. No boost for either of them, trying to do anything to get your car in front of that ball.
Yeah, and that's another thing, right? 17 and 14 saves for Slick Mike and Aoka. Typically, in the past games, we've seen Kublu as that player, right? Who's been a little bit further back on that sort of third-man rotation, but this time, it was the scorers. Now, granted, they still got goals, right? I mean, in a total, they had, 13 goals in these games. So, obviously, everyone was scoring, but, I mean, to see how well all these players are able to fully rotate their change, I mean, that is just incredible.
Yeah, and you have to look at that from an angle, hey, why was that so close? Not a single game except the last one was not within 1 goal. That was amazing. They played 7 games when they only played 6 with how much overtime we had. You have to just look at that and wonder what happened, I think, if you're Air Force. Got to come back together. That's a good team. They'll probably play Army again, and they'll probably try just as hard. That's a series I think will be very, very fun for a very long time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason there's been a rivalry between these branches for 2 centuries now, right? I mean, it's going to continue, right? And that's the end of the day, right? It's going to continue that way. But at the end of it all, the tailwind's not in the favor of the Air Force. The Army, however, the boots on the ground will come out on top and will be able to conquer this victory and conquer this championship for the military bracket. And of course, we've got a lot more Rocket League to go with our collegiate bracket coming up next with, just to remind everyone who those teams are, Syracuse, Buffalo, Albany, Northeastern, and Utica all going to be playing next. So don't go anywhere. We've got a lot of games to play and a lot more Rocket League to show. We'll be right back after this break. And we are back. A little bit of a bonus for all of y'all out there. We got an interview with the winning team. Not only the winning team, but I believe the individual with the most saves in this past game, Slick Mike. First off, how you feeling after that match?
Oh, man, my hands are so shaky. I'm a little nervous, but, man, I feel really good that we're able to pull out the win.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And sort of going off of those nerves a little bit, right? 2 games into overtime, one of them 5 minutes long. How are you guys... what was the mental going into that? What was the thought process as it kept going without getting too messy?
You know, we just got to maintain our composure and do what we were doing because we were up 3-0. So we knew we had the capabilities to keep going if need be. And eventually we did pull it out, and I'm glad we were able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I mean, it's incredible, right? Playing about 7 minutes of the game and of non-regulation, and you guys still coming out on top of that. And you know, I got one last question for y'all. Obviously, we got this amazing new space. You guys got to come in, compete in person. Going up against some of these other branches is not something I'm assuming y'all do very often, right?
We do every now and then.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we have like friendly Discords. We'll do private matches every now and then. The military like scene is very close.
Okay, yeah.
So we're familiar with everybody. It's a nice little family we got going.
Yeah. And I'm sure coming in person probably made that a lot better. So,
oh, yeah.
I guess the question for you here is, you know, assuming we come back again next year and do this, Air Force, probably a rivalry now you've got under your belt. What are the thoughts going into that, right? Maybe thinking, okay, now Air Force, that team that we got to be aware of. How does that feel, I guess, internally?
Well, we got to make sure we don't give up the 0-second goals first off. That's the first step, and I think we just got to keep improving, and I'm for sure, hopefully next time we'll make it 4-0.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate it, Slick Mike, not only for the performance, but also what you do for this country. Truly amazing having y'all here. But that's all I've got for you. That's all I've got for y'all. When we return, we will have our collegiate bracket starting, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
And I don't have any wishes, but when I kiss you, our lips fit well. And I don't have expectations, controlled by some strings. It's killing me 'cause I just can't say what I mean. And everywhere I go is the wrong place to be. I think I should go home, but I don't know where it is. Puppet controlled by some strings. It's killing me 'cause I just can't say what I mean. And everywhere I go is the wrong place to be. I think I should go home, but I don't know where it is. And everywhere I go.
of saxophone madness.
To bring you this.
Of saxophone madness.
You lift me off of the ground. I close my eyes and I wait for the come down. I used to live in the now.
And we are back, this time with our collegiate bracket, and the desk has had to swap up once more. This time on the desk, we got the one and only Danny Seligman. Danny, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling charged. I want to know how you're feeling after that absolute whirlwind of a military bracket final. That was insane.
Well, let me tell you something. Hydration.
Hydration.
As long as you drink water, you're fine going in. And, you know, that's where I'm at right now. I got to take a breath. I got to sit down because I was standing that entire game. And, you know, got some water in my system. I'm hydrated. I'm ready to go because we got collegiate now, Danny. I mean, we got a lot of games to play and a lot of teams to go through here. And before we get into that, I just want to give one little shout out to the people that have made this such an amazing event. The people over at Horizon AVL. A big thank you. Hearts out to all of you over there at the company.
Horizon AVL made this possible, made that amazing game we just saw possible, and they are going to make this game we are about to see possible. It is the semi-finals in the collegiate bracket. Syracuse is about to take on U Buffalo. Winner gets a ticket to the grand finals. Yesterday, we saw these two teams play, and Buffalo came out on top 2-1. As we take a look at our collegiate bracket, Albany defeated Utica in the play-in stage, so they will play next against Northeastern. But for now, of course, Buffalo-Syracuse is where we are headed.
Yeah, Buffalo and Syracuse. And just to talk a little bit about how that went yesterday, you briefly touched on it. Buffalo beat Syracuse 2-1. However, something that, you know, Carson and I were talking about was I believe that if Air Force got it into OT, they'd win all the OT games over the Army. Well, we could speak to facts on that one for this. Every game that Syracuse has lost so far have been in overtimes. So something to keep in mind, right? Against Buffalo, they lost that first match in, I believe, a 1-minute overtime. And then they won the second one. And then the third one went into another overtime. They lost that against Buffalo. So they went 0-2 in overtimes there. And then again at the end of the day against Northeastern, they lost the first one in overtime, won the second one, and lost the other one in the overtime.
So it seems like, from what I'm hearing from you, Ryan, tell me if I'm wrong, Syracuse wants to end these games in regulation.
Yes.
Syracuse wants to come out strong. They want to come out fast. They want to play their game, and they want to end this before it gets to overtime because, as we've been saying, Syracuse is a much younger team. Pretty sure everybody's a freshman, and that type of experience, especially, I think this is the first time or the second LAN they've played,
so,
but also at home court advantage. You know, you don't have to wake up in a hotel. You wake up in your bed, you come here, you feel good, so you want to take advantage of that and capitalize early.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, with that, we get to see a lot of good plays, right? Yesterday we saw some incredible plays from Gababy, and going into this, right, Syracuse Buffalo, like you were saying, I think the biggest thing of why things get scary in this OT situation is for one very specific reason, and that is because they're new, right? They get a little messy. They're still trying to operate as a team, but at the end of the day, I think if we have no OT, Syracuse clears 2-0 here, Danny.
So what's going to happen, how this bracket is going to work, as we do a fly-through of the beautiful Champions Field, is that it is a best of 5.
Yes.
The loser of this is going to be fighting for 3rd place against the loser of Northeastern and Albany. This is going to be intense. Best of 7 grand finals, but for now, best of 5. Yesterday they played a best of 3, so a little bit longer today. This is where stamina starts to come into play.
Yep.
These teams have to be, like as you were saying, hydrated. They have to be, can't be hungry. You hope you got a good night's sleep last night. All these things are going to come into play, not just in this first 5-game series, but as these teams move forward throughout their tournament lives. Ryan, we are underway.
And we are starting off here, University of Buffalo and Syracuse University, the orange and the blue, respectively.
Yep.
You love how it works out that way. And we're going to start off strong here. The same players, the alliteration from Buffalo, and the Syracuse freshman roster. So we got some stuff going on here, Danny.
We got some stuff going on. Starting off strong with the demo. Lindell takes down Agent AJ as now Buffalo look to maybe get a shot in on goal. A miscue from Syracuse going up to contest that freestyle from Buff Big Khabib. Gababy just kind of sails that one ride, leaves it right up to Hitman Horsey to put it away.
Yeah, and I think Gababy maybe expected that to be a shot on goal, but instead redirected to a pass. Very well played from Buffalo, but because of that, Mr. Lindell was not fully prepared, and I mean, Buffalo able to capitalize off of that and going to start off strong here, 40 seconds in with a goal. Now, once again, Syracuse on the defending side, and they're just struggling to find the value on that offense, right? And this is where that sort of newness of the roster comes in.
Yeah.
Finding that sort of rhythm back into the game, something that Buffalo has a little bit more of an advantage on.
A minute down in the first game. Best of 5 series. First team to win 3 wins is the victor. Syracuse wants to reverse the decision from yesterday, again falling to Buffalo. It's going to come on the back of Gababy. Gababy is going to have to play strong. He's going to have to play solid, and at times he might have to put this team on his back just a little bit as Tasty Towels gets the demo onto Agent AJ, and they try and transition that into an offensive play.
Yeah, one thing you got to sort of see from the sides here. Wait, a good demo could be the opening. Oh, 2 demos, but no one's there to follow up. And this is one of the things I wanted to talk about is here is on the side of Buffalo, there is great boost advantage. Now, right now, they all have to kite back, but Syracuse, they're struggling with this boost. They're just not using it in the ways to keep that pressure forward.
Gababy now with the touch off the side. Hit away by AJ, but Tasty Towels picks up the rebound, flying in from half court, ties up the game 1-1. I like this.
Yeah, very well played there. The demo
Good demo.
Good as well from Gababy, and just like that, Syracuse and Buffalo going to be 1-1 here as we approach 3 minutes into this game. But this is what you want to see from Syracuse, right? Sort of just adapt in, make some changes, and as you do so, sort of get into the rhythm, right? You did play Buffalo yesterday, and I believe it was the first game as well. So, get back into it, right? Get back into the groove. What worked for y'all? What didn't really work for y'all? One of the things, keep it in regulation.
Keep it in regulation. Syracuse wants to take this in the next 3 minutes. Good save up there from Agent AJ, flying up to stop that ball before it goes in the goal. Gababy now is going to get this next touch, sends it back in. Tasty Towels looking for the hit, but Buff Big Khabib in front of the net, hits it off to the side. No boost from there. Syracuse now with the opportunity. Hitman Horsey in the net. Tasty Towels not quite in the position to send that back towards the goal off the rebound. But Buff Big Khabib out of boost, flying in the air. Ball back towards midfield. Lindell up, takes it. Hitman Horsey off to the side. The redirection from Gababy finds goal number 2.
Great plays from Syracuse right down on the boost if you are Buffalo, and because of that, Hitman Horsey tries to predict something because you don't have the boost to really counterplay, and Syracuse takes advantage. Gababy takes advantage and finds that goal, putting Syracuse just up by 1 goal as we are just under halfway through game number 1. Remember, best of 5, but no one's on the goal. the triple commit coming out from Syracuse, and the punishment from Buffalo will even this series.
Yeah, we see the ball just fly up in the air. Buff Big Khabib was there to get it. Gababy and Tasty Towels was out of boost. Gababy was circling around, I think, for that corner boost. Unfortunate timing there as we're back all tied up.
Yeah, and you want to see some of the changes of these rotates, right? A good shot's going to go in, but it will go a little high. Now Syracuse looking for something, but the boost is not there. They need to fall back. They need to look for this rotate here. The pinch not in their favor, but Lindell is there. This could go well. A good demo comes in, but not before the redirect goes in for the side of Buffalo. Now Syracuse trying to find some value. The boost is there for their favor, but Tasty Tao is not going to be able to come in.
Yeah, I like that play there from Tasty Towers, trying to get Buffalo off of their feet to give room for Gababy to shine. The shot in from Hitman Horsey. Mr. Lindell is in the cage watching. Tasty Towers flying up to meet Buff Big Khabib in the air. The touch doesn't go his way. Gababy's right there, though, with the full tank of gas to send that back the other way. Second hit goes Mr. Lindell's way. Crossed up above the net, centering Hitman Horsey. Wants to try and hit that out now. Gababy, the one flying up. The double touch off the wall. Oh, not going to come in, but the rebound for Tasty Towels off the top of the net. Gababy again off the top crossbar. Syracuse with a good chance there, but unfortunately nothing comes.
Yeah, everything was just a little wide, a little high, and they weren't able to find that from the side of Syracuse. But I did like that, right? You just rotated in one after another after another. I want to see more of that from Syracuse, right? Set your teammates up for some of these plays and put yourself in a position to where you can rotate around and look for that play as well. I want to see more of this from Syracuse because it's going well for them. They just need to find the connection.
Gababy now off the top, shoots it down. Doesn't quite go in. Tasty Towels looking for the touch. Syracuse backing it up, getting boost. Now Gababy with the hit. Hitman Horsey, no boost. This could go in if it's going in the wrong way. No, the demo. Unfortunately, Gababy doesn't quite get there in time. 30 seconds left in game number 1. We're tied.
Yeah, and you know, it's hard to dribble it all the way down, right? Especially when that rotate is there for the side of Buffalo. You have to look for something on the team there, right? Lindell going to go a little wide there, but Gababy now going to try to do something, sends it down. The pinch goes for Syracuse.
Oh, not enough boost from Gababy to get up there and chow that ball. It does not matter because it doesn't go in either way. 5 seconds. Syracuse now looking to maybe take this. They don't want it to go into overtime. We talked about Syracuse key to success, win in regulation. Ryan, you sigh as if Syracuse has already lost.
Look, Danny, you're 0-4 in overtime matches so far. It's scary, right? You got to think about it. And if you're Syracuse, you can't let that affect you, right? You have good plays, but you don't want to let that sort of lingering thought of this kind of happened last time. I believe it was actually this scoreline too, 2-2.
Yeah.
You don't want to let that happen again, right? You've got to stay good mentally. A nice off the back, Tasty Toes go in, but it's still wide.
Syracuse wants to try and score, try and right their wrongs from yesterday. The demo is going to go in. The touch from Gababy, trying to get that ball out in front of the net, centered, but given right to Buff Big Khabib. Tasty Towels looks in, tries to get the second tap, gets demoed for it. Lindell now with boost flying to meet that ball in the air. Gababy is going to take control of it, flying off the ceiling. AJ meets it off the side. Buff Big Khabib coming in for the rebound. Syracuse is there for now with the defense, but they're not out of the woods yet.
No, they're not. They need to clear it, and they will as it sends off the right side of the field here. Syracuse now looks for something. Lindell sends it up. It's open, but no one is there to capitalize again. But the demo is there. Someone needs to go for Syracuse, but once again, the rotate is just not there in time.
A minute 12 into overtime. The longer this goes on, the more Buffalo could be favored in this matchup. Now the ball in front of the net. This could be it. Gababy comes in, finds the tap. Syracuse take their first game in overtime.
That is a great confidence booster for Syracuse, right? I mean, I'm watching that timer go up there, Danny. 120, and I know it's about a minute exactly from what happened yesterday, right? Right about 2 minutes and 23 seconds, that's when Buffalo was able to score. So this is a great confidence booster for Syracuse. Obviously, not really where you want to be, right, going into overtime and being that close, because things do get messy the longer they go. But if you are Syracuse, that's a great way to start here. You take game number 1, but it is a best of 5. You need 2 more to win this, Danny.
It is really good that Syracuse is able to come out in the first overtime game, get that win, because you're right, in the back of the heads, they're thinking, we didn't win a single game in overtime yesterday. To set the tone now will have ramifications on every game Syracuse is to play this tournament.
Absolutely, right? I mean, taking this win is great for the mentals of Syracuse, right? Because now you're not like, oh, now we're 0-5 in overtime. Now you're like, all right, we got to win in overtime. We're fine, right? Ignore everything that happened yesterday because today you are undefeated in overtime matches. And at the end of the day, right, today is the big day, right? Because yesterday you were playing for seeding. We mentioned it earlier today. Yep. Now you're not. Now you're playing for, third place matches. You're playing for elimination. You're playing for grand finals, right? So the mental has got to change here. And Syracuse came in. The mental has changed. And we can see that, right? I mean, overtime, they're playing a lot better, right? And that's what you want to see from them.
Good, solid plays, too. And I was saying at the beginning, Gababy is going to need to be a key factor if Syracuse wants to win that game. 2 goals Gababy notched in that one first game. And now into game number 2, Buffalo looking to right the ship.
Yep, looking to make it even here between these two matches. And Syracuse going to start off on the defensive end here, but they're going to clear it out, send it across. And remember, if you're liking everything you see, make sure you keep up to date on the Twitter, the X, Instagram, and Twitch at Qs_esports as Syracuse finds a good defense. Clip it and ship it.
Clip it and ship it. Send it out to those Instagram pages, which all of you must go and follow instantaneously. Gababy throws one in on the cage. Buff Big Khabib there to stop it. Syracuse now looking to try and collect the rebound, make something out of this offensive chance. Gababy picks the ball up towards midfield, dribbling it down to the corner, throws it back in on the net. Gababy, a solo freestyle to give Syracuse their lead 45 seconds in.
Great way to start for Syracuse. A nice little dribble for the ball. No one's there for the defense, and right in the top right corner, Buff Big Khabib not able to find it, and Syracuse, about 34 seconds in, will find themselves in the lead.
And that just shows you the importance of boost. Buff Big Khabib, no boost in that goal. Gababy knew that. He saw the little orange reticle on the side, or the boost circle, excuse me, and knew that if you just put a top corner, Buff Big Khabib can't possibly get there.
Yeah, now with this, see, Gababy, no boost, but still going to play aggressive, right? Wants to try to stop anything from Buffalo. Will do so. Lindell now sends it off the top. Gababy looking for something, but can't quite find it. Tasty Tao's not going to look for that shot.
Yeah, Syracuse seems like now they just have to back up, collect some boost. Maybe you can try and keep this offensive stand alive, or maybe it might transition into your defensive end. Hitman Horsey now, midfield, no boost. Buff Big Khabib, the only person with boost as AJ collects a massive one. Tries to throw it in off the top. Buff Big Khabib does not want Buffalo to stay down.
Yeah, a nice shot off the back. Tasty Tao is not able to find it. Gababy thinks so and goes back down, but Buff Big Khabib, very well played from Buffalo there, able to even up this series. We've got 3.5 minutes left.
Off the face-off. The ball stalled at center court. The demo comes out from Gababy. Tries to push the advantage forward into Buffalo's end. In the air now. Buff Big Khabib there with boost. Trying to hit this ball. Gababy meets it, sends it back towards Buffalo's end. Syracuse looking for a few more pickups, trying to get a shot in on goal scoring opportunity. Tasty Towels comes in the shot. Saved by Buff Big Khabib.
Yep, a good save coming in from Buffalo, but Syracuse has the boost, can go in for this. They have such a boost advantage and a double demo advantage. This could be it for them. There's no boost, but Syracuse just can't capitalize. Lindell goes for the shot. It goes a little high off the crossbar, and now Syracuse Gababies will do the same as Buff Big Khabib. Will find a good defense, and right off the top of Tasty Towels, Lindell will find a good defense, but Syracuse not able to find a goal.
Great defensive stand from Buffalo. They were able to just lock in, no boost, but they played very solid. They knew where to be. They kind of felt where the ball was coming. They were able to put themselves in between the ball and the goal.
Yeah, a good demo once again, but Syracuse can't really find the capitalization off these demos. Off the ceiling, Gababy, but won't be able to find it.
Good demo there from Lindell. Syracuse off of that, looking to take the possession control. Hitman Horsey meets the ball midfield, but another demo comes out. Tasty Towels out of boost, up in the air, sends it up. Buff Big Khabib is there to respond. Mr. Lindell, though, back on Syracuse's side with full boost, should be able to send it back the other way.
Yeah, with this now, Syracuse, a good hit. We'll put it in Gababy's favor. Redirects in the middle. Tasty Towels sends it off to the wrong direction, and now Lindell finds a good demo to prevent Buffalo, but will get hit back in return. In this corner here is just a dogfight as Syracuse is trying to find an opening. Agent AJ looks for something, but the pinch sends it back over to Buffalo's field.
Great pinch. The pressure somewhat relieved for Syracuse as Gababy is keeping the foot on the pedal. The demo on Hitman Horsey. Syracuse really seems like they're starting to make these demos a key part of their game plan.
Yeah, and I really like it, right? If you can prevent Buffalo from being able to really do anything as a team, the demos are good. But now that you have the demos in your game plan, now you've got to capitalize off that and get the goals off of it, right? Earlier today in some of the other brackets we saw, it went demo goal, right? Right now we're just seeing demo. We need the other half of that plan.
Yeah, Buffalo, full boost. They've picked it up. Gababy tries to just send it back. Syracuse have got to go back, collect boost, try and set up for another offensive possession. Tasty Towns off the edge, tries to center it. Buff Big Khabib is there, but Gababy, a full tank of boost. Tasty Towns circling around for maybe the rebound, and it's in. Gababy off the top. I don't even know how he got that one in there.
I mean, a good dribble off the side of the wall here in the air, sends it down right off the back. And even if it wasn't defended, Tasty was there to send it in for the goal. And now Syracuse goes up 2-1 here. Buffalo has 58 seconds to make this even.
Definitely something that Buffalo can do. Syracuse has to try and lock in, keep the ball out of Buffalo's hands. Gababy does just that. Flying up in the air, takes control of the ball. Lindell comes in. You see Gababy shoving Agent AJ out of the field of play. Now no boost for anybody across the board. Zeros for Syracuse. Buffalo picks up boost. Syracuse tries to stabilize, get some boost, hold on for 30 more seconds.
Yeah, and if you're Syracuse here, right, you're trying to just look to play defense if you can. Be a little aggressive at times, but don't overcommit this, right? Right now, we're really only seeing Lindell here. The other two members of Syracuse play in midfield, as they should. Gababy full boost will just send that out. Now you can play one slight aggressive play. Gababy is sent in, and will even find the goal, and Syracuse will be likely confirming game number 2.
The best defense is a good offense. Gababy takes advantage of the bad touch from Buff Big Khabib, and again, when you're down 2 goals, 15 seconds left, you gotta pretty much commit 3 to these offensive possessions, and a slip up there, it's pretty much like an open net in hockey. It's just gonna seal the game.
Yeah, and if you're Syracuse now, you just want to keep control of this ball, right? Don't let Buffalo get control of it. Make it difficult for them to even use it. Get down to 1 second, and you will confirm this game as they do. And now the ball will touch the ground, and Syracuse will go up 2-0 in this series, 1 away from making themselves in the grand finals.
I mean, look, Syracuse could not have asked for a better start, right? Up 2 games, you win the first 2, you win the first one in overtime, you shake the demon off your back, and you prepare yourself to go into game 3. Buffalo, however, on the other hand, has to find a way to stabilize. Buffalo is getting kind of out-dribbled, they're getting moved around, and if you're Buffalo, you have to figure out a way to combat against these demolitions, because it really feels like Syracuse is doing a good job forcing them off of these spots, making things more confusing, which is allowing Gababy to kind of just take over with his mechanical skill.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If this Syracuse team decides to play around Gababy's play style, then, I mean, if you're Buffalo, the answer is right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's relatively simple. Now I'm behind the desk, but just demo Gababy.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the answer is right there. It's textbook right there. You read it word for word. That's how you're supposed to beat this Syracuse team. But if they can't find that value, like Lindell, who is just a demolition expert right now, then, you know, Gababy's kind of just going to have free reign.
We know, Ryan, that your favorite thing in the world
absolutely
is these demos.
It is.
Every single game, you're like, I just think they should demo more. Why don't they demo more? People should demo more. Syracuse is listening, and Syracuse is up 2-0. Maybe you have a future ahead of you as a Rocket League coach.
Oh boy. Oh, that might be interesting. But all right, guys, let's just look for more demos. I mean, that's the way to play it, right?
Oh, right off the bat, Tasty Towers finds the one onto Hitman Horsey, and even though that doesn't really net anything positive for Syracuse right away, it still just stalls Buffalo. They have to get back. They have to consciously make the effort to reset. Throws off these rotations, and I mean, now look, Syracuse getting a good offensive possession. It's been 30 seconds, and Buffalo hasn't really touched the ball.
Yeah, and all 3 of them go for that hit, which means none of them will be able to go for a defense here. Tasty Towers, however, sends it a little bit closer to midfield. A good pass, and the ball goes in! Syracuse with a beautiful pass will send that over, and Tasty Towers will put themselves on this board. Gababy, beautifully well done for the assist, and just like that, Syracuse, only about 36 seconds in, will put themselves 1 up on the board.
I mean, that's just beautiful. You have Gababy, the nice pass, massaging the ball over, and then Tasty Towers, the depth finishing touch. Drives in through the middle, pops that ball up and over. It is truly something to see. Syracuse just got to hold on to that momentum for the next 4 minutes, and they will move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is a brand new Syracuse team than what we saw yesterday against Buffalo, and you can't discount how Buffalo is playing either. It's just a matter of Syracuse has changed in their game plan, right? I mean, maybe I do change careers, right? The demos have been doing a lot, and the reason they're so important, the demos, the bumps, is because it stops the rotations. That is what is so crucial about these demos and about these bumps, and that's what Syracuse is looking to capitalize on.
Mr. Lindell drives up the ball on the wall, throws it up to Tasty Towers, but sent away by Hitman Horsey. Syracuse now back on the defense. The ball going towards the net. Gababy able to find that touch, send it away now into the net. Tasty Towers gets a nice hit. Hitman Horsey flying in from the top, able to put that in the back of the net and equalize it. 90 seconds in.
That was a good defense there. I mean, right there, just barely Tasty was able to get up. But, I mean, you know, you have two members go in for the first defense. You don't have the boost to confirm that second defense. And now Buffalo going to even this up. About the same time we saw them even it up last time here, but Syracuse now going to have the boost advantage. Won't have the ball in their hands, but as I say that, Tasty Towers will grab it. Hitman Horsey in return will look for the ball now. Lindell wants to try to mirror this, but Gababy will send it off to the left side. Boost going to fall low. Syracuse needs to look for a defensive rotation.
Tasty Towers now tries to hit that in. Gababy with the great touch to throw Agent AJ off his game. Hitman Horsey in the air, met by Mr. Lindell. Shot off to the side. Gababy picks it up, sends it back towards the middle. Big Buff Khabib is waiting. Ball off the ceiling. Tasty Towers, no boost, keeps it in the air. Gababy picks up that mega, tries to hit the ball. It's knocked off a spot in front of the goal. Agent AJ will have no problem picking that up. Gets tapped from behind though. Tasty Towers, the ball. Buffalo trying to find a way to get the ball out of their zone, but it seems like Syracuse is there. Mr. Lindell back towards the goal, able to stop that ball from going in as Buff Big Khabib circles back around.
Yeah, we start to approach about 2.5 minutes here, halfway through this match. Syracuse only one away, but the demo onto Lindell. Agent AJ will grab it, but Buffalo will not be able to capitalize off of it. Something we saw from Syracuse really in game number 1. And now Buffalo trying to copy that play style, but can't quite find the value. Hitman Horsey, no boost, will send it in around midfield. But Syracuse is ready, has the boost to match this here, Danny.
Yeah, they've just picked up some boost. Hitman Horsey back at 100 as well. Buff Big Khabib at 0. Syracuse has the boost advantage here. They try and press it. Tasty Towers flies up in the air. AJ gonna find the save in front of the goal. Tries to loop it back around. AJ and Hitman Horsey both at 0 boost. Gababy flies, picks it up. Buff Big Khabib is there to stop it. You see 2 demos come out. AJ takes down Gababy. Buff Big Khabib back in front of the goal, playing goalie. Gababy back, respawning after the demo off the top. Agent AJ able to disrupt before the double tap comes through.
Yeah, really well played coming out from Agent AJ as well, right? Buff Big Khabib has no boost, defended twice there, and they switched it over to Agent AJ. Very well played, very good team play coming out from Buffalo, but they need to get it outside of their field, right? They need to clear it, send it over to the orange, so it's a little bit more difficult, but just like that, Gababy is there. No one's ready to stop him. Buff Big Khabib needs to go for a defense, will do so, looks to clear, but Tasty Towers now going to send it back over. 1 minute left. The ball is open. Gababy is there, and Syracuse takes the lead.
More of this unrelenting pressure from Syracuse. This is what happens when you're on top of your rotations. You're constantly throwing the ball towards the net. You're constantly looking for opportunities, and eventually Buffalo falters, and a goal comes Syracuse's way.
Yeah, and just like that, now as we approach just over a minute here, Buffalo needs to find something. Hitman Horsey is bumped out of the way, won't be able to find anything, and there's a pinch in the favor of Syracuse. Now going to look for something here. The boost not fully in their favor, but Buffalo's not looking so hot either here. Granted, it is cold up in Buffalo.
45 seconds left. Buffalo trying to keep their dream alive. A shot from Gababy comes in. Mr. Lindell sends it home. That is not what you needed if you were Buffalo. It felt like they went a little too aggressive, a little too early. Gababy hits it in, even with or without Lindell's help. That would have gone in. Buffalo, a very, very untimely miscue.
Yeah, very well played coming out from Syracuse, right? Buffalo, though, just not able to find that connect on the ball on the ground, and Syracuse was able to capitalize off of that. Now Syracuse a 2-goal lead, right? We've talked about this before on these 2-goal leads. As long as the other team finds a goal before 1 second, you're in a good spot, right? But Syracuse, they want to control the tempo of this ball. Gababy holding 100 boost right now, being a little safe, will send it out with a nice save, and now Syracuse in a very good spot, only 18 seconds to defend this.
Yeah, all Syracuse have to do is just buckle in. 15 seconds. Lindell throws it back up to middle. AJ has no boost. Sends one in. Big Khabib from the top rope. Slams one down home. 11 seconds left. Ryan, Buffalo are not out of this yet.
No, they are not. Buffalo's not ready to give up quite yet in this tournament here, but what this means, they have 11 seconds to find this goal. Syracuse just need to take full control of the ball early on here and not give it to Buffalo. But remember, 0-second rule, folks. As long as that ball's not going to touch the ground, it's not going to matter. Tasty Towns is going to take full advantage, not give Buffalo a chance, and that should lock Syracuse for the grand finals.
5 seconds left. Buffalo feels like they have to press the advantage. They have to play on the offensive to try and score that goal. In doing so, you falter for just a second. Tasty Towns finds the goal to put Syracuse up 2 as the clock strikes 1-0. All this ball has to do is touch the ground.
Okay. Well, if you're Syracuse, I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. Oh. But at the end of the day, right, luckily for Syracuse, they found that other goal earlier on, so they do still take this win. Even if they did let that last second goal go in for Buffalo, I'm sure that felt nice. But for Syracuse, that will lock them going into the grand finals against the winner of the Northeastern Albany game, and that will put Buffalo in a third place match against the loser of the Northeastern Albany game.
We got some wonderful Rocket League ahead of us. I mean, I just want to give a shout out to Gababy there. Absolutely phenomenal play. Took control throughout those first 2 games. And then in that game 3, that's when you start to see some of the teammates come into play. Tasty Towns, Lindell, both with good taps, good touches to get that ball up in the air to disrupt Buffalo. You saw all the demos in game 2. And then in game 3, you know, dialing it back a bit, relying on fundamentals, having good, solid rotations, keeping these prolonged offensive kind of set pieces of pressure involved, and that netted a quick 3-0 for Syracuse.
It did, right? And that was a brand new Syracuse roster than what we saw yesterday, right? I mean, they wanted this win. They lost to Buffalo, and they came back angry, right? And you never want to make Otto angry. Otto's a very friendly Orange. You don't want to make him angry. You made Syracuse angry yesterday, Buffalo, and in return, the Oranges started coming back. And just like that, Syracuse will lock themselves in a great position, like you said, and now, if you're Syracuse, right, you're looking forward to this next match, and you get to study either Albany or Northeastern as we take a look at some of these really, really good plays and replays.
Yeah, you see here Gababy able to throw that one down. Tasty Towns, this is what we're talking about. These solid rotations, it's all about having the extra person, having the extra car there to get the ball in the goal, taking advantage of these miscues from Buffalo, from the lack of boost. And I mean, that's kind of what really was the difference here. Syracuse was on point in all of their plays. And I mean, look, you see right there, Buff Big Khabib, just a slight error. Gababy takes advantage of the lack of boost too. I mean, Syracuse, they're playing hot, Ryan.
I mean, absolutely, right? And you can't deny that. I mean, with how they've been playing, this is just, it's great from them, right? And they've made some changes to their play style as well. I mean, playing more for these demolitions, playing more for each other, right? We're seeing more team play. And I mean, you know, Danny, we've followed that. That's a word. We have followed them for the majority of this season, right? Yep. So one of the big things that we've noticed is sometimes they play too individual. And I've been begging for some team play from Syracuse. And this is what we saw today.
The team play unlocks the second level of this team because obviously these players are all very, very skilled individual talents. But when you can figure out how to take these, as we see that goal in there from Mr. Lindell, when you figure out how to take everybody's individual skill and put them together, you can really get something special.
Yeah, I mean, it truly is just impressive in how that was played. I believe that was Baby looking for so many goals and able to find them as well. I mean, just look at this. Just such an offensive
Flip the colors
game.
at home. Flip the colors. Syracuse should be Buffalo. Buffalo should be Syracuse. So the orange, Hitman Horsey, Agent AJ, and Buff Big Khabib are the Buffalo players. So if we take a look over at the Syracuse side, I mean, 4 goals, 7 goals. Like, they're looking good. We're looking good over here.
I mean, it's just such an offensive game, too. I mean, look, 1, and 2 in terms of saves. They're not playing that defensive, which we saw did punish them a couple times, right? But as a whole, we saw that Syracuse, the offensive game, played very, very well for them. I mean, I didn't count the demolitions from Mr. Lindell, but it was upward of 10. Right? I mean, and we saw them, right? They weren't always able to find the capitalization off of that, but it's sort of one of those situations where someone says, I don't understand what half of you just said. Start with the other 50%, you know? And it's like, that's what Syracuse did, right? I don't understand half of this plan, but if I start with 50% of the plans, right? If I start with the demos, the other 50% we'll worry about later.
It doesn't really matter when you're playing when you're playing together with those demos, with those solid offensive plays, the teamwork, the passes off the wall, all of it comes together to net Syracuse a spot in the grand finals. But Ryan, we have another team to figure out.
We do. We got Albany and Northeastern going up next in this tournament here. And loser will go up against Buffalo in a 3rd place. Winner will take on Syracuse University. This roster that's sort of coming out of the water here. But one thing I do want to mention is Albany. Right? We'll talk more about it as that gets there, but definitely the wild card of this tournament. So we'll have to see here, Danny.
We'll have to see, and we will bring that to you coming up next. Do not go anywhere. There is much more Rocket League to be played. Up next will be Northeastern taking on Albany.
You can call me when you want, call me when you need, call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need, call me out by your name, I'll be on the way. Like, call me by your name, tell me you love me in private. Call me by your name, how do I care if you're lying? In the cinema, I wanna get them,
Out of my brain, roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Rock this club, diamonds on my necklace, party all night. I ain't trying to see the exit. Remy A so drunk, out of my brain, roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range.
Rock this club, diamonds on my necklace, party all night. I ain't trying to see the exit. Remy A so drunk, out of my brain. Roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Rock this club, diamonds on my necklace, party all night. I ain't trying to see the exit. Remy A so drunk, out of my brain. Roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Rock this club, diamonds on my necklace, party all night. I ain't trying to see the exit. Remy A so drunk, out of my brain. Roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Rock this club, diamonds on my necklace, party all night. I ain't trying to see the exit. Remy A so drunk, out of my brain. Roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range.
Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for this these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save
And we are back with some more collegiate bracket of this Rocket League Warrior Gamer Day itself. And of course, another switch up on the desk. We got to keep all of y'all on your toes. So today we got, today, it's not today, it's just for this match, I guess. We got Carson back on the desk here. So Carson, obviously we got another match going up. We got Northeastern and Albany going up against each other. But first off, how you feeling?
Feeling great, and I've been keeping up with these matches, obviously, very, very closely. There's tons of good games. We had already earlier today that Grand Finals, which you can catch up with on the social media platforms at QZ Sports on X and then otherwhere on Instagram. Same, believe it is.
Yep.
You search up Syracuse Esports, it will come up. That's what I do. I don't know the tags exactly, but searching it up, popular, very. Go check those out. Lots of highlights, lots of clips, lots of interviews, lots of content coming soon from this event on this weekend. Very, very good stuff coming your way.
Yeah, and of course there's more of that to come, right? Northeastern and Albany being these two teams. Northeastern, the #1 seed, going 4-0 as we take a look at this bracket here. 4-0, and of course they are going to be going up against Albany. Albany was in that 4th seed spot, and Utica was in 5th, so they had to play a play-in before this all started. And Albany, a beautiful 3-0 victory over Utica here off this hot streak, going up against Northeastern, a team that has been on a hot streak, 4-0 so far. And then, of course, the Buffalo-Syracuse game, Syracuse 3-0. So the winner of this will go up against the Orange, and the loser will go up against Buffalo.
Well, Ryan, look at that like this. UAlbany was a hair away from being 4-0.
Yes.
This team's 1-3. They're the lowest seed in the bracket other than Utica, who they beat in the play-in. They are entirely capable of flipping this entire bracket. They are able to go along the way. We had our first upset of the day with SU in Buffalo. They could go on the other way. They could go take this series. They could go take this bracket. And I, for one, am not sure how they're going to do it, but we saw in that first game they took every opponent other than Utica, who they beat 2-3 games yesterday.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, right? I was talking with some of the Albany players earlier this morning, and I didn't realize this, right? Just like how Syracuse and Northeastern has some history over at Boost on the Beach last year, or I guess that's this year. It's still 2024, isn't it? So did Northeastern and Albany in the ECAC tournament, and guess who actually came out on top there? Albany. Albany came out on top over Northeastern, and I was talking to some of those players, and they were telling me that they were trying some new things yesterday, right? And reasonably so, right? Yesterday, there's no punishment, right? You can be the wild card, and that's what they are, frankly. They are the wild card of this tournament. They were trying some new things, seeing what was going to work up against Northeastern. They went to a 3-game series, and they said they're just not going to do the thing they did on that kickoff yesterday, right? They had a kickoff goal loss to Northeastern yesterday, which put them at that loss. But they said, we took a look at it, we went back through, and we're not going to do that again, right? That's what they played yesterday, the way you should be playing in these tournaments, right? Warm up, try some new things, you're not going to get punished, and then you go to the game and you actually compete and play what you know is going to work. So as we see this wonderful fly through again, that's going to lead me to my prediction here, Carson, and I'm not going to go with Northeastern. I'm going to go with the wild card here. I'm going to take Albany taking this against Northeastern. I'm going to give them 3-1 here.
Look, we have more games. Albany will make this a tougher matchup. They could have won this game last time when they played, brought it to 3. That kickoff goal you mentioned, essential for that loss, or that win, rather, for Northeastern. But I just think the Huskies have it in them. The Great Danes, it'll be a dogfight like we mentioned yesterday. It'll be a dogfight again today. And I think the Huskies have it in 5.
Yeah, I think the Huskies have it in 5. There you go, folks. Carson has Northeastern 3-2. I got you Albany 3-1. So, of course, Carson and I, once again, going to be against each other. Earlier, we were against each other in Army and Air Force, but here we go. The match is going to start here between these two rosters. A dogfight, a tall task to ask, but here's the deal. Great Danes are tall.
Yep, Great Danes also off to a big start early, big physical start. They have an opportunity here. Not enough boost. They miss one. Harlequin able to save it on the side of Northeastern. Hayes in the air contested. Nobody can really hit that ball. It's just kind of lofting away with everybody out of boost. Floto on the other end. We mentioned the sub. Very important. Doing things different. Floto's going to start in this game. Floto probably in that first game could have done something to win it. Was a great defensive piece, but not there. He's done a great job of putting that wide. And I know Prosk just missing. Harlequin up top, ball cleared over, maybe not. Hayes has an opportunity, but stuck by Angel Bro.
Yeah, this is just back and forth right now, and that's to be expected, right, between these two teams until one of them figures out how they want to go about this. But Albany gonna be in a good spot here. A demo will go on to Angebro here, so good start for Albany. Harlequin finds the flip reset, but will be denied of any more power to them. And just a reminder, nice little fact for everyone to keep in mind, Frost, the keyboard-only player for the side of Northeastern.
You heard that right, not keyboard and mouse, just keyboard. And the reason behind that is the delay on the keyboard and the mouse. Having the game has to recognize the mouse exists, causing just a few sides. Angebro with a great little miss juke there as he gets demoed in front. This is a chance. We'll have to see what goes on in the middle. Stuffed in front. Hayes has that ball. It's away now. Over to Neko Baka on the other end. Ball topped up. Oh, Demo keeps that chance from going, but Floto puts it off the wall. Hayes with a shot through 2 defenders. Great Danes 1-0.
Albany starting off strong here. Hayes finds the value through this small hole that they can. And just like that, through the defense, and they're able to get through and find that goal. Now 1 up here, 3:20 left in this first game. Remember, folks, best of 5.
Found the hole in the Swiss cheese there, and that was a good job. Harlequin with a demo. Off rip, here's a chance. Prosk off the wall, dangerous spot. Angebro can't do anything about it. Floto, good defensive move there. He misses there. Floto off the wall, clears it. Good save. Harlequin off that shot, it goes to Prosk, back to Hayes. Hayes has no boost. Stuffed by Angebro. Floto back on the wall, trying to make a move. He makes the wrong one, but Neko Baka there to save it.
Great team play coming out from Albany there, making sure that there was someone on the defense just in case. Sends it to the ground. Hayes gets a pinch, sends to the right side of the field, and now we're going to see a fake comes out from Albany going on the defensive side. They have the boost. A good demo goes in as well. Floto now no boost to their name. Will try something. Will be sent off to the top here in the air. The dribble starts, sent over to Angebro, but will be sent over to Hayes. And now Albany looking to try to find value again, but no boost. They will fall back.
Freestyle chance up top, and that's what we mentioned with doing things different. This is a new look offense, way more aggressive than last time. Off the wall, cleared. Angebro back, keeps it in the offensive zone. Hayes waiting for them, making a move. That's a good job by Hayes to wait until they get a commit and can go the right way. Prosk sees a hole in the defense. To Angebro, not the right angle. That's going to be going wide.
Yeah, a bump goes in as well. Floto now going to stop as Harlequin comes in return. Both these players playing a little safe with their boost. Prosk, the keyboard only, sends it over to Angebro. No one's there, but a good defense, but not enough, as Northeastern will even this series as just we get below 2 minutes.
That's a stuff up top. Watch this. Good save by Floto, but just ball doesn't go the right way. Prosk is there to slam it home, and it's tie game. Huskies, Great Danes.
A dogfight is what we expected. Both of us have it going for a competitive series. Neither one of us predicted a 3-0, and this is why, right? It is an even series as we approach a minute 45. It's going to be down neck and neck between these two teams. Albany now on the offensive side once more, but the boost not looking great for them. They're going to look to fall back on this rotation. A double commit on that defense could be punishable, but it won't be as Floto's going to send it clear.
If you're going to be able to clear it, it doesn't matter too much. Hayes giving them more time on that clear after the double commit. Doing a good job in the offensive end to just kind of draw time away from Northeastern as we approach the 1 minute mark. Baka off the wall, centering pass, dangerous. Angebro gets it. Floto back towards the middle. He has no boost, no teammate either. Squeezes against the wall. Bit of a weird one here, slow play. Floto tries to get the shot on net, but it won't go. Albany still with pressure in the offensive zone. Harlequin going through. Angebro gets Baka down low. 1 minute remains. We have hit the minute mark. Angebro centering pass. Hayes demoed, but makes a save beforehand.
Yeah, and a good clear comes out for Albany, but the boost not looking great for either side, which is good for Albany. Now, a good hit to the ceiling will send it as Baka goes in. No boost left, but off the side will send it. Looks for a pass. Harlequin clears it out, and Albany can't find the value. 38 seconds left here. Carson in game number 1. Even series, it's very possible we get some OTs.
Yeah, that's going to be big here. We've got an interesting chance here, though, in this zone. This is a dangerous one. You don't want to see that ball just kind of dribbling right in the other end. Baka has a chance here. He's got 2 on that side. Off the wall, cleared by Harlequin, but Hayes and Floto are in the middle. He's got a chance. Sends it towards the goal. Floto saved. Angebro with a second chance. Misses. Hayes, long shot. Lost side. 2 wide. 8 seconds. Floto in front. Neko Baka can't put it in. The one-timer doesn't connect. Ball on the other end, has a chance to hit the ground. Hayes will let it. We've got overtime game 1.
And you've got to respect Albany there, right? They don't have the boost. They're like, just set it on the ground. Let's look for a reset here. Golden goal, folks. Just a reminder. First off, what do you expect from these players? But second off, first goal wins this match. The timer goes on infinitely. We saw it earlier today. 5.5 minutes is our record, and we're going to potentially see even longer between Northeastern and Albany.
It may not be too long. Floto in front, scores! 2-1 Albany. That is game 1, set and match.
As I say that, we see Albany 2-1 here, taking match number 1. This is a great start for Albany here, only 21 seconds into overtime, and now Albany 2 games away from sending themselves to the grand finals against Syracuse. Northeastern needs to make some changes, but Albany made them first.
Great Danes, excellent job there right off the rebound, shoot and score. Electric stuff, Ryan. And I don't even know how this is going to go anymore. I might not stick by my prediction by the end of game 2. We'll see. But that is what you need to do. Textbook job there. Immediately aggressive. You saw how conservative they were playing yesterday. They've changed the narrative completely. Complete aggression, ready to go, right rotations, and they were just doing what they wanted to yesterday, learning. But if you think you can beat anybody else, doesn't matter where you're seated.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You can't come into this thinking, oh, well, it's Northeastern, because first off, you've already beat them once, right? But here's the other thing, right? I was talking to the Albany team outside of them saying we're not going to go this kickoff strat that we tried and didn't go too well. They said this. They said, look, we know Northeastern is a good team. We know they play good team plays. And all they're doing is looking for some disruption, but they're also just playing aggressive, right? If they can be more aggressive than Northeastern, then Northeastern can't set up these really, really good plays. And we saw that from Albany. They played aggressive. They played almost to a point where Northeastern couldn't handle the aggression, couldn't handle the speed of Albany. And I mean, that's what happens, right? I mean, Great Danes are faster than Huskies, and we see them playing like that right now.
And it goes to the physical play, as much as physical can be in esports, of Albany. They were doing a great job getting demos and recovering from those demos in the same way. But Hayes, immediate chance here. Ceiling shot, Dangle in front, and Jabro clears it.
Not quite able to find it, but they are going to look to be aggressive once more. Harley Quinn pinches it down to the center of the field, and now it's going to send over to the right side. Albany doesn't have a lot of boost, but may try to be aggressive here, and there's no one there. Albany's just going to find a goal.
Hayes went for a great centering pass there, and I think was a bit confused to see that ball went towards the goal and, just went right past Angebro, who was there. They had defenders. The rotation was right. He just missed. That's a tough one to go.
Yeah.
Right off the faceoff, though, we might see this more aggression like we saw in overtime. Ooh, that was a fun little jump and boost there. It almost sets it up for Harlequin, but Harlequin doesn't see it. Hayes crushes Harlequin in the open zone. Prosk off the wall. Here's a chance, centering shot. Blocked by Hayes in front. Harlequin for the rebound. Scores!
Can't quite find it for Albany there, right? They try, right? We see here, Hayes sends it down, and then Neko Baka goes, and Harley Quinn is able to find it in instead. And 1-1 here. We're only 39 seconds through. Northeastern, obviously not a team that's going to give up easily here, and very well played from them as well. But the ball already on the side of Albany. They have the boost to go in. Prosk, though, going to keep it on the ground. They don't want to let Albany play in the skies, but as I say that, Floto's up in the air as well as Baka. No one has boost for either side, and now they're going to look to start something aggressive.
Crushing it in the air. Floto has his ball going the other way. Hayes misses that. That's going to be a tough one to bounce, as you aren't going to get that pass in front, but nobody in Northeastern goes after that ball. Still in a dangerous spot. Everybody's been able to rotate for Albany. It's going to be a tough push for Northeastern against 2 full boost Albany players. And what you're noticing, look at how conservative Albany is with the boost. They're only using what they can. Hayes still has halves there. Pross gets the demo. May not matter. Ball's in front. Harlequin misses that. Hayes has boost. Just in a boost advantage here for you, Albany in front. Ball goes up the wall. 2 misses. Nobody scores. Buck another shot. Blocked in front. Harlequin going with it. Has the ball in center, and Floto able to move it away.
Yeah, one thing I'm really liking from Albany here is the patience, right? Like you were saying, being very conservative with that boost, and that's what helped them, right? I mean, they had no boost, and they kept an entire defense against 3 100 boosts against Northeastern. That proves to Albany's play style that they don't have to play aggressive. They know how to play further back.
Yeah, whoever comes into this, in front, crossbar, saves Albany. Yep, and that's your best friend typically as a goalie, is the crossbar saves you a lot of the time. Can't Deer, though. Hayes does the job for it. Prosk with a great shot there. Angelo almost assisting Albany on accident. Hayes giving the unexpected pass there in that end. Floto hits it back towards his teammates, wants to get ready, wants to get the offense started in the other end, maybe force some commits, force some changes from Northeastern. That's a good hit, and that's another one. Angel Bro alone in front has to do something with this ball unless someone else will get it, and a good clear keeps it away. Hayes is going to keep it in the offensive zone. Rather, no. Angel Bro grabs it from Hayes. This is some great middle of the field play in front of the net by both teams. They are doing an excellent job being smart, keeping the ball away from each other, and forcing whiffs. Speaking of, Nekobaka able to recover Floto's whiffs there.
Yeah, I mean, that entire 30-second period there, Albany had no boost. I mean, literally none. Northeastern had it all. And Albany was still having a really good defense. It proves that their rotates, they know how to communicate with one another. Defend 1, defend 2, defend 3, and rotate and repeat, right? And we saw that from Albany, and now they're going to go for an offensive push. The flip reset's there, but they won't be able to find the connection.
And as Northeastern, you have to take advantage of those high boost moments. You have to go in the air. You have to take that fight to a team that you know can't get off the ground right now, and they haven't been doing a good job. Angel Bro saves his teammates. Big miss there as there was 2 in front. Baka double commit in front. Could be dangerous. Floto there to recover.
Sends it down. Harlequin in return now off the corner. Nekobaka's going to send it to clear. Prosk going to find the connect, however, and now Albany back on the defensive spot. Hayes, no boost to play. The demo's on. This could be the opening for Northeastern, but no! The save is there. And now, once again, Albany looking to play aggressive once more. They don't quite have the boost to do so, but they're looking to charge it up. The clear is going to put him in a good spot here, and now they're going to look for something that clears Floto in the goal, but not going to find it as Angelo is there for the save.
Peloso just hit it in the goal. That's a long shot. Nobody there. Northeastern capitalizes with a minute to go. Watch this. Angel Bro, great save. Almost gets pushed into it. Takes a deep shot. Not even a pinch. Just sees it. Gives the long shot. Nobody with boost, and Nekobaka can't get there.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things from Albany is they're playing aggressive even without this boost, but it's also punishing them, right? And Northeastern was able to capitalize. A great long shot there. Albany had no boost to contest it, and they were able to go in. But immediately, Albany wants to even the series back up. They start aggressive, and they're going in very fast once more.
Yeah, here we go. Counterattack. Hayes, other side. Oh, thought that was going to be it there. But no boost again for the side of Albany. They're losing this battle. We're really conservative earlier. That's a miss from Angelo. Tough look there. We're going to have to defend Hayes in the air. Dribble. No dunk. He can't get it. Blocked at the rim by Angelo, but another contest in the air leaves it vulnerable for both sides. Peloto, ball goes directly to him. Hayes gets a demo, saves that goal. Harlequin misses. Angelo able to recover. That was almost disaster for Northeastern with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, now with this, as you were saying, sorry, we have the ball right above that crossbar there. Albany looking to find something. 10 seconds left. We'll send it down. Once again, they only need 1 goal here to even it up, and we've seen multiple 0-second goals here, Carson.
Absolutely. This could be another. Nekobaka, great chance. Stepped by Harlequin. Floto there to keep the ball in the air, though. See what he does with it. Prosk gonna bump him, demo him, and a crushing hit will end this game. 1-1. This is why we did not predict a 3-0. These two teams at each other's throats, and that is a dogfight that I believe will not be ending anytime soon.
No, not at all. That is why, like you said, we predicted this to go the distance, and it's because of these situations, right? I mean, that goal against Albany there from Northeastern, it's not even a matter of Northeastern played it better, but more Albany did not have the boost to contest it because they've been playing very aggressive, which has been going well for them. But because of that, unless they are fully there for the rotates, Northeastern can take very, very good plays. And though it's hard to make those long shots, Albany's kind of playing on the line that they don't have to worry about them. And they played that, and then Northeastern was able to take that series.
Look, you have to just look at it from an analytical perspective.
Yep.
Those two teams are so close, doing almost the exact same thing to each other on different ends at different times. Nobody has time of possession advantage, it feels like.
Yep.
Nobody is getting not equal chances. Everybody has to perform their best. And Albany there let 1 slip up of boost, which they have been way, way less conservative with, just cost them there, and that's going to be the game for them. Well, not the whole game. You got the whole series to go. Best of 5, as we mentioned. That's just the start. We're tied 1-1. I have no idea how this is going to end. Changing your prediction at all?
Nope, I think that's the one game Northeastern gets. I think Albany, they make some changes, they go back in, and they take these next two games. I'm not going to say dominantly, but I do think the Danes are going to come out on top here, and we'll have to see as immediately a double demo.
Yeah, and that's not going to be a goal. I didn't see that at all. Neko Baka, the last one remaining, survives and keeps that ball away. That is smart play, knowing that's the only spot you should be at that point, but it may not matter. Floto, amazing clear, right time, right place. Harlequin stuffed by Hayes on that clear. That is just great defensive play from Albany right off rip. And a good deke on the other end. Angelbro misses, or rather Angelbro stuffs that chance in front. Baka away, trying to get it. Prosk back over to Hayes, who's trying to intercept that, but Prosk still has the ball. I thought they lost control of it. They're just going to drive it into the other end with not too much resistance.
Yeah, Floto here, no boost. Not going to be able to get the corner either. Doesn't commit to it, as we see Angelbro actually tries to commit before then. We will see the boost goes in for Floto, and this could be good for Albany as they send it back over towards Northeastern's goal here. Looks for something here, sends it to the middle, maybe prepares it, and now Prosk is there though, and Northeastern's going to be able to play aggressive, but as I say that, Albany's not ready to give this midfield up.
Yeah, you have to see who's going to have the control of the midfield. Feels like who's had control of this game, and it's been varying throughout them. Everybody has different chances in the midfield. Baka stuff in front, and that pinch is good, but Harlequin there to put that chance away. Another chance on the rise for Albany, but they're going to rotate back in the other end. Just kidding. Here comes Hayes off the wall. Baka's able to intercept that ball in the middle. Hayes keeping it away from Prosk. Back in the air. Angelbro in top. That's not the best hit if they want to get rid of it, but Harlequin is there. Good serve for the teammate. Long shot. Hayes gets the demo. Prosk on the other end.
Oh, the demo goes in, and that offense is sent down for Albany here as they rotate back a little bit. Floto going to look for something, won't be able to find it, but Baka will send it over to the left side with a pinch. Angelbro not going to be able to find it either, though. Harlequin playing over in midfield. No one's on the defense. No one's there, but it goes wide. And Albany trying to go back on the attack here as the boost for the side of Northeastern begins to replenish as they rotate back over to the defensive side here.
Oh, I thought Harlequin just...
Yeah, that would have been demoralizing.
Yeah, that was a really good shot from Angelbro, who does not put that the right way. Another good opportunity for them. Misses too. Hayes was lucky he didn't go in last time. We'll see if he can do anything here. Floto misses it, but so does Harlequin. Wasn't ready for that ball to be free in the other end. And a dangerous, dangerous decision from Albany. Doesn't cost them just yet. 2 minutes, 20 seconds, though. They have an opportunity. Floto in the offensive end. Hands it to Hayes. They'll go for the one-timer. Prosk there in the middle. Baka puts it off the wall. Tries to keep that ball in the other end. But Harlequin going to come down for another offensive chance. He shoots from midfield and nails it.
Unfortunately for Albany, right, you just whiff past that, and because of that, Harlequin from midfield shoots it in, and Floto's not able to find it, and just like that, Northeastern, as we approach the 2-minute mark here, Carson, will take the lead the first time in this 3-game series.
Feeling good about my prediction, but feeling even better about how these games are going. So much entertainment on display tonight by these players. So close in terms of skill. Floto off the wall. That ball's loose again in the same spot Harlequin scored a moment ago, but they'll be on the defensive end. Harlequin goes up, keeps it down on the other end, but Hayes still has an opportunity to center this pass. They can to Floto. Decides it's Baka's turn, but Baka needs to go back on the defense.
Yeah, we do see that the dribble is interrupted there. Sends off the side, but there is a defense there for the side of Albany. Albany now going to look for something aggressive. The pinch gets a little scary there. Sends over to the left side of the field for Albany. Going to look for something now. Can't quite connect it to the floor. Will be Harlequin, but Prosk has full boost and is going to try to be aggressive against Albany here. Albany now going to look for something in return. Hayes is there on the defense, but Floto is going to send it down in return, but the boost is such at a disadvantage for Albany.
Yeah, you see all these close shots right in front of the net, and the only one that's gone in is a long shot from the halfway in the air in the midfield, and that's what we're mentioning. Baka tried to get the demo there. Would have been a surefire goal if they got it, but they'll have another chance in the zone. Has some boost, but just doesn't have the advantage. Teammate there on the rotate. Floto centers it. Wrong way. Pinched away from it. 1 minute remaining. Albany tries to keep themselves alive. Hayes, ball in front. Dangerous area. Still dangerous. Off the wall, off the crossbar. And the best friend in the world of a goalie, the crossbar, keeps them alive.
Keeps them alive, 45 seconds left. Albany needs to find 1 goal here, which means they might start to look for some scrappier plays. It's going to get messier. They're going to look for something here. Floto now, 24 boost, going to try to find something. Baka at 0 boost will finally get that touch before Northeastern does. Sent off to the skies will be Angelbro. Has to reset here. Floto looking to set it up, but won't be able to as Harlequin will send it back down. Hayes needs to find something. No boost to the side of Albany as they have to now look back again. 20 seconds left to find this goal.
Ball in front, Neko Baka can't get it as there's a clear. Northeastern with 10 seconds to go to put this one away. Albany, 10 seconds remaining, ball's in front of their net. They're trying to get it to the other side. Frost, good job wasting time, has plenty of boost. Ball rolling on the ground, needs to get into the air. Angelbro helps Albany there. Could have left it on the ground, would have won the game right there. Hayes off the wall
Oh, the
to his
boost.
teammate with full boost. Back in the middle, dangerous play. In the middle, no goal. Can't get a touch by Hayes, but on the ground,
It's still
in the
up.
air.
It's still
Almost
up.
on the ground.
It's
No,
still up.
it stays in the air in front, centering pass. Hayes can't get it. Northeastern puts it wide, and that will be game 3. 2-1 Huskies.
Just barely there, Carson. You see that ball was still up, it was still alive, it was still in play, but just barely not going to find it. And they had the boost as well. They took the mid, they took the corner. But Northeastern, their only goal, get that ball to touch the ground. And they did so. And Northeastern now going to be 2-1 in this series, 1 away from going to those grand finals. Northeastern, my prediction is no longer going to be 3-1, obviously. But I'll take the 3-2 for Albany.
Angel Rowe had that shot there that should have gone in and
Yeah.
probably sealed the deal already. But Albany is found a way to do it 1-0. That is a tough thing to do. We saw Syracuse do it yesterday. They were a much low-scoring team. Whoever wins this will go on to play them. Whoever loses will go on to the third-place bracket round against Buffalo.
Yep.
This is some unbelievable stuff. Buffalo went 3-1, got decimated by Northeastern yesterday.
Yeah.
And now you have Albany 1-3, who's really taking the fight, but Northeastern brings it to 2-1. This could spell doom for the Great Danes.
Yeah, I mean, and you know Albany, they want this so badly, right? I mean, both these teams do, but especially Albany, right? I mean, you're the underdogs going into this, you're the wild card going into this, you 3-game series all day yesterday. I mean, you want this, right? And now you have to prove that you want it more than Northeastern, and it's going to come down to this game, right? Can you make it even, and can you play this to win it all for the grand finals?
You described Lanimals yesterday, and some of these teams seem to be just that, but maybe only on Sundays. It's guys that don't do well in practice or in exhibition, but do great when the time is right, and at the most critical moments, we'll see who is that person here tonight, Northeastern and Albany. I'm quite confused as to who I think I want to win this game. I just want good action. I don't think I want anybody to win this game. I think I want
wanna
everybody
continue
to
forever.
win this game, yeah.
Yeah, just have a nice 30-minute overtime. Let's just have the game never end.
Oh my gosh, in the front, that's Floto with a great save. That was nearly a chance by Angelo, who came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and one thing I want to see more from Albany here is obviously Northeastern. They're playing a lot better with this team play and forcing out the boost. And one thing I want to see from Albany is just be a little bit more aware of that boost, right? A lot of these pushes that you haven't been able to win off of have been because of these really low use of boost. And I want to see a little bit more care in using this boost against Northeastern.
Yeah, and you can get real aggressive in the offensive zone, but what the problem has been is getting real too aggressive and not having anybody on the rotate. That's a surefire goal if they don't put that wide. Here might be one. Harlequin put away by Hayes. Angel Rowe, another one up top. Going to end up in a dangerous spot. Harlequin can't put it away. That is a very, very weird string of events for Northeastern that they're going to be looking back on and being like, hey, why didn't we score there? But they might. Harlequin up top. Still another opportunity. Off the wall, pinch, dangerous spot. Great bump from Albany. Now they have a chance.
Wonderful bump coming in from Albany here, but watch that boost again. If you're Albany, you need to just back up and bring yourselves, I mean, 0. Everyone has 0 right now. They need to back up because this is Northeastern's time to shine. They're going to send it off here, but a good bump will go in, but no one's on the defense as Harlequin just barely finds it in. 3 minutes left here at Northeastern, starting at the advantage.
That's a tight window right there. Hayes just going the wrong way, tries to jump to stop. They realize their mistake instantly, but unfortunately those brake pedals couldn't stop them in time. Albany down 1 again. They lose this, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, this is it for Albany. Albany, it is make or break in this tournament here, and Albany wants it, right? I mean, you beat Northeastern before. You want to win in this land, right? You want to have a chance up against Syracuse as well, right? I mean, you want to be this underdog wild card that we know you are, but to do that, you need to take on these Huskies first. And it's putting up a very difficult fight. Like I said, I want to see more of this boost advantage.
There's Ruler on a Rocket League, and it almost leads to an Albany goal. You did see that right at the bottom of your screen. that was almost actually doomed for Northeastern. The 2-on-2 with more space, Albany seems to be doing better, but with less, Northeastern's had the domination. 3 Huskies, and none of them can get to that ball in prime scoring position. Prosk gets that ball to Harlequin. High score, squeezes it, not enough. 2-0 Huskies.
I mean, look at this here. I mean, Carson, that's a great shot coming in from Northeastern there, sent over to Harlequin, and the double commits there for the defense, but neither one of Albany's players can get the touch. And I mean, this is where if you're Albany here, you're just under halfway through this game number 4, and if you're Albany, you need to make some changes, right? You need to worry about it. But as I say that off the kickoff, Northeastern is starting to snowball through this game here, Carson.
That's 3-0 in a spot you don't want to be down 3. 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and off the face-off, Albany can do nothing but watch as Harlequin drives down for the score.
Yeah, now Albany looking to find something here, and they may feel like they need to be more aggressive, right? I mean, that's where they're at, where, you know, you want to play aggressive, you want to even up this series. It's 3-0 right now, and the only way to do that is you might get messy, right? You might get in a situation where you just keep going and going and going and going, you're hitting your head against the wall until you try to make something happen, but at the end of the day, you're getting nothing but crossbar.
In the end, I think that was their problem the last time. Way too aggressive. Hayes in front. There's boost for Albany, though. They were able to put that one away. Hayes in front. He of his own goal. He's going to pinch it away using the ceiling. And Jabro does a great job trying to get it off the wall. Not safe enough. Accidentally double taps it and almost clears the wall themselves. Harlequin, good spot. Double commit by Albany. Squeezes it away. One more time for Harlequin, who's going to go for the boost rather than the ball.
Now with this, Albany, 1:30 just under left for them, and they have the boost and the demo in their favor. This could be it, but Prosk out of nowhere finds a great defense, and that's going to be able to let Northeastern fully reset against this. Barely a whiff comes out there. Albany can look to engage. They have the boost to do so. Another demo comes in, but Hayes doesn't find the connect, and in return, Harlequin's able to find another demo. Will go in onto Hayes here. 50 boost for the side of Northeastern. Just under a minute left here. And it will go wide, but Albany needs 3 goals in 56 seconds, Carson.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations. How do you do it? Albany has had a great defensive job here, but 3-0 on 1 laps, it feels like, with just face-offs causing them the doom that we mentioned earlier. Same thing earlier in the night yesterday.
Oh, little fancy fancy wheel work there coming out from the side of Northeastern, but 30 seconds left. That's an average of 1 goal every 10 seconds. Albany, you gotta make something work here. It's a tall task for the tall dogs, but there's only so much you can do here if you're Albany. You're just running it down, playing messy, playing scrappy, hoping something will get into that goal. But Carson, it's looking like our grand finals players will be Northeastern University and Syracuse University.
Yep, and as 10 seconds comes to a close, the Huskies have done an amazing job against the Great Danes. Excellent defense, excellent offense, and as the ball touches the ground for the final time, the Great Danes fall to a 3rd or 4th place, and moving on to the grand finals are the Northeastern Huskies. And oh my goodness, Albany's defense just was not enough, was it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I like the way that Albany came out of the first game, right? We played aggressive. They looked for the boost. They looked for the demos. Going into game 2 and game 3, though, just the boost was just not in their favor. They kept overusing it, and then on their offensive plays, they used so much of it that there was no defense, right? Like you were saying, game 3, same thing happened. In game 4, Northeastern just started to run away. You started to get messy, you started to get scrappy, and at the end of the day, Albany, that wild card, not going to be able to see them in the grand finals. Northeastern, on the other hand, the Huskies will be taking on the Orange in that grand finals, Carson, and in the 3rd place match will be the Buffalo and the Albany.
Going for gold now is one thing that I think that team had the potential to do from the start, and I think everybody almost knew that.
Yeah.
Albany did a great job, put up a great fight. That was very, very good. We can see from these replays here, look at this. Just goals like these were back-breaking for Northeastern, but Albany couldn't recover once they got on the defensive end. You see those saves from Albany as well. Great defense, but when you're at a boost, there's only so long you can keep that offense away.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really rough one right there, right? I mean, and we see even in overtime, this is the game that is won for Albany, right? They were collected. They were there the whole way through, and it makes you question, right, what happened in those next games? What ended up going on in the mental there that things changed, right? Because you had them. It's just at the end of the day, though, it switched, and Northeastern was able to run away with this 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, you don't let up. Northeastern lets up 1 goal in the final 3 games, and they win. You have to imagine the Huskies just made an adjustment there, and you see that. That's another one right there.
Yeah.
Angelo with that long shot in that game was really a backbreaker. They wouldn't go on to score after that point the rest of the series. Northeastern is one team that's going to be a tough one to beat once they get momentum. Made the correct adjustments here. Were dominant in the midfield. Wouldn't let them get the ball on the other side once they could, or once they were in the other zone. Did a really good job. Didn't own their own zone really that well, to be honest with you. But once they could get it in the other zone, it wouldn't leave.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Northeastern, right, is they are a team that plays hard off that momentum, right? And now they've come off of a 3-1 victory. Basically, I mean, they lost that first one, but then they won 3 in a row, right? Now they're going to go up against Syracuse. Taking a look at some of these stats, though, I mean, from the side of Northeastern University, I mean, Albany, you can see off the saves, the offensive pressure from Northeastern was just better. I mean, looking through the goals from University of Albany, right? 1, 2, 0, but their saves, 10, 19 saves compared to the 6 of Northeastern. You can just see that offense wasn't connecting to the side of Albany.
Yeah, you have a situation there where you're pressing so hard on offense, and you're just stuck on defense when you run out of boost, and you run out of boost that real fast. You put up 20 saves. You did a great job. You put up 19 saves. You did a great job on 10 goals from Northeastern after you only scored 3. That offense fell apart. That is just not how you want to do it. So aggressive that the wheels fell off, couldn't drive back to the other side of the field.
Yeah, and Angebro with 5 goals there as well. I mean, it's just... It's these types of players that you have to be aware of, right? The players that are going to capitalize on the smallest, tiniest mistakes, right? And at the end of the day, that was Northeastern, right? So they're going to end up being that team in that grand finals, like we just said, and going up in that 3rd place match will be Buffalo and University of Albany. But that's going to wrap up that semifinal game here on the Des Carson. Next up is the final game of this Warrior Gamer Rocket League Veterans Day Invitational, the collegiate bracket. The grand finals is coming up right after this small break.
let you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We have the grand finals of the Rocket League Veterans Day Invitational. I am Daniel Saligman, joined by a weird face we haven't quite seen yet this weekend.
Yeah, hello. The name is Akita Bear, as you can see by the lower third. Yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know, I've been around the bend.
You've been around the bend.
Ran a couple brackets.
That's right.
Saw a lot of competition. Got some lore. I think that's why I'm here.
Yep.
I could share some history of both teams throughout the years and I guess the year for Syracuse with the new team that they have.
You do have the lore. The lore master, Nikita Bear, is going to join us for this grand finals. But first, before we dive into the lore, we have to give a huge shout out to Horizon AVL. Nikita, this space looks perfect. It's beautiful. It's shiny. It's sleek. We look beautiful, shiny, and sleek. And us looking good is no cause of our own. That is all thanks to Horizon AVL. Brought this space, brought this broadcast together. So big shouts out Horizon AVL for making this experience this whole weekend such a success.
Yeah, I mean, if you need any help in the AV integration, esports design, facility structure, even just what equipment do we use, you got to reach out to them. They're great guys, and they'll help you find what you need.
What we need now is some Rocket League.
Okay.
And we have it for you. We are going to take a quick look at the bracket, right? Because we have fought through a long day of Rocket League. Of course, in the play-ins, Albany took down Utica. Syracuse in the last round took down Buffalo 3-0. And what we just saw, Northeastern 3-1 took down Albany and gives us this grand final. Nikita, obviously, you're wearing the Syracuse hoodie. I'm wearing the Syracuse polo. But you do have some connection to Northeastern.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're trying to lead me into making a decision on the outcome of this grand finals match we're about to witness. Is that correct?
I'm not trying to lead you into anything. All I'm trying to lead us into is this best of 7 matchup, right? Throughout the whole day, these games have been best of 5, but now we're turning it up 2 notches, 2 more games, best of 7. That means the first team to win 4 games will be the champion of the Collegiate Bracket Rocket League Veterans Day Invitational.
Yeah, I got Syracuse in 4.
Syracuse in 4. Syracuse in 4, really? You got no faith in your old boys, your old stopping ground?
Nah, not at all. I mean, I think if you ask anyone in this building like 24 hours ago, everyone's like, Northeastern's going to steamroll this tournament. And then maybe you got like Buffalo or Syracuse fighting for that 2 and that 3 spot, right? And then entering today, the team that had the most trouble was Northeastern.
Yep.
Syracuse just ran through Buffalo. Like, that wasn't really that close of a competition. I mean, I think Syracuse got over the burden that they had from yesterday of not being able to win a single overtime. And now, you know, you get over it once, and now you can do it. Everything's possible. Everything's plausible. So yeah, I mean, I'm taking Syracuse before.
You win one game in overtime, and all of a sudden, Northeastern is just finished.
Yeah,
just cooked. Now, okay. We should talk about this player on Northeastern.
Okay.
The keyboard warrior, because of course, right? There's controller for inputs. There's keyboard and mouse, but there's just keyboard.
Yeah,
Am I reading this right?
Yeah, so it's actually like not even of his own choice. There's no free will in this option for Prosk, where the technology is so advanced nowadays in the gaming space that he wanted a keyboard that could allow him to do like very minuscule taps. So it's almost an analog keyboard, one-to-one. So you can half press, and that registers as like a half turn on a joystick if you want to go to that controller example there. But the issue with that in Rocket League is that an analog keyboard is read the exact same as an analog controller. It's not read as a digital input. And so because of that, you can't use an analog keyboard with a mouse. It just doesn't work. It adds some lag, some input delay. There's some issues with the game. And because of that, he already spent this money on this keyboard. Already played mouse and keyboard beforehand, and I figured, I guess, might as well just learn how to use this keyboard all the way. So yeah, fully keyboard, both hands are on that thing. I mean, and it's worked to great results that we've seen so far.
I mean, it has. Northeastern throughout the group stages went 4-0. So, right, Syracuse did drop two matches in the group stage. Northeastern didn't drop any. As we take a fly through of the beautiful Champions Arena, where our best of 7 will be set. And Nikita, I know you've already made your prediction, but now is the time to lock it in.
I already locked it in.
You already locked it in.
Syracuse in 4.
Syracuse in 4. That's insane.
All right, what do you got? What do you got?
Look, Syracuse, of course, home crowd. Look at all this orange. We're wearing orange. We're bleeding orange. Syracuse in 5.
Oh, okay. Oh,
okay.
Wow.
Okay.
So starkly different. Are you sure you want to lock that in?
You know, I think Northeastern's going to get 1, but I was talking to Syracuse before the game, and Gababy said, because they looked a lot better. They beat Buffalo today. They did not beat Buffalo yesterday, and I went up to them and I said, what do you think you did differently? Gababy looks at me, smiles slyly, and goes, I turned it on.
All right, and speaking of turning it on, we're getting right into it here. Game 1 of Grand Finals for the Warrior Gamer Invitational Finals between Northeastern and Syracuse University.
Almost starting it off hot. Syracuse with the ball in their end, trying to get it out. Harlequin now midfield, takes that first hit. Demoed by Mr. Lindell. Gababy flies up, meet that ball midair. Tasty Towels looking to send it back towards Northeastern.
Yeah, and demos are going to be the name of the game here as Tasty Towels is taking that first shot on goal, and it just goes in and finds a hole.
It kind of just went in. Yeah. I mean, if we watch here, Prosk and Harlequin on Angabro comes up, misses it, and no one really comes up from the side.
Oh, I mean, we didn't even get to finish the thought we were talking about in terms of how potent those demolitions were. You had one demolition, one attack, one shot, and it just demos all over the place.
All over the place. They're flying off like mice in a wall. Ball back in midfield. Angabro hits it up. It's in the air. Gababy now has to meet it. Send that back out. Demo City. Gababy picks up that full boost. Now looking to try and do something. Mr. Lindell meets it at half court. Demo.
2 down. Okay, so I think we got to talk about this. With all these demos here. No, off the top.
Mr. Lindell misses that easy put away off the top a minute into this game, and I think we've had like 6 or 7 demos. The scoring opportunity in for Syracuse. Prosk is able to hit that away.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even seen like clear, clean Rocket League. We haven't even seen any like, we just saw 3-on-3 rotating on the same hat. Like, it's just not there yet. You got that first game of Grand Finals jitters. Gababy looking to shoot on his own goal. Like, they got to warm up.
Gababy wants to score, and Gababy does not care whether that goal is orange or whether it is blue. Obviously, Syracuse, of course, the Syracuse orange are the orange color. Northeastern, the blue. Gababy has to put it away. No! Him and Tasty Towels run into each other. That gives Northeastern the time to regroup. Let's get the save 90 seconds in.
That's the second time in that same possession that Syracuse bumped into one another. It was on the defense originally, and into the offense, and Tasty Towels is able to finish it.
Another, what looked like...
I mean, it's just a cluster.
It's just a cluster.
Don't even try to read what's going on there.
I mean, it didn't seem like Northeastern, again, another like defensive kind of mistake, slip-up, technical error. Syracuse have kind of scored two clunkers, as we call them.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're looking at this game from the side of Syracuse, I think you just keep up the high-intensity gameplay. You don't need to slow down, work on standard rotations. We're fine 3 committing on offense here. And as we see, we are. Shot on goal. Prosk is able to clear it out there, but, still looks like an attack potential from Gababy here.
Nasty angle from Gababy on the shot and also on the save. Angabro throws it in. Prosk tries to come in from the top. The shot is going to bounce a little high. They send it back towards Northeastern, but Harlequin is there on the rotate to send it back towards Syracuse. The shot in off the side, centered. Prosk comes up from the top, smacks that ball down and in. Nikita, it's a 7-game series. We're not even halfway through game 1.
Yeah, everything's going too fast, and I think that's like kind of how game 1 works, right? We've been seeing a lot of shots on goal throughout these first, 2 minutes. Game 2, game 3, they'll probably get a little bit more foundational with their gameplay, but let's keep it going. Why not?
Northeastern looking to keep it going. Another bounce in the air. Gababy has to go up and meet that. Tasty Towels sends it back out, but Prosk midfield with the full tank of gas.
Yeah,
able to get that back in.
Every shot on goal is so scary there. Pokes out of the corner for like the 3rd time this game. And once again, so many people are committing. You're immediately going to see a reversal here. Gable gets a shot off. It isn't going to get much afterwards.
Yeah, Gababy tried to read that rebound, maybe try and poke something in where he couldn't. The ball sends back towards the side of Northeastern. Tasty Towels in there for the touch. Harlequin meeting him in the air off the ceiling. And Gabro's there. Sends it back towards the middle. Harlequin picks it up with boost, sends in a shot towards the left. Gababy's there to get in the way.
Yeah, Angebro has a good look here. Is playing, I'm just going to sneak around here for a little bit, absorb a little bit of boost, but runs out and goes back to the boost store. Harlequin gets a shot off goal. Prosk is there. Angebro should be behind.
Whoa, Gababy up top. You're there to send that back towards the side of Northeastern. Prosk sends it right back. We're playing a game of ping pong. Gababy with the little redirect off the top with boost.
Yeah, just trying to stall a little bit there, wait for Tasty Towels to come back from that demo. Haven't been seeing a lot of those recently, but I don't know if it really does matter. I thought I was going to see Prost there kind of use a boost to try to, stuff that ball out, but...
Good play there from Gababy, meeting the ball up in the air, sends in a shot. Prosk is going in with the boost. Harlequin, though, able to wrap around, pick up that corner boost, get a little extra juice to get in there with the save. And Gabro with the demo onto Tasty Towels.
Harlequin throws out the pass out there. Prosk is there for a good touch, but Angebro's just not able to pick it up. And we're going to see the tide turn. Northeastern now on the defense.
Gababy circles back, full tank of boost, hits it back up in the air. Prosk from the top, Harlequin.
Angebro comes diving out of nowhere from the ceiling. If it was a good look, that might have been a goal, but Harlequin here. 2 from Syracuse gets a deflection there, but the attack is not over for Northeastern.
Mr. Lindell, Tasty Towels, Gababy, all extremely low on boost. Harlequin's looking good. Tasty Towels sitting above that goal. Prosk rotates around, gets that mega boost. That is a big resource taken away from Syracuse, but Gababy's able to equalize.
Yeah, just a lot of minuscule mistakes here are keeping Northeastern down. The demo on Angebro, that's going to be really helpful here when we only have 20 seconds left.
Angabro comes back in from that respawn, able to save that shot in, going towards the empty net of Northeastern. 14 seconds left. Game 1 of this best-of-7 series. Northeastern has to score here if they want to take it to overtime.
Yeah, and Harlequin has a good look here. All up to Gababy to get a good deflection. Put it out Northeastern's way.
Oh! Tasty Towns with the save at the buzzer. The ball just has to hit the ground, throws it down. Prosk with boost, flies up in the air, meets it. Angabro stopped by Gababy, flies in from the ceiling to hit that ball against the floor, netting Syracuse the win in Game 1.
Wow. High intensity all the way through. I felt scared almost every single time a ball was near the goal. Like, people were like double committing on defense. Like, it was scary at almost every single time. I didn't know who was at advantage if a goal, like a shot was on goal. Even that, like, traditionally, I get a shot on goal. It's good for offense, but.
Yeah, but if that's right. If you're double committing to these shots, you open yourself up to counterattacks, right? To the transition game, and Rocket League can just be a game of like, all right, get your rotations in, keep the pressure on net, hope you get a goal. But it also can be we overcommitted, now our net's just empty at the other side of the court.
Yeah, and a lot of it was just minuscule mistakes or just slight imperfections on shots where we did see those full court reversals from the side of Northeastern, and I think literally 3 of their shots in the first 3 minutes hit the inside of the corner and just bounced out.
Yeah.
Like that could have easily been 4-2 Northeastern.
Yeah. It could have been. And that's, I mean, look, that's just sometimes how the ball bounces.
Yeah.
It's the name of the game. It's the name of Rocket League. And there's so much more. I mean,
I
Nikita,
don't think
what?
there's not much more. There's only 3 games.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's right. Of course. Syracuse in 4. You hear the music, the sweet tones of the field. We hop in for game 2 off the first touch. Nikita, from almost from God's mouth to our ears.
Yeah, just demo into demo. And then it just empty field. Like, they're still not letting up from either side of who's going to control this tempo, who's going to slow things down. Traditionally, you do see the winner in game 1 try to play more, you know, foundational, fundamental, but Gababy is like, why not? It worked in the first game. Why not keep going at it? We see another demo for Mr. Lindell. We should have looked at the stats after game 1 to count how many demos each player had.
Yeah. Counted up throughout the stage. It is an explosion fest. Mr. Lindell finds the tap from the side, shoots it in right the top right corner. Look at that. That like set. Gababy Angabro smacks it down. Mr. Lindell again there with the rotation, and Prost just has no boost.
3 in his face, and he still just gets it. Gets the demo, gets a good look from that assist, and isn't scared of anyone on Northeastern, just shoots it right through. And now you're just allowed to keep playing as hectic as you were previously.
Yeah,
like, there's nothing that could demand a change.
No, there's no reason Syracuse would want to slow this down. They like the momentum. They like the pace. It seems like they're thriving in this chaotic environment. And Northeastern just kind of isn't able to reset. Gababy again keeps that chaos train rolling by finding the demo.
And I think chaos is a good way to put it. I don't think it's anything that's technically correct. Like, as we saw right there with Northeastern on the attack, the demo put Syracuse out of position, but because like Prosk was trying to recover where Angebro was, it was just like, okay, I'm just going to turn around with the ball at midfield and nothing really happens. But it's nothing really gained besides just pure like hype and momentum for the side of Syracuse. Oh, we got a demo that feels good. Let's keep doing it.
Yeah, exactly. As we say that, that must feel good for Northeastern. Angabro able to kind of find that shot in up off the corner. Tasty Tow's there, no boost. Lindell just a second, not even a second, quarter of a second too slow.
And that's the risk with Gababy going out there to try to challenge one-on-one at midfield.
Yep.
Where if you do miss, you really have to hope that your backline is there to cover everything. Where I think previously we've seen Gababy be that backline, that last line of defense.
Gababy, speaking of the devil, is the last line of defense. They are able to find the save as Harlequin came barreling down with the ball, looking for another shot, fires it in. Gababy, the last line of defense, another stellar save.
Yeah, but Prosk is there to cover the rebound. Angebro has a good look there, stuffed out, but it's not over. Harlequin had an attack there. Prosk should be shooting here. Angebro has a look, isn't able to do anything with it. Both of them are back at midfield, and we kind of reset this Northeastern attack.
Yeah, Syracuse looking to use this opportunity to get more boost. Lindell back at full. Gababy at 0, looking to pick up a mega or something of the sort. Northeastern does use this to get more boost. There is Gababy, there is the boost, and there is the ball being taken back to midfield over in Northeastern's end. Syracuse trying to put together an offensive possession here.
Yeah, and Prosk has kind of just been sitting on that Syracuse half, looking to get a good pass and put the goal in there. Oh. Yeah, and as we see Prosk kind of over there, but he does get stuffed out by Gababy. Gababy, the last line of defense, is just a stalwart back there.
Mr. Lindell, no boost, unable to do that. Tasty Tow's in the air, meets Prosk up high. Gababy now, a full tank of boost, one-on-one with Harlequin. The ball is flying in the air. Prosk, with the boost, is able to come pick it up. The bounce to center. The response, Angabro flies up, not quite in as Tasty Town's able to hit it away.
It's just slight mispositionings there. There have been so many good first looks, some good passes, some good rebounds, and Northeastern has just slightly been off in their positioning to finalize and secure that goal.
2 more demos in on Lindell and Tasty Tow's, leaving Gababy the last one up. Harlequin now a freestyle solo from the top off the ledge, and oh no!
That last line of defense.
Goal. Harlequin seemed like missed the shot, but Gababy just the worst place at the worst time.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure Gababy's thinking there, that's just like gone anyway. Like, that's probably the thought process you got to go going forward, where like that was so easily a goal if they were able to get the correct touch there. So you can't really feel bad about that own goal because it was almost like a lost cause anyways, almost like a free kick or something. Looking at traditional soccer.
Tasty Towels contests that ball, able to hit it up. Gababy off the side, trying to get in a center play, but Angabro is there. to send it back into the orange's side of the court. Gababy picks up that mega boost. Mr. Lindell challenges Angebro in the air. Gababy's there to stop it.
Yeah, and the interesting thing with, we are going to see a shot on goal from Prosk there. Harlequin does keep it, and accidentally clears it out there. But with Syracuse being down this late in the game, Gababy is almost unlocked to be able to cover the full court. He is no longer that last line of defense. He is that first attack on goal.
And it can be a risk because it can open up offensive chances, but it can also open up the defense, give Northeastern more of an opportunity to come back. Lindell with the good tap on Gabro. Going to be there. Pretty easy. Saved a Batisk away. Prosk tastes down. Tasty Towels as Gababy hits it off the edge. Sets it up to Harlequin. Keeps the ball in the air. Messes up that trajectory for Gababy, who's trying to go up and meet it.
Oh, only 35 seconds left here. Things have kind of stalled out. And that demo on Gababy could be really the turning tide here for Northeastern to clutch out game 2.
Northeastern just has to wait out this last 25 seconds. They will even up the series 1 apiece. Prosk puts a shot on net, flies a little wide. The demo onto Harlequin, 15 seconds left. Syracuse have to try and turn this into an offensive possession if they want to bring this game to overtime.
Yeah, but the demos are just like kind of allowing Northeastern to just keep coming back and back after each deflection. Just keep putting shots on goal, even if they don't go in. Wasting time is good. Gababy has the opportunity.
Oh, the demo in the goal. Gababy takes matters into his own hands. The dribble into the demo, into the finish. How do you like that?
We're watching Fast and the Furious right there. We couldn't even see the ball go in because of the demo.
Through the fire in the flames. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
As Gabriel went by and shot the goal.
Overtime here for Syracuse. They proved to themselves in that Buffalo match that they can win in overtime. Before that, they were 0-4. Now today in overtime, they are 1-0, looking to make it 2-0. Lindell picks up that, gets demolished in the process.
Yeah, and Angebro had a really good look there, but was just slightly out of position and kind of delayed everything. You don't really get that much value off the demo there. Prosk does get the demo on Tasty Towels there, though. Let's see if Angebro is able to reset what just happened.
Tasty Towels hits that off the side, looking for someone of his teammates. Gababy in the net.
Yeah, but that's not going to be the last attack for Northeastern here. All three sides of Northeastern were there as Angebro was able to clutch it in overtime. Does the overtime decision, does that fact come back to haunt Syracuse?
Syracuse might be thinking something along. They might be getting a little nervous.
Yeah.
They might be saying, "Look, we were able to take one in overtime, but now who knows? Maybe you fall back to old ways and you start to have a difficult time." The series is tied 1-1. Nikita, your prediction is already wrong.
Oh wait, hold up. I think it's a little hot in here right now.
Oh, Nikita. This is Nikita. Nikita, you better not turn around and have Northeastern on that shirt, Nikita. Nikita. Nikita.
All right, as I said before, Northeastern in 5.
Security, can security come in here and escort this guy? This is blasphemy! In the new Shine Esports Center, the Veterans Day Invitational, you take off your Syracuse sweater to reveal a Northeastern Esports shirt.
I had Northeastern in 5. It's written right there the entire time. I don't know what you were hearing the entire time, but yeah, I mean, overtime are the woes of Syracuse. You get there, and Northeastern's going to win that every single time.
A traitor, a snake, and a villain is sitting next to me on this desk, but luckily for the players over there, they can't see this. They don't know the betrayal that you have done, and they still have 5 more games at most to play to decide the winner. The culmination of this whole weekend, what do you think Northeastern needs to do to keep up this momentum?
I mean, if we look at it shot for shot from game 1 and game 2, I think if you looked at it on paper, Northeastern probably had the lead. Like we said, if they just scored a few of those, the goals that literally just bounced off the goalpost, or the non-goals, I would say, became goals, this is 2-0 we're looking at right now. We're not even looking at an OT in game 2. I think on the flip side, though, for the side of Syracuse, I was talking with Gababy yesterday. And he was saying that longer series benefit Syracuse's team. So I think if you are Northeastern, you need to win this actually in 5. You don't want it to go game 7. You have the home field advantage.
Why do you think Syracuse has the edge in those longer formats?
I think because Gababy feels that the team is able to like download the opponent more so, feel more comfortable. And even if it does get to that Game 7, those Game 5s in the earlier bracket, I think Chaos kind of benefits them, as we've seen from that Game 1.
I mean, just look, and not even just Game 1. Look at the end of Game 2. The chaos there from Gababy as the clock expires. Remember, all that ball has to do is touch the floor, and then it's over. But Gababy's able to keep it alive, keep that kind of entropy chaos train going round and round. Thanks for watching, and keep watching, because it is Game 3 of the Veterans Day Invitational, tied 1 apiece.
Yeah, and we're seeing the exact same thing that has happened in every single game so far. An immediate attack there. Syracuse is almost able to score a goal in the first 10 seconds.
Oh, and I mean, it's an open net! Gababy is able to score a goal in the first 20.
Yeah, oh no, I'm going to double it. I'll make it 20. You gotta, leave a little room for suspense there, but Gababy starting out strong.
Wow. Syracuse takes the early lead, up 1-0. Another defensive miscue in there from Northeastern. Gababy now with the ball.
Yeah, almost saw a miscue there from the side of Syracuse. If Gababy wasn't ready to defend that, would have been a shot off the kickoff, but of course, Gababy gets the block and is immediately putting pressure on offense somehow. Man is all over the field. Oh, but it's not enough. Gababy isn't able to get there back in time, and Harlequin is able to even things up here. This game is looking reminiscent of Game 1, where it's just shot after shot, goal after goal.
In this short pause, I will say the third place finisher in this tournament is decided. Buffalo just beat Albany 4-0 to take third place.
Wow.
So congratulations to Buffalo, and now all eyes turn towards this grand finals, this best of 7 match, tied 1 apiece. The shot comes in from Prosk off the side.
Oh, and that does seem like Mr. Lindell is going to be able to clear it out here. Really good at stopping and stifling that Northeastern attack. Gababy lying in wait, but a little bit of a miscommunication there. Prost should be able to get a bounce. Oh, and another miscommunication as they double commit from Northeastern.
Mr. Lindell is able to find that. Now the shot in off the corner. Harlequin explodes Gababy, and Ongabro finds the save.
Oh, we almost saw an own goal situation there from Harlequin.
Gababy flying in from the side, able to send that back, but Ongabro hits it back in. Syracuse sends it back. Harlequin in the air, finds the tap back. Tasty Towns flies in, misses the ball completely, and now Harlequin has an opportunity to make an offensive push. Gababy, with the full boost, doesn't want to quite let that happen. Throws the ball up in the air, the 2 hits, the ball is just kind of floating. Tasty Towns gets a hit, Ongabro follows it up.
Yeah, just playing around midfield a lot, kind of flirting around there the last 30 seconds or so. We saw a lot of like boost plays you mentioned where Gababy had full boost, but Prost was able to steal that boost right before him. So kind of playing a little bit of an econ game until one team gets a really good look here, and it might start here with Harlequin on the top.
Shoots one down. Gababy, though, there to find it on the floor. A little bit of the mix-up. Gets Prosk. And now, though, Ongabro on the offensive push. Tasty Towels gets the hit. Lindell, Gababy run into each other. The demo out on a Towels. The momentum's here for Northeastern.
Yeah, needs to get a good look here. That looks like an empty net.
Oh, the momentum is not there for Northeastern. Gababy finds the good tap.
Yeah, and it just goes.
Yeah.
And you saw it there from the POV of Prost. Turned around, saw that empty net, and just went, okay, we got to focus on the next one, guys.
Yep. On the next one, they go. Ongabro takes the tip.
Oh my God.
Throws it back. Almost an own goal itself if Ongabro had a little bit of a better angle on that. Lindell tries to fly up to meet it in the air. Gababy,
Prost,
the last
Gababy.
line of defense gets thrown aside by Prosk. Now Ongabro, the solo freestyle. Gababy, the brick wall back in the net.
Yeah, and Prosk is able to respawn there to stop the attack. But Gababy is potent with the opportunities that he has.
Prosk comes in, gets the tap. Ongabro there, the demo onto Mr. Lindell. Gababy now the last line of defense, truly like we've been saying this whole game. A pinch, the ball goes flying into the air. Sent back towards Mr. Lindell, misses the center. Prosk is able to regroup, take that ball back into the hands of Northeastern.
But, oh my gosh, another demo here. That might have been one of the first ones for Gababy there. Really was able to just kind of stifle things out here, which works for the benefit of Syracuse. But Northeastern just needs to stop getting in each other's way.
Oh, Mr. Lindell finds the save, the rebound. Prosk off the back of the demo onto Gababy, gets the goal and ties this up 2-2.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they were going for earlier when we did see Prosk just completely go into the goal, trying to get Gababy out of there. If you demo him, he can't be the last line of defense.
Yep. As we see before, I was talking to Ryan it was Ryan and I were talking earlier in the Syracuse-Buffalo game. We were wondering if Buffalo could just figure out the strategy to beating Syracuse. Demo Gababy.
Yeah. Who would have thought taking out the best player for a short amount of time, every few instances, would be very beneficial to scoring?
I mean, right there, you take him out and you score! OMG!
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on Gababy. And now, does he get shamed a third time?
Oh, that would be dirty. That would be nasty indeed. Gababy, now Syracuse, they know what Northeastern has started to do. So now Syracuse has the task of figuring out how to limit these demos. Do you just choose to fight fire with fire?
Yeah, and if you keep eliminating, even if you go down to 2-2, as long as Gababy is one of those 4, that's probably an advantage state for Syracuse.
Prosk sends that back towards the middle. Ongebro off the bounce. The ball is just sitting there. The follow-up comes in from Harlequin. A flurry of action. Northeastern seems to have found their footing in this Game 3.
There is a world line where Harlequin right there bounces it off of Angebro, and we're not seeing a goal replay right now. In the darkest of timelines for the fans in Boston. But we are entering our final 60 seconds of Game 3 with Northeastern up 4-2.
It's a long series. It is a 7-game series. The first team to win 4 will be your champion. Prosk meets the ball on the left, sends it back towards the goal. Harlequin.
Yeah, you might have wanted to see Tasty Towers there kind of knock into one of the players there. Gababy, always there, always defending, is able to turn things around there. But stalling isn't really going to do much. You have to score here on each of these opportunities. Only 33 seconds left.
Syracuse looking for it. Gababy flies up top. Oh, gets the hit on the ball. Ongebro, though. The last line of defense for Northeastern proves to be valid. The ball sinks down. Prosk finds it. 20 seconds left. Syracuse trying to look for the tap. Gababy gets the first one, the second.
Oh, he's just stifled. Angebro able to play some very solid defense here. Harlequin going backwards to just get a bad touch on that ball. Gababy goes up for the shot, but we are looking like it is doomed for Game 3 here, and Northeastern is able to clinch Game 3, take that 2-1 lead as I previously predicted before this set started.
As you definitely predicted, a 5-game win for Northeastern. Yes, people, astute viewers will realize that you are a turncloak.
That's a really weird way to say profit, but yeah, let's talk about that game.
Let's talk about that game.
Why did that turn in the favor of Northeastern? Like, what do you think happened?
Because Northeastern figured out that taking out the other team's best player is a good decision. The demos have been coming through all game. All throughout the first 2 games, the demos were coming through, but it wasn't really targeted. It was kind of just blow up whoever you can. There's a car in front of you sitting still, run into it at full speed and make it explode. But now, Northeastern it might have even happened on accident. At first, they demo Gababy, and then they go, oh, wait, we just scored when we demoed Gababy, and then they're like, what if we try that again?
And then again?
And then again.
Yeah.
So now Syracuse has to go back to the drawing board and figure out how do we stop Gababy from getting removed from the lobby.
Yeah, and I don't know what the response is. Like, they know where Gababy is going to be on the Northeastern attack because he's going to be in the goal. So you can't even do like a little bit of a mix-up where, okay, Gabe, you're going to be on the left side. Like, no, he is going to be leading that defense. So maybe it is just trying to do all-out offense, right? Now you do really just unlock Gababy. You're down in the series now. There are potentially a lot more games to be played, but your back does start to go against the wall if you are Syracuse, and let's see if anything changes in Game 4.
Oh, in Game 4, Ongebro right off rip, 9 seconds in. The good pass over from Prosk to Harlequin, and then, see, they're doing it! Look at Prosk, takes down Mr. Lindell in goal. Syracuse is just starting to have their goalie completely bullied and exploited and taken out of the match.
Yeah, it's almost like Northeastern knows Syracuse, even if it's not Gababy, is going to have someone sitting there in their goal. Don't even go for a touch or a second touch. I'm just going to be a big body and move him out of the way.
The turnaround from Prosk gets the demo on to Mr. Lindell, responds, picks up that full boost. Prosk is there, though. Harlequin off the ceiling. Gababy flies up again, being that stalwart brick wall and goal on Gabro. The ball's sitting there, Prosk.
just rolling there in center. Prosk is able to get a shot off a little too far left there, but the attack isn't over with Harlequin in the back. Has a good look here, a lot of boost. But we do see demo from Mr. Lindell.
Yeah, on to Harlequin, trying to take that player out of the game for a brief stretch of time. Gababy now has the ball in his hands, loses it to Harlequin. Thrown back up, Mr. Lindell puts one on net, but a little wide. Prosk is there.
Yeah, patience is key from the side of Northeastern. Aren't afraid of the attack, aren't going to jump out and stand in goal. Sitting to either side, knows when they need to talk, who needs to go for what type of a block there. And we are seeing Northeastern hold on to this lead.
Yeah, good touch from Mr. Lindell. Responded to Angabro. Gets a good shot on goal up though. Gababy able to find it. Angabro looking for the rebound back in on net. Prosk demos Mr. Lindell. A 3v2. Angabro goes in for the shot. Gababy, the right place, the right time. Finds the save.
Yeah, and we're really starting to see it, these like midfield plays. Prosk just eat boost and just hang out in front of Syracuse's goal. Like, Prosk is not even an offensive threat. He's just purely a threat to, I'm going to demo who's ever standing in front of goal. Like, it's just going to happen. You guys have to get out of my way, or you're going to get demoed, and my team's going to score either way.
Gababy with the boost and the ball. Little jump, throws the ball over. Now the solo shot, pops it up in the air. Angabro does not want to be put on a highlight reel, but Lindell throws one up, looking for the double tap with his teammate. Harlequin in the air, though. Mr. Lindell takes down Prosk, and Gababy's hit.
No.
Tasty Towels, though, back up, able to re-stabilize.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. Gababy's trying to clear out back to his teammate, but didn't know that Northeastern was just sitting in goal. Like, was able to turn around this clear entirely. Looks like a pretty strong potential attack phase here for Northeastern. Prosk has some boost. Gababy does clear out. Wow, we've never said that before. As Angabro is able to just, get this clear, kind of restart things over again.
Prosk with the shot in on goal. Gababy's got to catch up. Beautiful car mechanics midair to deny that shot from Prosk.
But Angabro should be coming out of here with full boost. The shot is his. Prosk is there. And Harlequin cuts in front to score.
The one-timer sets it up. Harlequin comes flying off the side. Beautiful pass across. Sets up for Prosk. Mr. Lindell and Tasty Towels both went in for Prosk when it was actually Harlequin taking the shot.
Yeah, Northeastern had the look there that even if Harlequin went too fast or went left or went right or missed, Prosk was right there to score the goal anyways.
Yep. Off the top crossbar. Thrown back to Prosk. Harlequin. Mr. Lindell tries to go up in the air to meet it. Tasty Towels, no boost. Now Gababy flies up. Gets the tap off the wall. In the center, Angabro able to find the tap to send that away from the goal.
Yeah, this is a really good turn of the tide for Syracuse here. Really strong attack for the first time in a while, but the ball goes all the way back, and now we're looking at the thing we've been looking at for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Angabro getting a good shot off. Prosk behind. Maybe it was a feint, and it worked. Harlequin was able to score behind. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it doesn't matter either way. Syracuse is now down 0-3.
Yeah, something in the momentum is going wrong for Syracuse. They have to find a way to lock back in to figure this out. Down 3-0, you do not want to go down 3-1 if you can help it. You want to get a game 2. You want to tie the series up at 2 apiece moving into game 5.
Yeah, and this is almost like a feels bad moment regardless, because if Syracuse is able to score 3 goals in the next minute and a half and they end up losing that overtime, that might just be the series. Like, that is so demoralizing.
Syracuse, though, still has it in them to try. Gababy looking to freestyle off the ceiling. The double tap. Prosk comes in. Anybody from Syracuse. Tasty Towels a little bit too far behind to pick up the rebound.
Yeah, almost an owned goal from Harlequin on the defense there. And speaking of Harlequin, gets a shot off, but of course Gababy is there to clear things out. But clearing things out isn't going to do it here. Tasty Towels, someone on Syracuse needs to find a way to turn the tide and just start scoring, at least put some shots on goal.
Gababy with the flip, reset the shot. Going to go a little bit wide. Again, Miss Gababy looking to just take matters into his own hands. Talking to him before the game, he said, the reason why we played so much better against Buffalo is I turned it on. Gababy needs to turn it back on here. 40 seconds left, down 3-0.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Syracuse, you have to hope that the light switch isn't broken or taped down. This thing needs to be turned on. Harlequin, I don't even know what that might have been, just his own goal for fun at that point if that connected. We are starting to see the demos come out on Gababy there. But if you're Northeastern, I don't even know if you want to score. I think you just want to waste some time.
Yeah,
run that clock, get into game 5.
I mean, 3 goals left, 15 seconds. Even if you're Syracuse at this point, you might just want to not let them score, not score yourself. Just get into the next game. Angabro finds the Ricochet off the top of the cage, puts it in, rubs salt in the wound, and makes it 4-0.
Yeah, they don't care what we're saying. I want to score as many goals as I want if I'm Andrew Bro, if I'm Harlequin, or if I'm Prosk here. Oh, 13 seconds. We are going to be looking to Game 5 here. There might be some, some theatrics going on here. It might be good here for the side of Syracuse if you are able to get a goal. Just take that momentum a little bit into Game 5, but
just a little
bit of a formality.
Grab a little sweet treat towards the end. It doesn't seem like that is going to happen, though. Northeastern wins Game 3, and remember, 7-game series. So Northeastern is now on match point.
As I predicted prior to the start of the set.
As you predicted prior to the start of the set. So it feels like Northeastern definitely has realized that their strategy is to, number one, right, I think this is what's been happening in the mental space of these two teams. Gababy saving every single shot Northeastern put on net. They went, oh, what if we just demo Gababy in net? Then that would look better. And then after that Game 4, Syracuse went, okay, they're just going to demo Gababy in net. Let's put someone else in net. But then Northeastern was just like, let's just keep demoing whoever's in net, because maybe something about how Gababy was playing in that goal set himself up to not be demoed as easily. So as you have other players start to take the role of that goalie, start to take the role of that kind of final wall, they are playing in a way that is more conducive to them being demoed.
Yeah, I mean, looking at just how they play defense against a traditional shot, what Northeastern does is they position their backman on the post. Yep. So they're not sitting in goal, sitting in center, whereas we, flip the script, look at Syracuse. There's always almost someone standing in that goal, or even behind it, inside of it, as we saw for one of those demo cases. But again, that is really easy to notice, but it's really hard to implement where, okay, guys, now if we are going to be backline on defense, we're just going to sit at post. That's kind of hard to implement in literally a 1-minute break between Game 4 and Game 5.
Speaking of, Game 5 is here. Syracuse have to win this game if they want to keep it alive. Northeastern looking to take the crown, take the championship of the Veterans Day Invitational. Harlequin tries to start it off. Gababy with the tap. Angabro flying in from the sky. Mr. Lindell, though, with the boost.
Missed.
Doesn't quite hit it, but get the rebound. Syracuse isn't there with the rotations. Nikita, it feels like they're just getting sloppy.
Well, that might have been the exact same thing we were looking at. No one was sitting in goal. They were coming from the cross post and just missed. The whiff was what started that entire conundrum for the side of Syracuse, and Northeastern able to start off in the lead once again.
If you're Syracuse, you have to figure out and remember why you got here. Remember how you won that first game, and remember what good, cohesive Rocket League is.
Yeah, I think you just need to start sending Gababy out on those offensive attacks there. I don't think he should be sitting at midfield.
Mr. Lindell able to find that hit away. Prosk centers it off the side. Gababy with that good touch to send it back towards the end of Northeastern. Angabro takes it up and off the ceiling.
Oh, yeah, we are seeing a little bit of flirting here at mid. Prosk dropped the ball there, but Harlequin was able to pick it up behind. Oh, we are seeing Syracuse's first attack in this game. Tasty Towels had the look there. Good deflection from Northeastern to clear things out, and we are seeing maybe a potential reverse here. Angelo just eating all that boost. Take their time. Oh my God.
Syracuse still flying in. Gababy able to sneak in through the gaps in the rotations. Flies in from midfield. Look at this. They're almost sitting there. They don't even know. They all jump up. Gababy threads the needle.
Yeah, Tasty Towels was just shooting like a rocket right by that. I think that kind of scared Angelo there. It's like, oh, there's someone here. Turns around, and Gababy's shot's already going in there. A really good, quick play from Syracuse to even things out.
Gababy now put that shot on his shoulders and equalized it. Tasty Towels gets the hit, though. Harlequin playing for the second touch. Gets it. Gababy looking for the flip reset. Finds it. The shot in on goal. Angabro just barely gets there. The redo. Oh my goodness.
A double whiff there, but Tasty's not done. Northeastern is on the defensive, but Prosk might be able to clear things out here. Oh no, running into Harlequin. Angelo is able to flip it out.
Mr. Lindell with no boost has to back up, pick up that mega back at his spawn. Tasty Towels tries to get the hit in. Mr. Lindell crosses over, gets Angabro out of the way. The shot from Gababy finds the top left corner.
Yeah, we're seeing shots that we haven't seen all series. Maybe the trick really is just shooting from midfield.
I mean, look at the perfection on that Prosk. It was like perfect placement, literally perfect placement.
Yeah, you would have hoped if you were Pross there, you'd be able to half press left on your keyboard to be able to get that good angle to knock it out. But unfortunate there as Syracuse takes the lead. But Northeastern's attack isn't over. I don't care. I'm Pross. I'm going to shoot on your goal right now, and I'm going to score and even things out.
Again, right away, the response. Harlequin, the pass up. Prosk able to find that top right corner again. Another perfectly placed shot just out of the fingertips, or should I say the bumper tips, of both Mr. Lindell and Gababy.
Oh, yeah, and it really has been just getting started in terms of like, oh no, we do see Gababy shooting at an empty net. That's a scary thing to see from midfield with how potent his accuracy is.
Angebro with no boost, throws it back towards Prost, uses the last bit of his boost to try and throw it in towards the goal. Mr. Lindell is able to get there and get the stop. Harlequin, Tasty Towels now up in the air, misses the first touch. Gababy, though, on the repeat, another shot off the top. Angebro's able to hit it out.
Yeah, we saw a couple of these feints from Northeastern in the previous game. That could be Gababy literally telling Mr. Lindell or Tasty Towels to go up and miss intentionally with like mid or quarter boost, while we saw Gababy had full boost right behind, was able to get a good shot off.
Prosk, no boost in that corner, going up against Gababy. Also no boost. The ball stalled out in front of the cage.
Oh, should be a good look here for Angebro.
Oh, the flip resets. It doesn't quite come through. Prosk with the full tank of gas. Mr. Lindell now comes up from the side, throws it up. Gababy circling back around. Tasty Towels meets Harlequin in the air as Mr. Lindell gets the demo on Prosk.
Oh, Gababy. Time to shine.
Oh, the demo. Tasty Towels comes in with the cleanup. The 1-2 punch from Gababy and Tasty Towels gives Syracuse the lead with 98 seconds.
Yeah, puts the ball in the good spot, then just takes him out. And, you know, I don't want to score the goals. I'll leave one for my teammate to clean up.
What a nice guy he is. Just the thing you dream of. Tasty Towns tries to throw it back in. Angebro gets that second touch. Prosk with a full boost, flies in. A little too high. Mr. Lindell meets Harlequin in the air.
Yeah, boost economy is low for everyone except Gababy. That's a dangerous thing for Northeastern. Gababy shot on goal, isn't able to get picked up.
Oh, with the save from Angebro. Mr. Lindell tries to put it on, but the offensive pressure from Syracuse is not over. Tasty Towels, misses.
Yeah, but Mr. Lindell's back there. You don't got to worry about that. Gets at least one clear. Mr. Lindell there, but you always got to worry, where is Gababy?
These teams, it looks like, starting to get a little shaky. Both sides missing easy hits. Gababy up in the air. That save is all but automatic.
Oh, good look there for Harlequin.
Oh, the save from Tasty Towels denies it. Gababy back with the ball.
Oh, and now we are going to see what Syracuse did really well in their one-game win in terms of stalling. They had a one-goal lead, and they were able to stall for a full minute. Time is now ticking down. The pressure is turning to Northeastern side. You don't want to go another game. You want to tie things up and force in overtime.
Mr. Lindell able to get that touch, send the ball away. 25 seconds left off the top. Angebro hits it over into the corner. Gababy, low boost, 29. Trying to hit that ball up the top. Angebro, Gababy with the tip away. 15 seconds left. Northeastern tries to keep the pedal on the gas. Angebro gets the demo on a Tasty Towels. Mr. Lindell turns it back around. 8 seconds left. The clock is ticking down. Syracuse just have to keep this ball away.
Oh, one bounce there. Angebro's there to put in position.
The ball has to touch the ground, and it does. Syracuse stay alive. A 3-2 victory in game number 5 brings us to a game 6. Nikita Bear.
Hello.
In that shirt.
Should I put a different shirt on? Nah, they gotta win another, and then I'll say it's too hot in here, or I'll say it's too cold.
Okay, yeah, no, let's play.
Then I'll put it back on.
Let's play it out the bit.
Oh,
okay,
wait, we're live.
They saw.
So yeah, game 6.
What a game 5 from Syracuse. They were able, again, what we were saying at the beginning. Can Gababy, it was that light switch taped up? Was it turned off?
I don't know, man. Because a lot of it just seemed like they were taking all the tricks out of the bag. Yeah. And I don't know if there's anything left at the bottom of that thing for this next game. Because we did see some things we hadn't seen all series. We saw Syracuse feign attacks from midfield, and literally it was just like clearing the wave, and Gababy with full boost comes from behind and scores.
Yeah.
That happened twice.
Well, but I mean, okay, so right, it seems like Syracuse has reached into their bag and put it all on the table, but now is where the mind games get introduced.
Okay.
When do you decide to pick up trick A? When do you decide to pick up trick B, trick C? You just have to have enough options to keep Northeastern guessing, because if you can just force these 50-50s or these advantageous positions, if you keep control of the ball and just work towards getting good chances, then, you know, it's just a matter of time until the goals start falling your way.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how things go in Game 6 here as we get started. As almost every single game, Northeastern gets a really good look off the kickoff, and nothing really comes from it.
And good look off the kickoff!
I curse the commentator. It is what it is. Prosk is able to score off of a seemingly bad look there, but Gababy, as we see, was coming all the way from midfield. Wasn't able to get in position as Prosk was already over top. Starts things out differently. But what happened in Game 5 was, I think Northeastern got caught sleeping on that really weird goal on that clear out.
Yeah.
So you can't just rest on your laurels yet.
No, you can't. Syracuse, though, has to try and bring it back. Maybe Northeastern going back to what won them the first couple games. The demos. Mr. Lindell taking out Angabro, sends one back in on the net. Gababy is there. Gababy will find the stop. Full boost all across the board for Syracuse. Pressing the advantage, Gababy and Mr. Lindell fly up to meet it. Angabro gets there before Tasty Towels does. Now, no boost. Gababy picks up the Mega, flying in the air. Tries to take it down towards the other end. Tasty Towels looks for the bounce. Gababy sends it off the side.
No boost for Gababy, though. But we do have some backline. Tasty Towels had full boost. Isn't able to really do much there. Stuffs after the shot. Harlequin has a decent opportunity for a shot on goal here. Prost sitting in wait.
Yeah, Gababy with 0 boost, still able to go up and find that save. The demo comes out onto Mr. Lindell, but as we know, the shot come in!
Harlequin!
Try as you might with the save. Harlequin able to massage that in the top corner.
Homie was just stalling. We see it right here. Oh, there's 3 of you? Okay, I'm just going to shoot it so you guys can score for me.
What a shot from Harlequin, giving Northeastern the 2-0 lead in Game 6. Again, Northeastern sitting on match point. A win here for Northeastern would mean the tournament.
Oh, and now you really are starting to get into dire straits. Even though it is only 2 goals, even though only a minute and 20 seconds has passed, your tournament life is on the line if you are Syracuse University here.
You got to start feeling the pressure, and now is when it comes down to Gababy. He's got to be able to find these turnarounds, to find these counterattacks, to take matters into his own hands. The shot coming in off the corner just barely goes wide. Syracuse catch a lucky break.
Yeah, no one there from Northeastern side to back up Angelo on that shot there. But Tasty Towels, I don't even know how Tasty Towels was in position to score that. Let's see. Starts in midfield, just clears out, and just lets it happen. What? Angelo went for the contest, wasn't able to do anything. And we're back to a bit of a closer game, folks.
The soft touch in from Tasty Towels. Sometimes speed is not the answer. It's about finesse.
Gababy's down.
Gababy's down. Northeastern trying to look for the opportunity. Up in off the top. The shot comes in. Tasty Towels with the save.
Angelo not relenting on this offense. Harlequin is there below. Is able to shove it in. I don't care if anyone's standing in goal right now. I'm just going to drive this ball right into it, as we see right here.
Yeah, no one there from Syracuse. As you were talking about, they opt to, instead of being in the goal, try and go in from the top. But that pass from the top down on Gabro to Harlequin just no one hits it. Is that going in?
Oh my gosh. Talking about how important these kickoffs have been for gaining offensive pressure, defensive pressure. We almost saw 3 whiffs into a straight empty goal. And that would have been what you wanted if you were Syracuse, to be honest.
That would have been what the doctor ordered. You got to hope for at least one of those little things that tend to go your way. Right now, Syracuse trying as we approach almost halftime in what is match point for Northeastern University. Harlequin back in on the net. Gababy with the save.
Oh, and we do see a little bit more of this midfield play here, trying to figure out, are we going to shoot here? Are we going to go for a pass? Angelo gets a look. Baby's there, of course. And now we're playing 2 deep back for the side of Northeastern. Doesn't want to give a single goal, but we are seeing them sit at both corners. And if Gababy sees that and gets a good shot off, he's going to score from his own half of the pitch.
This could be an opening. Syracuse now with some boost, have control of the ball in the end of Northeastern. Mr. Lindell off the assist from Gababy brings Syracuse back within 1.
Yeah, and if we're just looking at boost economy here, we see it right here.
Wow.
All 3 of Northeastern players have 0 boost, while 2 from the side of Syracuse had at least full boost or used their boost to score that goal there.
The kickoff flies up in the air. Mr. Lindell does get the bump. The ball in a dangerous spot. Gababies has to find this tap. Does. 1 minute 54 seconds left. Gababy flies up, meets it, send it back down. It's an empty net. Harlequin, though, has the boost, is able to get back.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we're just seeing, I don't know if it's sloppy, I don't know what it is, but we're seeing a lot of empty nets back to back to back. Tasty Towels has to do something here. Angebro puts a hit on Harlequin.
Oh, the mid-air demo. Harlequin tries to fly up there and gets exploded for it. Trying to turn it back their way, Mr. Lindell puts it up in front of the net. Harlequin flies up, meets it, sends it off. The double tap, looks for it, doesn't get it. Angebro, though, off the return. Gababy stifles it.
Yeah, not a lot of communication there from Northeastern. Had both players in the form of Angebro and Harlequin going for it. Prosk able to clear things out here, and we are still looking at a 1-goal lead with 1 minute left in Game 6.
Cuse have to try and buckle in. That tap is going to send the ball up in the air. Gababy reaches, flies, and gets it. 60 seconds left. Syracuse have to score to keep their tournament hopes alive.
And that's another one of those opportunities where if that net was a little bit more to one direction, Gababy would have been able to score there. Harlequin had a decent look, had a decent opportunity, but wasn't able to finish it. But you don't need to finish it if you're Northeastern. You just need to waste the time.
35 seconds left. Angebro is met by Tasty Towels. That ball sent over to the right side of the field. Prosk now in, centers it, but Gababy is there. 30 seconds remaining. Syracuse's hope and some dreams rest on Gababy, Tasty Towels, and Mr. Lindell. Prosk flies in. Tasty Towels gets the tap back up in the air, looking for the double. Harlequin able to find it. The hit back towards Gababy. The ball floating up top of the cage. Syracuse has to find this. The ball is just sitting there. Syracuse, but Prosk with the save. 6 seconds left. The ball is in the air. If the ball touches the ground and Syracuse doesn't get the goal, Northeastern will be your champions. It does not matter. The last second goal. Northeastern takes the Warrior Gaming Veterans Day Invitational. Final score 4-2 in both the game and the match score. Nikita, what a set.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, talking about what Gababy said, where those longer series do benefit Syracuse, I think we saw it.
Yeah.
How starkly different Game 5 was from the previous 4 games and how different that game looked. We did see some of those similar approaches where it was, I'm going to send Mr. Lindell out and then Gababy's just going to full send behind. We did see it. It didn't connect. We saw a lot more of those shots from midfield, those shots from their own half of the pitch, that if the look was a little bit better, they would have caught Northeastern slacking. But we are saying if.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is Northeastern did win in a fairly dominant fashion.
And I wouldn't say I would
4-2,
slow down
4-2.
fairly
I don't know
dominant
about that.
fashion.
You got to throw fairly there. It's an adjective. No, it's not.
As we take a look at some of these replays, we do kind of see how these teams managed to eke out the win. Northeastern was able to just kind of keep that pressure up. They were able to find those demos. A lot of really good, something we didn't touch on, really good passing from Northeastern. They were always passing to each other, passes from the top, passes from the side, all around the board. Great job from Northeastern. Great job from Syracuse. They gave us such a finish.
Yeah, and I think something we didn't talk about either, where we're talking about the gameplay kind of shifted. I don't think we saw as many demos from the side of Syracuse going forward after that game 1.
Yeah.
They took that lead. They were able to go, gain that 1-0 advantage where I think there were so many demos, and it really just did seem like Northeastern decided to do that afterwards. And we saw that crazy last-second goal there from Gababy. Cool Guys don't look at explosions as he drives through and is able to score.
As these replays wrap up, Northeastern takes the victory 4-2 over Syracuse University. The Veterans Day Invitational brought to you with the help of Horizon AVL. What a way to end. I think up soon we're gonna get an interview from the winning side from Northeastern. I'm like on the come down for that. that was intense. That was crazy. I mean, the pace for that was set right off the rip with like a million demos, a million rapid fire goals, and you know, it didn't go Syracuse's way this time, but I don't think anybody in that lobby can say that they didn't try.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, we were watching that final minute, and I think we were certain that it was going to somehow get tied, go to overtime.
Yeah.
Like, that switch really was crazy.
Again, these replays, just let us relive some of these moments, the highs and the lows.
Oh, yeah, just seeing so much good defensive play there. It really was just, okay, my first option's not going to work because they deflected this. My second option's not going to work because they deflected this. Let's see what we can get with the third option there.
Yeah.
And then it kind of did get into that meta where it's like, if I'm Harlequin and I'm shooting and I see 2 in goal, I'm not going to go for a corner. I'm just going to wait and see if they both bump into each other.
Yep.
Because the double commit on defense, you know, tends to lend itself to errors and some misplay.
Yeah, it does. Again, as we see the ending goal of the game come in from Harlequin, we see some of the stats. Oh my days, Nikita.
Look at how many saves Gababy had over that series.
25 saves for Gababy. That is maybe the craziest stat. 10 goals for Angerbro.
Well,
I mean,
I think it's the pairing of you have 25 saves, but you also have the most goals on your team. I think that really is telling that the side of Syracuse really has to turn on the switch to go on the offensive or turn off the switch to go on the defensive.
And I mean, it does make sense if you put your team, if your team is put in a position where you're facing 30, 10, 50 shots all across the board when you add up the saves and the Northeastern goals. 50 shots is just too much to hope to save against, right? It's just not really going to work. It's not going to come together.
Yeah, and I think something cool to note as well is that Prosk had 0 saves because what he was doing a lot was sitting behind enemy lines, waiting to just disturb Gababy in his own goal.
Yeah, you really see like the metagame, the layers upon layers. You see how deep this game goes, not just mechanically, but like
macro, micro, when do you do what? It's very much like an onion. You know, a lot of people do say Rocket League is like an onion.
People do say that. I've heard probably the choir say this as well. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will give you an interview. Northeastern will be interviewed on the desk, so don't go anywhere. We will be back so shortly.
Hello, everybody. Happy to be back here with a representative from the winning team, Northeastern University. We have Nico Prosk. You want to say a few words first? How do you feel?
I feel great. My only LAN experience before this went terribly. We didn't win a single series. So to have this turnaround and come back and win it all, I mean, it's just amazing.
Yeah, a little bit of a 0 to hero flip there. You go 0 for there. You go undefeated here, I believe, right? Haven't even dropped a single set yesterday.
Nope.
Yeah, so that must feel good. But kind of like leaning into that, I had some inside knowledge from, prior to the start of this event.
Mm-hmm.
You all got in on Friday to play in the space at like 10 p.m. at night in a heartbreaker series, starting out with a loss. Can you go into like the thought process of getting here, losing a match before the tournament even started, and then having to go through an entire event for the next 2 days?
Yeah. First of all, I want to shout out you for letting us into the space. So we couldn't have played that match without you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it was a heartbreaker. Unfortunately, I may or may not have missed. And I mean, it was a shot I should be hitting most of the time. Down 1 with 30 seconds left in Game 7, which would have sent it to overtime, basically, probably. So yeah, it was a tough to come back from. But I mean, obviously, like I said, with the previous LAN and just like other matches have prepared us to kind of mentally reset.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can't say enough about my teammates. We always have the ability to lock it back in and just reset the mentality, and obviously our coach as well, Flow State GG. I mean, he is a mental coach. So
yeah, shout out Flow State.
Shout out Flow State.
Yeah, so going into like a little bit of breaking down that grand finals match we just saw, as we saw in the stats, Gababy is like a player you kind of have to like at least have some sort of a game plan or keep notice of. Had the most goals for Syracuse and had 25 blocks.
Yeah, I mean,
that entire, like, what do you guys do entering that series in between the matches?
Pray. No, but I mean, he's an amazing player. Obviously, you just know that sometimes you're gonna hit some crazy stuff, and he's just gonna save it. Like that's just the way it is. His teammates played a really good supporting role. They definitely stepped up the physical play. It helped that we got to see them yesterday and kind of see how much he was doing, what kind of play style they were going to follow to try to support him, because obviously, like, you signed this, what was it, Coca-Cola All-Star. He's probably going to be the mainstay of your offense. So, yeah, just kind of we got that first look at them yesterday, and it was a thriller again, just like this one. So trying not to give him much space. As for me, I play a very like first man physical game where I, try to make them uncomfortable. So kind of unleashing me to get my bumps and my demos, starve them of their boosts, I think is the main strategy there. We've played similar, like in the series on Friday, we played against Eza Vatos, if anyone knows. He's insane. So we got some kind of practice with that as well, and all that helped us overcome in this series.
Yeah. How are you feeling? How's the teammates feeling? Do you guys have some time to like chat afterwards? I know you guys were really loud, probably the loudest team in this entire LAN environment. Don't know if it got picked up at any of the mics, but you guys were definitely feeling good playing. How are you guys feeling after winning?
Man, it's amazing to be able to do that. Syracuse gave us a really good series. So did Albany as well. Yeah, we've been through the lows of the lows, me and Angebro specifically, and obviously our coach, Flow State. So just to be able to have this opportunity, Syracuse giving us this opportunity to kind of prove ourselves a little bit better than we did in Myrtle Beach and Boost on the Beach last semester.
And just to wrap things up here, I know we've been talking about it with a lot of the teams and the players who are here. We are opening up this facility that this event is in like literally 2 months. Do you have any thoughts, or some of your teammates were talking about this space and being able to play here?
It's so awesome. Like, I've never been in any place like this. It just goes to show you how kind of forefront Syracuse is in the esports area. I kind of wish Northeastern had the same level, but honestly, even at its state, which you said was like 70% done, I mean, it's such a cool place to play. I can see the ideas of when it's fully done, how that's going to work. And like, given how amazing it was now, seeing that seeing that hard launch and hopefully being invited back to play at some point, to check out the facility when it's done. I mean, yeah. It's super lucky to be able to have this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words, and shout outs to Horizon AVL for being able to make this space what it is right now.
Yeah, shout out
and
to Horizon
thank you
AVL.
specifically for being able to do this interview. Congratulations to you and the team, Northeastern, for winning the collegiate side of this event. Yeah, no bias here. But don't go away. We are going to take a little break and come back with actually a really cool matchup between the winner of the collegiate side and the winner of the military side. We are going to be seeing Army versus Northeastern in a show match after this. So please don't go away, but we'll be right back.
And we are back. You didn't think we were really going to be done quite yet, right there, Carson? Of course, Carson and I back in our original spots from yesterday morning. Try to bring it round full circle here as we have one final match. A show match, best of 3 between Northeastern, the winner of your collegiate bracket, and from this morning, the Army from the military bracket.
Yeah, those Army guys are real tough to beat. We'll have to see where Northeastern is against them. Army has obviously RLCS guys, guys that are very good at communicating, hence they're literally in the Army, and I feel like that you have to have really good communication skills to be in that said experience.
Yep.
We'll have to see how that plans out. I am going to go pretty sure. I think I'm going to go Army 2-0 here. It's best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with that, right? I mean, both these teams have really good team players. We just go straight into the game here with this show match, and I think I'm with you here, Carson. I think I might take Army 2-0, and We'll have to see, though. Both these teams very good in team play, but the Army, a very aggressive team. And immediately, Aoka, the player we've said multiple times, will start off with 1 goal 9 seconds in.
You know, Ryan, that's exactly what I expected right off the bat. I think Army is a tough team to beat, and I think that those close games didn't do it justice. The Armed Forces do a very, very good job. You've got guys that are very, very experienced, and obviously a bit larger of a pool of players to choose from. On the end, Prosk trying to give it back out. Slick Mike over to Harlequin, who stops the ball right in the middle. Angelo, ooh, good try there. Aoka. Demolitions. Harlequin, one more shot in the front. This is going to be a tough one to beat. Kublu freestyles. Triple commit that stops him in front as Army still on the offensive here. Northeastern can't really get it out of their own zone.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the Army. We knew they were a very aggressive team, and that's just how they like to play, right? And so you should have expected that going into this, right? The Army still not going to let up, still going to go very fast. Slick Mike going in and just walks it in, and down goes the dunk with the Army. Another goal in less than 60 seconds there. The Army looking very, very strong here in this. And, I mean, here's the deal, right? Yes, you know, Northeastern takes a collegiate bracket win, and Army took their win. This is obviously, you know, kind of like an all for the marbles type of bragging rights deal, but still the stakes are high, right? It is the Northeastern University Huskies versus the United States Army esports team. There's always going to be stakes on the line, especially when it's bragging rights.
Yeah, and that's one thing that'll make a player play better. But up top, Kublu. He gets blocked. Prosk trying his best on that keyboard to do a little bit more in a different car this time. Aoka back towards the front. One man you don't want to have in front of your goal. They're about to learn, I believe. Let's see if we can get a shot up here. They're going to go rotate back, hit a defensive stand. Slick Mike bumps Harlequin away from that ball slightly. Leaves it for Kublu in the defensive end. One more shot on goal. Aoka stops it at the bell.
What a defense from Aoka. Great plays there. No boost either. And one thing that is very different between this Army team that we saw against Northeastern is they don't need to have boost to play offense, right? They will go in at full speed. The ball going to go right off the top there, and Slick Mike will just slick that out of the goal. No worries there. Aoka sends one in from the side, but will get defended by Harlequin.
That's one Angelbro's going to want back. That is a wide open net. You just miss high. Very, very tough. Best of 3 still overall, so keep that in mind. This is not the only game. Northeastern can still recover this. On the other end, Aoka, rebound, dangerous spot. Slick Mike stuffed by Angelbro at the bell, right at the line. One more time, Angelbro in the air, dangerous. Going to go the way of the Army defensive zone, but Aoka should have the boost to clear it unless Prosk gets something. Angelbro, Slick Mike blocks in front.
A great rotate comes in from the Army. They're able to defend that, but the peppering is still going in from Northeastern. Prosk goes up in the air, will hit it, has no boost to compare though. Kublu now in the center. Aoka's there, looks for the flip reset, but can't quite find it.
Yeah, that's a good movement skill right in front, but there's just not enough in there. Dangerous zone. Kublu just going to keep it up so Aoka can move it away. Prosk in the air, watching his teammate get demoed right. Crushing hit from up there. Kublu back in the offensive zone for Army. Over right side, Kublu going to take a long shot. Harlequin double commit with Angelbro. Angelbro realizes, sticks to the glass. Prosk has the ball on the other end.
Yeah, and as we approach 2 minutes here, the Army still up by 2, but as I say that, Aoka once again looks for that third one. 4 shots on goal, currently a 50% success rate with 2 of them connecting in. No one's there on the defense, and the Army capitalizes here. 2 minutes, 3 goals for the Army. I mean, this is why the Army plays so well, right? Because of that team play, because they're always there on the rotate. And, I mean, like you were saying, right? It's not just a matter of these players playing together as a team for so long, but also just being in the service together. They sleep together, they work together, they do everything together. And it helps with that synergy. With Rocket League is a very synergy-based game.
Yeah, it helps when you're the best people in your life that you are around the most of the time are the ones playing with you. Kind of an interesting set here. Kublu off the wall, back to Aoka, who can't connect, over to Angelbro in the middle. 2 Northeastern players looking to make a set, some freestyling. Harlequin blocked at the crossbar. Great save from Aoka as they move on the offensive side here. Kublu's stuff though, Aoka should have a chance to move this ball away, but it goes into a dangerous zone instead. Double commit from Army, but it'll go away with Aoka's help.
Yeah, and what else do you expect, right? I mean, we were talking to Slick Mike earlier after the interview of the first game, and, he was mentioning how the branches just play against each other pretty frequently, right, in closed tournaments, and, I mean, it just proves that these players are always on top of it. They're always there. They're always looking for more competition, so it's also fun to see. That's why this event is so amazing, is you get to have the military branches play some of these collegiate teams and really get that exposure on both ends, and it's really nice to see and a good appreciation to show on both ends, because at the end of the day, this is a show match. They're looking to have fun, and the Army is looking very strong.
Some fun here on the northeastern side. Dangerous setup, but a triple commit from Army is completely avoided despite it looking like it was going to. Harlequin unable to get that on goal. Slick Mike knocks it the other way. Blocked in front by Angel. Remains on the Army side. Headed towards northeastern. Harlequin carries it back the other way towards the Army goal. Off the wall. Should be a chance, but Slick Mike misses. Nobody there to connect with it, though, to put it in for the Huskies.
Yeah, some good trust going in there for the Army. One member falls, but just still there, able to defend it. We'll go a little wide here as we approach the last 13 seconds. Northeastern needs to make a miracle happen to take this first map, but does not look like that will be so. The Army, a very good way to start with this first match. You remember, best of 3, so first of 2 games will take this series, and as the ball touches the ground, the Army will take game number 1 in this best of 3 show match. And I mean, Carson, you and I predicted a 2-0 here, and I mean, after that, you can see the Army is just so good and so team-oriented, and it's just incredible.
All credits to Northeastern, but I think these guys just have it hatting down the hatches on almost all of their games. That's probably more a Navy thing, but
yeah,
they have it all together. And they know what they're doing, and it's very clear there. They have amazing synergy. When they miss, someone's always there. There's always 2 chances on every ball, it feels like, instead of having only one option to score. Army sets those plays up in a perfect way where you've got multiple chances and multiple ways to score off any given setup, and they're great at passing to each other. We saw that in the first game we streamed yesterday, Navy Army. They were just traditional passing like it was basketball.
Yeah, I mean, really, we even saw some bounce passes there from Aoka over to, I think it was Slick Mike a lot, and then Kublu always there for the rotational defense, was just on point perfectly every single time, and we're seeing that again. I mean, the Army just doing an incredible job right now, and Northeastern trying to, find that hole in the defense, but they can't quite find it yet, and that's where you can sort of see maybe if you're Northeastern, right? I'm a big guy with demos. I've been on it all weekend, right, with the bumps in the demos. Maybe look for something of the sort as we get into game number 2 here of this best of 3. The United States Army 1 away from taking the marbles and the bragging rights.
Yeah, and further on that fact, you mentioned Slick Mike there, and I think if you are familiar with the term, Slick Mike is what they call a glue guy. Can do everything, can put it all together, and is the kind of player you need on your team to make it all work. And you see that on the defensive end. 17 saves alone versus UAlbany when none of his teammates had double digits. Was just electric in that goal.
Yeah, I mean, 7. Okay. Aoka, another goal there. But as you were saying, right, 17 saves. I actually kind of want to see this. I looked away from the screen for a second there, right off the side, and Aoka, that's just beautiful. Oh. Beautiful geometry there. I mean, the Army, very intelligent players. I'm sure they get taught geometry, and as we can see, very well done. Probably got a 100 in that class, an A+ for the Army. But as I was saying here, right, I mean, it's just extremely well played coming out from them, and if you're Northeastern, right, you're trying to find any sort of opening, but the Army is just so clean with these rotations and so aggressive. And also, like you were saying, right, with Slick Mike, 17 saves on one end. And then also, earlier yesterday, Slick Mike was one of the members of the Army that I think had about 10 goals in 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, they just dominate. I don't know. I was trying to find a better way to put it, but there's no much. There's Kublu knocked down. Northeastern has a solid defense, which is why you're seeing this not get out of hand. As I think back to Air Force SUROTC yesterday. Off the wall, crossbar. Won't go in. Felt like it was a surefire goal, but those mistakes from the Huskies have cost them last game, might cost them the series here. Just need 2 wins to do it. Army's halfway there and a little more. Blocked by Kublu in front. He gets stuffed up top off the wall. Slick Mike looking for a dangerous zone pass there. But a centering pass from Kublu after Northeastern doesn't do much with it. Double commit.
Aoka wasn't there. The demo, I believe, went out onto them earlier. But, I mean, here's the thing, right? If we're just watching some of these players, you can tell it's a show match. They're having a good time. They're going for crazy individual plays, right, with some of these flip resets, the triple taps that we're seeing. Not many of them have succeeded, but we are seeing them, right? And it proves these guys are having fun, and at the end of the day, that's what this match is all about.
Absolutely. And I think you can tell almost where that talent level lies, even from somebody who's a bit more inexperienced than you in Rocket League. And you're seeing this here. Harlequin has that open shot on goal, but Slick Mike realizes it stops the rotation and immediately turns. But Kublu right there at the last second with no boost, able to stop it. Ioka stuffs it one more time. Northeastern going for a very freestyle approach. But unfortunately, individual approaches don't really seem to be working too much on Army as Harlequin goes for one by themselves. Up top, Slick Mike stuffs it twice.
I mean, yeah, and just like on that defense from Kublu, the rotation was just perfectly timed. I mean, you're always in the right spot, always at the right time, and it proves that the Army is just an incredible team. I mean, we're seeing that so much. Northeastern, right, they're looking for some of the individual plays on their own end as we approach just under halfway through. Now, this is still a very, very winnable game for Northeastern here. The Army only has one. Northeastern just needs to find one to look for an even, and they have a good offensive pressure as that goes in, but I mean, the Army's rotations on that defense are just so hard to get through that it's very difficult for Northeastern to take advantage of the offense.
Yeah, I mean, it is a, for lack of a better term, it is a very strong front line Army has right at that goal line. See up top here, Prosk has an opportunity to not score on themselves. I almost thought they were going to score on themselves. As Kublu with a bit of an interesting card there. They're on the orange team, and their card is just straight up blue.
You know, sometimes you gotta change up the colors, makes things a little interesting. But Army, another offense goes in. Prosk sends it forward, but Kublu once again in a great spot for the defense. Slick Mike sends it over, and the pass to Aoka was beautiful, but Angebro was not gonna let that one go in. And now a minute 30, just under. Northeastern on the offensive side again. The boost is in their favor. Let me look for something here. Prosk sends it up, but Kublu in the air, doesn't have any boost. Was still gonna make this so difficult as Slick Mike comes in and sends it through a clear.
Yeah, and notice since that point where Kublu touched the ball hasn't touched the ground. So aerial, a very important part of Rocket League, and that's going to be give me the hot sauce, Kublu. What a shot from top down. Watch this, off the wall. Teammate Prosk passes it perfectly to Angebro, but Kublu is there on a great rotation with no boost. All out, all for naught. Still
Kublu, I mean, Kublu is one of those players that we tend to see in that back, sort of just chilling and on the defensive side and making great defensive plays. But then out of nowhere, you see him come out from midfield and find a great goal. And I mean, the Army, you know, sub 1 minute here, and Northeastern trying to find their way through. This could be it! So, but Harlequin can't quite find it. And now Angebro going to look for something as well, as the boost is just a little rough for their side here. Slick Mike won't be able to find the value, though, as Harlequin's going to take control of the ball. Look for it, but Kublu, once again, who other than Kublu on the defense?
Yeah, I'm noticing with Northeastern's positioning. Ooh, I thought that was going to be a score. Northeastern's positioning, what you're looking at is you're expecting the Army to make a mistake, and what we've seen so far is they do that maybe once every 5 games, and hasn't come yet for Northeastern. Kublu off the other end. Double shot, Ioka. Ooh, Coke butter cheese, that's easy for Ioka.
Aoka, great shot there. And I mean, just beautiful, right off the bat from Kublu. Aoka once again, kind of like those fake double taps we were talking about earlier that made Army so strong. Finds it again, 21 seconds left. Northeastern, the Huskies need to hike through the snow if they want to find their way through, but the United States Army, through treacherous waters and through barren lands, will likely take this best-of-3 championship game for bragging rights.
Yeah, and the K9 unit not able to do much this game. Almost get a score, but Angebro isn't ready to capitalize on that opportunity with no boost.
And just like that, the ball will touch the ground, and the United States Army will be your overall champions of this event. And just like that, folks, the military branches proving why they are by far probably the most team-oriented groups of people.
You might hear them clapping in the background. That's them celebrating their overall victory here after a very, very long period of time, but it's been a very, very good time. I'm very, very happy for them, and I'm very, very happy that everybody's been here. Getting this event together was super, super cool, but
absolutely, yeah, and I believe we have some replays to go take a look at what the final little bit of this tournament looked like. Relive the memories of this past weekend, and we've got the final match to look at. Nice little reminisce here on some of these shots. Some beautiful plays coming out from both these teams. Great defense, great offense. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are here, whether you're the Army, you're Northeastern, you're Syracuse, you're Albany, you're the Air Force, you're the Navy. Every team here today today came to play, and it was just an incredible time from everyone.
Yeah, Ioka, one of those players, just tough to beat if you're anybody. And Slick Mike puts that ball back in towards the beginning, and you can see Slick Mike was there almost every time to assist Ioka, and it just kind of felt like all Army that series. No goals from Northeastern, but still a very good effort from that squad.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And it proves to see how good this team can be, right? And how much effort they actually put in to not only just being a good team, but also being a good group of friends, right? And as we take a look at this, I mean, 4 goals for Ioka. I mean, it's incredible to see that, right? And it's so well played. And, you know, Kublu always on that defensive side, only 2 saves. Kind of crazy, actually. I thought it was a lot more than that.
Kublu had a lot of clears in that middle zone, so I think that was kind of where they played another glue opportunity as we welcome back. And it's been excellent to see that kind of play, and that has just been great. What a lovely event.
Yeah, and that is it. And as a whole, right, just one more shout out to the amazing people who have made this amazing event possible and really just making the broadcast do. An amazing shout out over to the people over at Horizon AVL. Could not have done any of this without them. An amazing soft launch here with Shine. An amazing shout out to Warrior Gamer. And of course, we have so many clips, so you want to make sure you go check it all out at Qs_esports. Give the followers. There's so much more content to be done. If you want to see more of this space, you want to see more things to get done, then make sure you go follow all those. Shout outs to all the teams that came here, from the military branches to the colleges, that all chose to come to this LAN and compete. It truly was amazing, Carson.
Yeah, and a very quick shout out to the veterans and stuff and the Veterans Association that helped with this. So, yeah, I think that's going to wrap it up, isn't it?
Yeah, that will wrap it up for this Warrior Gamer Rocket League Veterans Day Invitational. Big thank you to everyone who made this possible this weekend. That'll bring it to an end here on the desk. So without further ado, thank you once more. And wherever you may be, morning, evening, or afternoon, have a good one.